Yeah! Now we're live!
Yay!
Now people will know what's happening.
Will we?
I'm being called by Lisa again. This needs to stop. Sorry.
That whole story is actually really, really funny. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. All is forgiven. Just, confusion, weirdness. Okay.
So how are you guys?
We're great. Real good.
Francis has a skull.
Yes.
So Francis is happier than he's ever been.
I like that skull. Wait a minute.
That's cool. Yes. Yep.
I have that same skull.
It's a common skull.
I have that skull too, but not with me. I named it Yorick.
See?
Very nice. York.
Okay.
It's a skull party, and I
Is
wasn't.
someone listening to the video?
Oh, sorry. Oops. Huh. That's me.
Because we're hearing repeats.
That's me.
So just, everyone, we're going to figure this out.
Does that help? Is that better?
No, I can still hear the video.
Probably us because we don't have headphones.
I'm just gonna mute you, Sabrina.
Can you turn off the video then? And just be in the chat? Because the whole... You have it open in YouTube. I can still hear. That's my voice. Oh God, I sound horrible.
I'm gonna start crying.
I can't hear anything besides like us right now.
I can hear it.
You have multiple open windows.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and mute everyone but the Socal Sherlockians so we can get the interview underway, because we're a half hour late now.
Okay, wait.
Okay, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. My audio is a little bit laggy, so some of my questions might come in a little bit late, but otherwise you'll hear me fine. First of all, why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
Alright, I'm Francis. Laura. Kathleen. Hello, we have a problem.
Well, you should tell us about that problem.
We started a fan group based in LA that I think on Facebook has what?
Almost 300.
Almost 300 members. How many of them we can actually get in one place, in one physical place and time? Not as many as 300, but somehow Sherlock became a serious problem. Now we're on 2 years of having done this ridiculousness.
Yeah, almost 2.5 years that we've been a group. So.
That's so awesome. How did you guys all hear about the group or get involved with it?
Well, I and Katie, our grand poobah, Katie put together the initial group by deciding to do a picnic in the park, and she unfortunately is still a college student, so she's only in LA part of the year. So I have headed it up in the meanwhile, and Laura has done a grand majority of making sure that we actually have events going on.
Laura does pretty much all our social media. Like if you talk to us on the internet, it's probably Laura. Hello.
So yeah, last year we went to Bay Area, loaded a number of us up into
Two cars,
and yep, it was a fun time. We're looking forward to doing it again, regardless.
We're looking for a van this time. We're all gonna go in one van. It may be a 12 or 15 seater, but we're all gonna make there in one van. We think.
How about a giant limousine?
Yeah, we should.
Just get a school bus.
Yes. I don't think they can even see it.
Nice.
It was stolen from a Barnes and Noble.
It was taken. They were gonna throw it out.
Anyway.
We broke into a Barnes and Noble in the middle of the night.
No, we didn't. No. Anyway.
I'm lying.
That is so
So
awesome.
now wait till-
Aside from some of the conventions in the areas, what kind of things? Oh, sorry.
I think the
Sorry,
question
can you hear
was
me at all?
yes. Or we could. There's a lag.
So, question for you guys. Outside of the conventions in the area or alongside California, what other events do you guys do? I think picnics and those are really cool.
Yeah. We do a couple of picnics. We do the like anniversary of the group founding picnic, and then we do like a 4th of July picnic. We did a scavenger hunt at a museum one time. We had a big tea party. That was really cool. Yeah, we had like a high tea service, and we did a quiz both on His Last Vow and The Adventure of Charles Augustus Milverton.
We had some viewing parties for season 3, as you can imagine. But Francis has the art that we put
Oh yeah,
together.
we got this commission for the tea party.
This is by Elsa Chang, who's
Who
an
was on
incredible
earlier.
artist.
Yeah, she was on the scene earlier. We commissioned this artwork from her for that event, and we had posters made, buttons.
We've done Christmas cards for the past 2
Oh
years.
yeah, we did Christmas cards. We got Taco to do Christmas cards, so we've got one of those. We've got there we go. So that's
It's really already throwing Sherlock's pet Snowball pet Sherlock.
Yeah.
And there's another one from last year as well,
Which we don't have
but
with
we couldn't
us.
find it.
Well, then you shouldn't have mentioned it.
Well,
It's
it
from-
exists.
That is so awesome. Oh, sorry. You guys are frozen again. If you can hear me, I've got another question for you.
So, we did the business card. We had business card art made by Incels, who's also local. So
Nice.
you guys should definitely, that's backwards, but you should check us out anyway.
But yeah, we try to do a lot of events, and I'd say like every 2 months or so.
Something like that. Yeah.
And normally they're free or as cheap as we can make them. So if you're in the LA area, come on by. Sometimes we even go out as far as the OC, but Socal Sherlockians might be a little bit of a misnomer at this
we're
point.
more the Los Angeles Sherlockians at this point. But that doesn't alliterate, so what are you gonna do?
Yeah. And there are also 2 other existing groups in the Los Angeles area that celebrate Sherlock Holmes. The Curious Collectors of Baker Street, which are the Baker Street Irregular Silent Group, and the Sherlock Holmes Breakfast Club, which meets in Santa Monica every couple of months and has breakfast.
And they're also a Scion now, too. So we're in
Yes.
contact with 2 of the Baker Street Irregular Scions in the area. And there's another one I was in contact with the Long Beach group as well, but they don't have an online presence, so it's hard to contact them. And they're more literary focused. But yeah,
they exist.
Yes, they do exist.
Great, that's so awesome. Have you guys, you did say that you were mostly LA based and that you go kind of mostly around California. Have you thought about expanding in any way?
I mean, we could, but we're mostly based in LA at this point.
Yeah.
So
one thing that we are in, we have a Tumblr and a Twitter and a meetup.com group and a Facebook group. And, we have the passwords to that, and we can update and this, that, and the other, but we like to encourage any one of our members can create an event on Meetup or on Facebook. So there have been other events that we haven't planned at all that can take place in other parts of LA, or sometimes for like movie premieres that none of us can make it to, like someone else will create a meetup, things like that. We did meetups for the Hobbit premiere and things like that.
Yes.
Yeah, perk of being in LA, that one.
Yes, that was great.
We went to the Star Trek Into Darkness premiere. We went to the Hobbit premiere.
And at the Hobbit premiere, we got a photo with Amanda Abington with the hashtag Sherlock Lives sign. She was holding it. And then we got one that was like Benedict Cumberbatch is in the shot, but he's not holding it.
But he spoke to us. He did. He did speak to us.
Oh, shit.
And he signed my poster. I have to. And then there was also when Martin wasn't on Jimmy Kimmel, but Benedict.
No, Benedict was on Jimmy Kimmel. I was at that.
And he said that he also did motion capture.
Yes, that happened.
So there's always, cool stuff going on in LA, and I imagine as other movies come up with the various
and then with
the series.
The Emmys coming up, I know that some people are already talking about doing a red carpet for that. That'll probably be the next kind of I don't know if we'll make it an official thing, but yeah. So
you
people
can pay to be in the audience. It's only about $990.
Yeah, $1,000 for one ticket to the Emmys.
So another question. What has been a lot of the response for you guys? You said that you are pushing around like 300 people in your Facebook group. What's sort of like the influx of people that you get in for like each meetup, based on like also some of your gatherings at like the conventions and such?
It really varies. We've had like meetups to just watch like bad Sherlock Holmes movies at people's houses that have been like 5 people. But we've had like, how many people did we have for the tea? Was it 45? 45 people. I think that was our biggest. That was our biggest. We had for our Series 3 parties, which we had like the night of each episode, we were around 25 people. And like we had his last row at my apartment here, and it was like 23 or 25 people crammed into.
But it's a little small.
It was very crammed. It was great at work, though. Yeah.
And those were for the UK premieres, of course, not the US.
Yeah.
Another question. You guys, I know you concentrate quite a lot, or probably also started the group based on the popularity of the BBC show. What's been kind of the response, or do you do any events where you want to include more like canon things or different kind of media things?
Yeah, a lot of the focus is on BBC Sherlock because that's what sort of inspired the group to be formed. But we definitely try to mix as many different adaptations into the mix, and also canon. Like at our tea party, it was based on Charles Augustus Milverton. So we tried to pull in together as many people as possible to get interested in the original canon story and how it related to His Last Vow, the episode.
And other adaptations that we've watched include the Asylum Sherlock Holmes.
Oh God, yeah, we watched the one with the robot dinosaur. Yes, we watched Young Sherlock Holmes.
Oh God.
Did we watch Great Mouse Detective as a group, or did we just
No,
watch
we
that
haven't
at my
The
house?
Curious Collectors are going
yeah.
to do a really awesome event about the Great Mouse Detective.
In November, one of the LA Scions, or I think both the LA Scions are working together
to do it. Yeah. And we'll support you.
Yeah, we try to promote everything that the other groups do that are more canon based. And like we're members of both the other Scion groups, so we go to most of their events when we can.
Mm-hmm.
But in November, there's going to be a Great Mouse Detective screening with the some of the, I don't know if it's the director or writers or the people who are involved. People who are involved in making the film are going to be there for a Q&A. So details are being worked out on that. There's going to be a screening in a theater somewhere. So we definitely try to pull in together as many adaptations as possible.
The nice thing about being in LA and having other groups around though is that if you want the full Sherlock Holmes canon only, we know the groups to point you to, and we tend to be a little bit more BBC focused, but we enjoy all the different aspects.
Yeah.
Nice. Have you guys worked at all with any of the other, like the DSI or the other groups in the LA area?
We haven't done official collaborative events yet. We're in talks of doing some sort of brunch with the Sherlock Breakfast Club, but we cross promote as much as possible and encourage everyone to go to their events.
Yeah, everybody cross-lists everybody else's events, so. And, if there's any group that we haven't connected with in the LA area or anybody who's interested in doing something, in SoCal in general, we'd love to be involved and be there.
Yeah.
I wish that we could get more involved in the Comic-Con thing, but my job is keeping me from being able to be there, unfortunately. So. Yeah,
Comic-Con is sort of taken over, like, July, otherwise I think we'd be doing more, more things.
You're going to the Sherlock.
I have a ticket for the Sherlock
CC.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'll be able to make it, but I'm gonna try to go since it's so close. But there's also two other like pan fandom meetup groups that are. There's a Super Hulock cosplay group that meets up, and there's also the OC. Oh yeah, the OC fandom meet. So Sherlock is definitely one of their fandoms. So we've met up with them at Welcome to Night Vale and WonderCon. We met up with them at WonderCon. That was a lot of fun. Yeah. We went to, God, what was it, like TGI Fridays or something, and drank alcoholic milkshakes.
I think it was Red Robin.
Red Robin, yes.
So plug for Red Robin, alcoholic milkshakes.
Another question. Do you guys get to do kind of a lot of misadventures when you do some of your meetups or any of your group activities? Because I know a lot of groups, when they do any sort of activities, it's just start, finish, and then everyone goes home. But you guys sound kind of more of a cool crowd who does things like alcoholic milkshakes and Red Robin. That sounds really interesting.
The party won't stop around here until I kick everyone out of my apartment.
Yeah. So. That is one of the benefits of being a more casual group, is that a lot of us just form friendships like independent of meetup type things, and then we hang out, and then when we do have meetups, we sort of bring that atmosphere into the meetup groups.
Yeah, and we encourage people to do stuff that isn't necessarily Sherlock related but sounds fun to the group. There was recently a sci-fi movie.
Movie night. Yeah, there was a bad movie night. We saw Pacific Rim together.
Just for reasons.
Yeah. It seemed like something we'd all like to see. Yeah.
Yeah, Night Vale, whenever it comes to town. So.
Yeah, when we first founded, we were all so happy to find each other that I feel like our meetups would stretch on for hours and hours and hours, where the official event would end and then we'd all go to Denny's or Baskin Robbins or something, and we'd be there for so long just chatting about everything. So it's just really fun to find that sense of community in person that you might only ever experience online before. So.
But we'll only go to Denny's when the Hobbit menu.
Oh yeah, the Hobbit menu. Oh God. Yeah, we had a holiday gift exchange at Denny's during the Hobbit menu. Not the last one, but the one before that. So.
My stomach is still kind of regretting that.
My sister and a couple of her friends, when Dickens Fair was in town, they decided to go to Dickens Fair and full costume, then go to Denny's for the Hobbit menu, then go see some kind of film, and they all got food poisoning that night.
Oh no! I'm not even surprised though. Like I want to be surprised, but I am not surprised at all. Oh god. And then he was like, "Would you like some carbs with your carbs?
Yes.
We're gonna fry all of it."
Yeah, I got like 10 cookie thingies.
The Radagast
Yeah.
pancakes.
I probably should have known at Radagast, but I don't know how you managed to mess up pancakes, but somehow they did.
Another question for you guys. Would you have any advice for other people if they wanted to start their own kind of similar groups in their areas?
I feel like, I mean, social media is a really powerful tool. You can, if you're in a community that doesn't already have a meetup group, you can just think of a name, start up a Twitter account, and then get retweeted by other groups and, you know, spread your message that way. Yeah, people will find you. Facebook has been especially good at connecting us with other people.
So has Meetup.com, even though you have to pay the fee. I think it's like $90 a year, but it's worth it because people are actually looking for in-person meetups.
Yeah.
I'd say that from my point of view, we knew that this would be a little bit of work to like put together events, and some events take more work than others. The Tea Party took a lot of work to put together. The hanging out at the park, not so much, but be prepared to, in order to make sure that the group doesn't die off, that you're going to have to be doing an event every 2 months or so. So it's good to make sure it's not all on one person's back, that it's spread across the entire group.
Yeah. And picnics are great beginner events, like because there's so little prep involved, and it's in a public place, and you know it's free. Everyone can bring food. It's a nice atmosphere. So start with picnics and work your way up.
Don't start with tea parties.
Yeah,
tea party is a lot.
It took us about a year and a half to get to the tea party, and we planned for at least two months for that.
Or so, yeah.
And it's been an idea before that.
We're still in the back of our head. We're like, we're going to do trivia at some point.
We're going to do a trivia night.
It's going to be at least 3 months from now.
Still recovering. We're still recovering from the tea party, but there will be a trivia night.
Nice. What has been your guys' favorite meetup so far in the past 2 years?
I really enjoyed the tea party. I mean, it was a lot of work getting to it, but we went to this really cool place called Shadow Tea Room. They gave you little mini services that had sandwiches and desserts and scones. We sampled a whole bunch of different teas. Then we were able to do a trivia, and because we included both Sherlock Holmes canon and Sherlock BBC, we were able to cross over with a lot of people that wouldn't necessarily go to this BBC-related event from some of the Scion groups. And the trivia was especially fun because whereas oftentimes people will... the quiz. Yeah, the quiz that we did. Often curious collectors will do every event will be based around a Sherlock Holmes canon story, but because we were able to bring in multiple versions of the same story, there was almost nobody in the room who could do both backwards and forwards. It was also very, it was only like a week or two after his last vow, so nobody had memorized it yet.
Yeah. It was probably 3 weeks after his last vow, but yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a pretty fair. I think we wrote the quiz. I think it was pretty fair in favor of both the canon story and the BBC Sherlock episode. That one was a lot of fun, but I didn't get to enjoy it as much since there had been so much planning, and I get really stressed out about stuff. But the first meetup that I personally hosted was the murder mystery scavenger hunt that Francis mentioned.
Oh yeah, the scavenger hunt was really fun.
Yeah, that was at the Natural History Museum, and we didn't design the scavenger hunt. We went with a company called Watson Adventures.
No relation to Sherlock, but
hey,
just felt necessary.
Yes. So that you pay money to the Watson Adventures, and you show up, and they have a scavenger hunt where you wander through the
Natural History Museum.
Yeah, you run through the Natural History Museum to find all the clues, and you have to work out the answer and everything. We had so many people at that one, we just split up into 3 different groups.
Yeah, it was fun. People came to that in costume.
Yeah.
I was dressed as the lady in pig.
Oh yeah. Oh God, I totally forgot about that. Yeah.
And Laura,
I might have been Sebastian Moran.
You were Moran.
And Laura and I especially enjoyed it because we won.
We did win. Your turn. I'm gonna be over here with my skull.
What was what's your favorite?
Oh,
meetup that
God, I don't know.
We had a really awesome Halloween party.
Yes, actually,
Yeah.
the Halloween party was a lot of fun.
That's the one I wasn't at.
Yes. I'm not thinking about this year's.
I
I'm
was
thinking
thinking
about the one
about.
before.
I didn't go to that one.
Ah.
I went to this one where Laura showed up as a jellyfish.
I was dressed as a jellyfish. Basically the villain from Lion's Mane.
The best Sherlock Holmes villain of all time.
Yes, a jellyfish did it.
My goal in life is to adapt The Lion's Mane to film. It's the only one that doesn't have an adaptation of any sort, as far as I know.
Because the villain's a jellyfish.
It's the jellyfish did it. How can it be terrible?
I think.
Yeah, it's bad, but it's great. It's the best kind of bad.
The Halloween party I was thinking of 2 years ago was at Paige Molly's, and they
Right. Is that the one where Emma showed up dressed as St. Bart's Hospital?
Yes, it was great. And I think it's on our Tumblr somewhere. One of the girls came in dressed in just a cardboard box that was St. Bart's with a little Sherlock on the top and a little John on the bottom. And it was both the saddest and best costume that was ever made.
And this last year she came as John Watson's
Bless.
right hand.
Oh.
So there was
And
a
it opened up.
Yeah, she had an apple and a mug on it, and like Emma shows up with amazing costumes. I'm so fond of her.
And the cool thing about that Halloween party was that we also did a little scavenger hunt inside their apartment,
Right.
which was lots of fun. And they decked out their whole interior with like crime scene tape and stuff like that. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Nice, that is so awesome. Is there anything that you guys are looking forward to this coming Bay Area Sherlock Con that you guys are either planning on doing or looking forward to the most?
I ended up making so many friends last year, people that I had never met before, and now I feel like 70% of my Tumblr dashboard is people that I met at Bay Area Sherlock Con, so I'm really excited to see everybody again. That's probably my biggest thing.
And you have some group cosplays.
Oh yeah, I'm
in the
going to
works,
be in a
too.
group cosplay, so that'll be exciting. I don't know if I'm allowed to say what it is, but there's going to be a group cosplay that I'm going to be in, and it's going to be great.
I hope it involves cardboard.
Yes, cardboard. I'm just really excited to go on the adventure again. You know, driving up and all together, and hanging out all. And I'm really excited for 2 days.
Yeah. Oh, there's supposed to be, I heard there's a dance this year. I am very excited for a dance.
I'm really looking forward to Sherlockian werewolves.
Oh
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Panel I'm running. So
Don't say it like that. You're running a panel.
It's not a panel though. It's a game.
And you're running the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
We because I enjoy board games a lot. I've adapted a couple of board games for Sherlock.
Oh yeah,
So-
we did the Cards Against Humanity last year. That was a lot of
yeah.
fun.
I'm working on another one. There's no way it's going to be done by August. Sorry, blame my job. I started in December. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to running that because last time I just kind of was at the
tea
end
party.
of the tea party. I was like, hey, anybody want to play a game? And it was a huge group of people, so I'm looking forward to making that an actual event. And now that I think about it, I should probably print out complete sets of cards in case we have too many people.
Yes, there you go.
But yeah, you can look for that on the schedule since I was officially approved.
Yay!
And it should be a lot of fun. And if I can get my act together, I'm going to be a bee.
Yes, yes, yes. I've been trying to convince Kathleen to show up in costume as a bee all summer. I'm so excited.
Oh, please, yes.
I had a costume outfit that I had planned. It was going to be very
Sexy bee.
You also wanted a sexy beekeeper.
Yes.
I don't think anyone's taking up that.
My life is ruined.
And speaking of the Cards Against Humanity deck, we are updating that, and I think it will be somehow on the schedule as well. So.
Yeah. And if anybody has any suggestions, tweet us.
Oh God.
We need to add season 3. So
Yeah.
This is the worst.
Gosh,
Filthiest.
best, filthiest things from Sherlock fandom that would go great on a Cards Against Humanity card. And
I don't shave for Sherlock Holmes. It's going to appear some way, somehow.
So look for that.
God, that is going to be so much fun. Oh, I wanted to talk a little bit about the werewolf game that you are having planned for one of the panels, because last year for the tea party, I remember that game of Mafia, and I remember pretending to be Eminem when everyone else was being just like normal Sherlock characters. Can you speak a little bit about the panel?
From the chat, I have seen that I don't shave for Sherlock Candies. That's done by what's her name? That we almost competed for.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry, I can't help you.
I can't remember her name. Fox X Staccato.
Oh yeah.
Her her shirts and everything are amazing. So we have seen that. We have and how do you pronounce? Gish was the Misha Collins.
Yeah,
scavenger
we
hunt
haven't
thing.
done that as an official thing, but I know there are people in our group who have participated.
Yeah, that would be kind of a fun thing to do, actually.
Yeah,
We should.
To talk a little bit about so one thing we can talk about, I think this might be one of the last questions we have. Oh crap. Sorry, one of our other guests, no, sorry, never mind. We do have a couple of new guests this year, including Elsa Chang. And from our announced guests, are you guys looking forward to any of them we have?
Oh, definitely. I'm currently starting Beekeeper's Apprentice so that I can be prepared for Glory Arcane. I'm excited for that. Because I've been meaning to read her books for a while, so I'm actually getting on that now.
and I'm similarly starting it actually.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Book club.
Yeah, very excited for that.
So join the Socal Sherlockians book club.
They're going to think we actually have a book club, and then they're going to be disappointed.
It's a 3-week-long book club. And the first book is this one.
Wait, you got to bring it closer.
There.
It's the children's edition of Sherlock.
I needed a purchase that was only about $5 on Amazon, and I found that there were many UK merchants that were selling this, and it may be one of the greatest books that has ever been created, because if I can think of something that's for children, it's definitely the story involving multiple suicides, murder, and suggestions of adultery.
Yeah, it's a children's version of A Study in Pain.
Wait, really?
It's a chapter book for middle schoolers or 6th grade or something like that.
Yeah. It's like 5th, 6th grade, I think. And it just Sherlock Holmes is described as the most brilliant detective ever, and the police often come to him for help, but they don't find him easy to work with. I'm really pleased with the most brilliant detective ever. Words that children cannot learn include consulting, so therefore he is a different kind of detective, but not a consulting detective. Also, deduction is too hard, so the name of his website is The Science of Detective Work. Also, they can't describe the term forensics, so they come up with some really interesting ways to
Was it science
that
work or something?
Yes, science work.
Not forensics, but science work.
There's also this great line from Inside the Taxi when John is complimenting Sherlock at knowing all the deductions, except for the deduction that Harry has an alcohol problem, because that's not cool for kids. That isn't what people usually say, said Sherlock. What do people usually say? They usually tell me to go away. I highly recommend. You can get this book for relatively cheap on Amazon. And at some point in time, I am definitely going to have to record it in a very,
we should make a video.
Yeah.
Please do.
Young children and the storyteller, except it's just Sunny and Pink.
Oh my god, I will dress up in Jim Moriarty cosplay and read that book out loud. Like,
Moriarty is never mentioned in this, though, because they can't make the suggestion.
you can't make Moriarty child friendly.
Well, they can't make the suggestion that Sherlock stepped on the man's shoulder, on Jefferson Hope's shoulder, and tortured information out of him. So Moriarty never appears in name at all in this book, and surprisingly, they never made a sequel. There is no blind anchor.
I wonder why.
It's time I was reading it and realizing they were about to come to another relatively adult subject. I was just waiting in anticipation for it.
Oh god.
It's great. There is no drugs bust because drugs don't happen, kids. They're coming to find out about the suitcase, so they just like stopped by. It's it's based off Moffat's screenplay, and you can see the poor woman who was forced into adapting this, that they're running into a lot of problems trying to adapt the book so that it makes any sense. To the point where there are just some parts where they mention it at one point, but then don't mention it in another. A lot of the deductions that Sherlock is doing is just falling apart because the words are too long. So,
Right.
I highly recommend this. I'm sure it will be a collector's item someday, and I plan on getting the entire cast to autograph this at some point.
It's beautiful.
You did it. Yeah, I have to go to the
everyone.
Emmys. It's true. It's true.
Yeah. She
All
has
right.
to go to the Emmys and get the entire cast and crew
Yeah.
to sign it, since they're all apparently nominated for things. So.
Well, I see it's 7 o'clock, and you guys probably have another guest, but it was great speaking with you.
Gracious, thank you guys so much for being on, and I'm so sorry that we were kind of late in it. We're going next. We're going next into a hour where we're going to talk about just like general cosplay discussions, and we've got a couple other people on. So if you guys would like to stick around, you're more than welcome to. It's just a general discussion that everyone is allowed to be on. And I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic and mute my camera because I don't know anything about cosplay, so I always do that for this. But thank you guys again so much for being on.
Thank you so much.
Rachel is totally a liar there. She totally knows about cosplay. She has cosplayed before. I've seen it.
It wasn't good, though.
Cosplay doesn't have to be good. It just has to be fun.
I was hipster Sailor Moon, thank you.
It was adorable.
It was terrible.
It was adorable.
I knit a hat because I didn't want to wear a wig.
It was adorable. Stop complaining.
Oh, thank you. So, Alex, Dee, and Lisa, if you guys would like to unmute yourself, you are super welcome to, if they are at their computers.
Hello.
Hey!
He's here.
Hey. Okay, if I suddenly leave, it's probably because my computer hates me.
Oh.
Okay.
At the beginning of this session, we had like 7 people on the wrong call, and I had no idea. And Molly kept like trying to call me and get a hold of me. I was like, my phone was completely off, so I didn't see anything. You guys are adorable.
Oh.
So, just to get us started, kind of similar to last week, can we do like a little roundtable of how everyone got into their sort of little niche of cosplay and some of their like favorite cosplayers?
I went first. I forgot what I said last time. I think, it was fanime. I got into cosplay originally because at my school we always did a bunch of career projects, and I was always interested in theater and that sort of stuff, and decided I wanted to go into costume design, and then realized I didn't know how to like sew or anything. So I kind of learned how to do that, and in turn, because I heard of cosplay, like I started with that. And my first thing that I did was I thrown together Castiel last minute because trench coats. And the only thing, the Idris was the cosplay I did. That was like the first thing I made, and I didn't like it because I didn't really know how to sew at the time. So really the first thing I kind of made that was like my first cosplay was actually the Punk Moriarty from last year. That was like my favorite cosplay. So it is sort of Sherlock stuff that's gotten me into it, because my first cosplay was supposed to be Punk. No, it wasn't Punk. It was Tourist Moriarty. That was supposed to be my first one. So it's kind of, I got into it because of the Sherlock fandom and everything. So it's pretty cool.
Nice. I remember you had said last year, not last year, but last week, you had said that you had trouble doing like some sort of simple sewing, but you know how to sew corsets perfectly, which I still can't wrap my brain around. How do you do them perfectly, but don't know how to make circles?
Yeah, it's because I wanted to do Idris, and I wanted to do it all the way right. Like the person I always saw with the Idris cosplay I loved was Time Stitcher, and she had this really awesome Idris cosplay, and she does Victorian stuff all the time, so she is super good at all that, and I was like, I can totally learn how to do this in like a year for my senior project. And so I just started watching YouTube videos about it. I found some great videos about it so I could actually see how to do it. And so it's just, I kind of started with that, and I did it wrong the first time with Idris, and then I did it better with the Punk Moriarty, and then most recently my magical girl Sherlock. I was finally happy. I figured it out finally. And so I can do corsets. I've learned that, but I still don't really know how to hem regular things or make sleeves. Everything I make is sleeveless, and but corsets, like someone's commissioning me for a corset because I can do that. It's like second nature to me now, but I can't do simple things.
Sorry, can we see, like, is there like a teaser for Magical Girl Sherlock?
There can be. Hold up, let me grab something. I'll actually grab my little vest thing. I'll be right back.
I don't know. I'm really excited for this. So
she's had a couple of photos on her Tumblr over the past week, and just they look so good. It's like a purple satin corset. It's so nice looking. Oh crap! I never close with it.
I love that I love that people just put everything, like turn everything into Magical Girl.
Right?
It's just Magical Girls are amazing.
Right? Well, I really like how recently it's also become a thing for magical boys.
Those are also fun.
Okay. There are some pictures on my cosplay blog because I have an obsession with posting everything on there. But let me get this sorted first. There's stuff everywhere.
I feel like that's one of the hallmarks of a cosplayer's room.
There's actually so much stuff in my room right now, I have to be in a different room. There's so much stuff everywhere. Okay, so here's my Magical Girl Sherlock Odyssey type thing that we're doing. Has purple shirt of sex. And then the thing I am most happy about, because I like adorable things, is my little tiny vest, jacket, coat thing that's going to be turned into a tailcoat, like tonight. With the red buttonhole, of course.
Oh, amazing!
That's what I've been working on this summer. I'm almost done, though. I'm kind of sad about that, because I'm almost done. Oh, and there's going to be a magical harpoon, too, because reasons. Why not?
Oh, that's amazing.
And then Now my other two friends are drawing Magical Girl John and Magical Girl Irene. So we're gonna have a little group of us. I started it, and it's getting bigger, so it's pretty funny. It started off as a crack idea, and then it just happened. I don't know how.
That's like a common. That seems to be a common phrase you hear in Sherlock fandom. It started out as crack, and then. Well, thank you for showing that. Super cool. Super excited to see that in person.
I'm excited to see it too.
I know you're mainly focused on like Sherlock cosplays currently, Alex. But have you ever thought of or have ideas to do anything outside of Sherlock?
Right after I finish this, I am working on Marjorie's wedding dress from Game of Thrones, so that should be interesting. And most of my stuff is Sherlock or Doctor Who. There are a few good things from that. And then also, my friends and I are doing an Elsa thing soon, so that should be interesting. So a little of everything. I really want to cosplay everything from Game of Thrones, but I don't have enough money for that. It's all so beautiful.
I mean, you could just do like giant dragon cosplay, and then do just like take the dragon costume and then sort of like treat it like it's a skin itself, and then make other costumes out of it.
I would do that. I want to cosplay more with other friends. I have my best friend like refuses to go to conventions with me, or it just doesn't work out, because I really wanted to make her cosplay like Joffrey with me, because I like forcing my costumes upon other people. So I'm hoping I can get a group together eventually, because I'm more like making cosplays. I'm not as into wearing them myself. I like making them for other people, but I don't have that many friends who cosplay, so it's a problem.
This sounds like an easy problem for this particular fandom to solve. I feel like a lot of people are always like, oh, I don't have the skill to make costumes, but I want to cosplay.
I would totally make people cosplays.
You heard it here.
Message me on Tumblr just after SAC Anime. I have like a month to make the Game of Thrones dress, so it'll be fun. After
that
I finish
is
all
the
the
complex
masks,
dress.
Don't worry, I'm
actually determined.
Yeah, no, I have like less than 2 weeks to make 2 sets of 3D maneuver gear for my brother in my cosplay for Comic-Con, so that's
nice.
I'm not sure that's going to get done.
You can do it. We believe in you.
I'm scared right now.
You can do it. Woo! Yeah.
Maybe.
Hey, you got your Go wig pulled off in like 4 hours, 6 hours until you had to wear it? I believe in you.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, it wasn't me who put it together. I have a friend who's like she's been in cosplay for like 7 years, I think, and I just met her this year. She was living on the same floor as me in my dorm, and I forgot exactly how we met, but and she told me she'd been doing it for 7 years. Well, I've been doing it for, I don't know, like maybe not even 3 years, and so she's like, here, just I can do it for you. And so like in like 5 minutes she had like totally styled it, and I was like, whoa, thank you for being good at cosplay.
Aren't those friends amazingly fun and sweet and kind?
God. Yeah, oh my god, they're so great. Wait, what happened?
We're muting everyone here.
Okay.
So, Dee, how did you first get into cosplay?
Ooh, let's see. I can't remember what my first year of Comic-Con was. It was either 2010 or 2011. And so I'm from San Diego, so it was like the obvious choice. So like, oh, well, this is a cool thing going on in San Diego. My friends all want to go because we're all nerds. So we ended up going as a group, and I was like, I was wearing like, I don't know, I was wearing some band T-shirt, and I was looking around, and I was like, there are so many cool costumes here, and like I think that's the year I became obsessed with Phineas and Ferb, and so that's when I was like, okay, well, I'm going to think about like a cosplay to wear, and then the next year my first cosplay was what's his name, Agent P from turquoise skinny jeans and a turquoise shirt and a fedora. And that was my cosplay. It was, well, because he wears a fedora. He's a secret agent, you know?
He does.
This is the pre-bro, dude bro fedora
an actual
movement.
fedora.
Exactly.
Not tribly.
Mm-hmm. It was pre the whole dude bro thing. But yeah, so after that I was like, and I remember that year of Comic-Con just being so completely like in awe of like how much attention my costume got, and especially from a bunch of little kids who ran up to me and were like, "Oh my God, Perry the Platypus! I love you so much! Go fight Dr. Doofenshmirtz! You're so cool!" And I was like in tears almost, like how cute everyone was, and I'm like, I have to keep doing this, and that's how I got into cosplay.
So you started as a detective.
I started.
This is a good sign.
You gotta just keep that detective blood going, you know? Just run with the detective stuff.
Will's kind of a detective.
He's a special agent, technically, so I guess he's a detective.
Sort
but
of, yeah.
He works for the FBI. Yes, he's a detective.
But he's not like an official. Like, okay, don't spoil me though, because I still have like 4 more episodes of Hannibal to catch up with.
Oh my God!
I've only finished season 1.
Oh my God. Okay, season 2 is so good though. So
I know. I'm waiting for my mom because I got into it right after Fanime because my friend was the femme Hannibal there, and the entire day she was talking about how awesome Hannibal was. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll watch it. And then I like watched the entire first season in 3 days, and then bought a Will Graham cosplay, and I was kind of like, what happened?
it's such a great show though, so I don't blame you.
It's
It really is. Anyone else looking for like new detective-y type shows? Definitely check that out.
It's a lot different than I thought it was, just from like what I see on Tumblr. So it kind of surprised me how much I liked it, just because I have seen a lot about it from Tumblr, and I thought I was like, oh, maybe it'll be okay. But I was surprised by just how different and how good it was.
Yeah, Tumblr makes a lot of cannibal puns and make it seem like that's the entire show.
Yeah.
And there are a few cannibal puns, but like it's not a common occurrence.
But they're great every time they happen.
Oh, it's so true. So true.
Yeah, Tumblr tends to like have a very strange filter for fandoms. It's always interesting. Especially, I talked to someone today about how they perceived Sherlock fandom from being outside of it. There's always an interesting conversation. Definitely things you kind of just have to get into yourself to find out whether or not, you know, you're gonna like it.
Definitely. Yeah, one of my friends actually, like, she does like Sherlock, but she doesn't consider herself a part of the fandom just because everyone's so crazy about it on Tumblr, in her opinion. So much so that, like, last year she refused to go to Basque with me just because she's like, no, everyone's going to be crazy there. I was like, no, we're not, I swear. And now she really wants to go, but just couldn't go this time, so she missed out.
Oh, no.
Next year, I'll make her go with me.
Yes, next year.
I've tried 3 conventions this year, and she's refused each time, so eventually.
We're all nice people, I swear.
Are. Everyone is.
How's the cosplay like community to you guys? I'm not really a part of it per se, so I'm always kind of curious. I know generally there's a lot of drama that comes with it, but there's also like everyone who I've met who's cosplayed has been really, really cool.
I think it kind of depends on just what groups you happen to meet at the time, because I'm not really a part of it online or anything, but just from the conventions I've been to, I've had like really super good experiences with groups I thought like could potentially be rude or something. Like for instance, I went to an anime convention, and I know sometimes anime conventions, like, I've heard of people being, like, really particular, like, oh, you're not cosplaying anime or something, and being rude about that. And I didn't have a cosplay. I was just sort of dressed in something a little different than I would normally wear. And I know none of the anime people said something. Like, a few people complimented my wig and stuff. But surprisingly, the group I have trouble with is, like, a bunch of Welcome to Night Vale fans. It's like, I know a bunch of the fans there are super nice, and it just surprised me so much, just because I know the fandom, a lot of the fandom's super nice. So it's just like, it was weird to me, like, if that was my first interaction with them, that kind of would have been off-putting. So it's kind of like some groups of cosplayers are okay, some aren't. It kind of depends. I've had good experiences and bad.
What was negative about that Welcome Night Vale like experience? What happened?
It was strange because it almost seemed like because someone was dressed as the Glow Cloud. Well, I think they had a Glow Cloud. And I commented on it, and I got this weird feeling that they were judging me for dressing up in anime style. It was like the weirdest thing, kind of like, you don't know about our little thing here, why are you commenting on it, sort of, from multiple people that day. So it was just kind of weird.
Oh, that sucks.
That does seem pretty strange. But, like, what are some of the really good experiences you've had with, like, meeting other cosplayers?
Probably Fanime. I love Fanime so much. And just the Super Huluk meetup every year just is so great. Like, everyone just seems so excited to be meeting other Super Hulukian people, and there's always hilarious photo shoots and stuff. And I think that's always one of my favorite things about Fanime, is just that meetup and just meeting people there. Like, I've never really had a bad experience at the Super Huluk meetup in the 3 times I've gone.
Yeah, I think every time I go to that Super Huluk meetup at Fanime, I meet more people that I know that I either met at cons like earlier in the year or that were from the year before. Then I'm like, oh, I know you, you guys are all so great. And then, like, I think I made even more friends there this year, so it's Super Huluk meetup, so it was really nice.
Yeah, it's like, usually I go with my friends to Fanime, and this year I went alone, so I was kind of like, oh, I wonder if I'll see people. And I actually ran into Basque people and people I'd met at a Southern California convention, and people from Tumblr and people from last year. It was so great. It's like such a group of people comes together for that, and it gets bigger each year. It's kind of hilarious.
You know, I think I met you actually at a Super Huluk meetup. Like, you made it like, hey, aren't you that one girl with that one Tumblr? I'm like, hey, I follow you.
Your Oswin is adorable, by the way. I'm so jealous.
No, your cosplay, your Idris is amazing. Like, congrats on being good at sewing.
Somewhat good, depending on the situation.
I can't even, like, sew a button, so
the reason I like Idris so much was it's supposed to look messy, so you couldn't really tell what I did wrong. But the other Idris there was just adorable because she had a baby. Because she was there the year before, and I was like, oh, we're both Idris, like, that's great. And this year she had a baby. I'm like, that's just way too cute. I can't compete with this Idris. I really want to go to Comic-Con, though. Like, I'm curious about Comic-Con.
If you guys want your Comic-Con fix, I can tell you all about. Well, actually, speaking of cosplay, because this is a cosplay discussion, I feel like cosplay at Comic-Con is more rare in terms of percentage. Like, when you go to an anime convention, like, I'd say maybe like 80-90% of people there are in cosplay. Mm-hmm. Whereas Comic-Con is very much, the crowd's very different, and the people there, I'd say maybe 50-50, not even, like, less than that are in cosplay, maybe like 40% of people. And the ones that you do see there are a lot of really good cosplayers. But
I'm curious about. Like,
Sorry, just like, isn't it, I don't know, I imagine the crowds for SDCC are probably like a huge factor in that. I know I wouldn't want to be walking around in a costume when, like, people are shoving up against me everywhere.
Oh yeah, no, it's kind of hard to actually, like, to walk from one end of the convention center to another. Like, at one point, it's not even like a mile long, but like, it took me, I think, 45 minutes to walk from, like, Hall A to Hall H.
That's terrible.
It was really bad. My mom was mad because I was late because she was supposed to pick me up, and
I couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, and that's one of the things I've heard.
Pictures, and then it's really hard. in some cases, especially if you're a good cosplayer at Comic-Con, or like everyone's a good cosplayer, but like the really like high quality like SFX makeup and all that stuff, like they get stopped a lot. And really, if you're in cosplay at Comic-Con, like, and it's like one of those really like high quality like professional cosplays, then you're gonna like, you shouldn't expect to get much done. You're not gonna be going to a lot of panels because you're gonna spend your whole time like waiting around with photographers taking pictures.
Yeah, that's what I think. I was at WonderCon this year, and I went on Sunday, so it was the last day, so I'm not sure how crowded the convention was the rest of the time, but I know at one point we passed Holly and Jessica from Heroes of Cosplay, and there was just this entire group around them the entire time just trying to get pictures and talk to them and all this stuff. And they actually, like, the two people I had met up with there, one was dressed as Cecil, one was dressed as Hannibal, and Holly and Jessica both freaked out about it and like pulled them over, and it was really hilarious because there's this whole crowd of people surrounding them trying to get pictures and stuff, but they're over here talking about Hannibal and Night Vale and stuff. It was pretty hilarious. So it's always amusing to me because every time I watch Heroes of Cosplay, I see them at these conventions, and all the pictures and videos and stuff they have, it's all of these really amazing cosplayers. And it's kind of weird because I saw them both in these really amazing cosplays at WonderCon where not a lot of people were in those huge elaborate cosplays. So it's kind of interesting because I've never been to the convention any of them have been to on the show, and so now I'm wondering like how much of this perfect elaborate cosplay sort of thing actually happens at these conventions that are on the show, and how much of it is just like edited out to only show the good stuff.
Oh, it's definitely there. It's definitely a lot of it's just like edited out, especially like even if you watch cosplay music videos, they only really photograph the people who are really standing out from the crowd. But especially at Comic-Con, yeah, again, like there aren't that many cosplayers in comparison to like the number of people there in total. But there are really good cosplays. And then there are people, of course, who go to anime conventions, and you see some of those cosplayers there. But like you can't expect to be like inundated with cosplayers like you would at a anime convention or like maybe a sci-fi convention even, because a lot of people there, the crowd at Comic-Con is nerdy definitely, but also because it's very like encompassing of all pop culture. You'll see people like of all different walks of life almost.
So when you guys are at like conventions, when you're cosplaying at like any sort of event, like even if it's just for a weekend photo shoot with your friends, like are there like certain things that you like to make sure happen? Like if you're at a convention, do you make sure that you only have like one costume a day, or like that you have like does it change how many costumes you bring if there's like nice places to take pictures or if there's meetups?
I have never actually done any sort of photo shoot or anything for cosplay. So usually just I wait until they announce a schedule of some sort, and then I usually only want to go to one thing. Like Fanime, the one thing is the Super Hulock meetup. So I know that's the day I'll want to wear like whatever at the time I consider my best or most interesting cosplay. Like at Fanime I wore my Idris, which probably wasn't the greatest choice considering how hot it was, but I really wanted to wear it to that meetup. And then just at Fanime, the only other thing it depends on is kind of the steampunk convention, because I also do steampunk, so sometimes I change midday into steampunk if they have one of the balls those nights, but usually I stay in one costume, except for Basque this year. I'm changing a lot, but for Fanime and bigger conventions, I usually just stay in one thing, usually because I don't want to walk all the way back to the car.
Oh yeah, it's so hard, especially like to like change into a different cosplay, especially when like they have completely different parts and completely different makeup. So
definitely,
when I can, like I try to avoid doing that. I mean, like this year at Fanime, like I was like Clara for like the Super Hulock meetup, and then I changed into my Femme Carlos from Night Vale for the Welcome to Night Vale panel. So, but like the makeup wasn't really that different. I literally just took off my dress and put on like a flannel T-shirt and a lab coat and jeans, and I was in my cosplay. But yeah, no, it's definitely, like, for me, the schedule definitely influences how I cosplay. For example, for Comic-Con, like, the schedule's been coming out slowly. Today, the Saturday schedule just came out. And, like, I've been planning with each day, like, for example, the Hannibal panel's on Thursday, so I know I'll be wearing my Will Graham cosplay then. And on Friday, there aren't really that many panels that I need to go to, so I'll probably be walking around the exhibit hall, so I wouldn't mind being stopped for pictures, so that's where I'd wear something that I know I'd probably get more pictures for, like maybe like my Mikasa if I decide to do that, or my Twilight Sparkle. So it really depends on the day, definitely, and the schedule.
Mine also depends on what my friends are doing, if I'm with my friends, because usually I'll do something relevant to my other friends just in case we do get stopped for pictures or something. So usually it's just like, I definitely want to wear these cosplays on this day. You figure out the rest of them, and I'll just go along with you.
Do you guys have like emergency kits or like things that you always like to have on hand?
No, but I really need to get into that because I remember, like, was it Comic-Con last year? I didn't have a bobby pin, so I had to ask a bunch of people if, like, they had a bobby pin to help me out. I ended up finding one, but I'm actually really, really super excited that a lot of conventions now are putting in cosplay repair areas.
Yes, that is
where they
so
have, like,
cool.
sewing machines, sewing kits, hot glue, and all that stuff. Really so great.
Yeah, I'm like always late for conventions because I'm usually picking someone up or going with people too. So I'm usually always late, so it's kind of just like, oh no, I need to go, and 2 minutes ago, so it's kind of, I just grab whatever I have. So I have a bag with like a handful of bobby pins and safety pins and thread. One time I was so late for Fanime that I made my friend sew on the bows to my Idris cosplay 2 years ago. I was making her do that in the car as I was driving over there. So it's usually just, I just throw stuff into my bag, which isn't a good idea because last year I actually had a needle stabbing me in the side through the entirety of like the Super Hulock meetup, and I didn't realize it. It was just in my bag.
God.
So I should make a little kit that it's one thing that I can just throw in my bag. It would be a good idea.
How about we have a
I
couple,
know that.
Sorry, we have a couple other like cosplayers on here, don't we? We have like Sabrina, you cosplay as well, right?
Yes. I also do historical costuming stuff.
Sabrina was in the car when I was trying to cut out the pieces to like my 100 Places to See book, so she knows that I'm not on time. I was doing something in the car on the way to Oakland. Thank you, Sabrina, by the way, for that ride. That was great to Kraken Con.
You're missing it, but I'm giving you a thumbs up.
I think Molly also cosplays, but like, do either of you have any like tips on things to watch out for, or like kits that you keep on hand?
I do keep a small sewing kit on hand. It mainly contains a small pair of snips for like loose threads, an extra needle and thread. Like I have at least 12 different colors. It also has bobby pins, safety pins, and then if all else fails, I also have like liquid hem.
Ooh, good idea.
Liquid hem. Is that like
It's liquid seams or something like that. Basically, you put it on and you like hold it down for like 10 to 15 minutes, and then you let it dry for a little bit, and you have your skirts hemmed, or like your pants are hemmed.
That's what I need to do instead of hemming skirts.
it's basically like glue, or what's that? What's the iron one? That's like a lot of cosplayers use it when they don't have time to hem. It's just like
it's usually called no stitch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
So can you guys all sew? Actually, that's a good question. I'm curious to see if you guys. I mean, I know Sabrina, you can sew.
Sorry.
And then Alex, you can sew corsets. Well, how would you guys suggest someone like me who has absolutely no sewing abilities at all, like, to get into sewing?
Not corsets.
Yeah, definitely not. I would suggest maybe starting by sewing like a pillowcase.
Yes. Technically, the first thing I started sewing wasn't like corsets before. When I was really little, like 8, my mom taught me like basic sewing, so I knew how to do like straight lines. I knew the basics of the machine. So I definitely start off with just easy things to just get to know a machine and like straight lines and that sort of thing. I would suggest patterns. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm so bad at doing things without a pattern. Just I can't visualize it. I'm getting better at it now, but at first it was really hard for me to do things if I didn't have a pattern to know how to cut out the fabric. So simple
Patterns
things.
are also really nice to work with because it'll give you like guidelines that come with
Yeah.
little information packets as to how you actually sew it.
It's helpful, yeah.
I did start out learning to sew with patterns, but then it got to the point of where sometimes I found patterns a hindrance, so now I just mostly make my own patterns. But that's a bit far away, so.
Yeah, I can't like I attempted to I can hand sew fine, but I can't for the life of me figure out a sewing machine. They're like crazy magic machines. I don't know. I watched like there's somebody made like that GIF of how a sewing machine actually works, and it's just like crazy. I can't imagine like that's where the thread goes and the needle does what.
I can't really sew by hand, which is like the opposite of you, but I do know my mom took home ec in school, and she was really good at sewing, so she has like a really nice sewing machine, and I remember it hated me. Like everything went wrong with it always, even though it's a super nice sewing machine. And then my grandma gave me her sewing machine, which is like a little tiny 3/4 size, like $90 Kenmore thing, and it is like my precious baby. Like that thing loves me, and I love it. So it's like on one machine I can't sew that really well with the machine. I don't understand it, but on my machine, like it's like a second arm thing, second hand, third arm. I know what I'm saying. So it's like
Good to know.
Yeah, so it's like I don't know why. I might be better at it now just because I am a little better at sewing, but I think it is like some machines just make things more complicated.
How about like when you don't actually sew stuff? I know like you do most of your cosplay through like things like finding actual things that look like the costume that you want.
I go to thrift stores a lot.
Oh yeah.
Thrift stores are a cosplayer's like safe haven right there.
Definitely.
If you can't sew something, you can go to a bunch of thrift stores, and chances are you'll find some magical wonder that you didn't know even existed, and it'll save your life. I know that's where I got my purple shirt of sex for Sherlock.
Me too. Yep.
It's so great.
Do you guys have like favorite thrift stores or places that you usually hit up?
I always go to Salvation Army on Wednesdays because it's half price day, and I usually go there like once a week when I'm home and everything, just to see what they have, see if I can find what I need. And then usually it takes a few weeks, and then I usually find something magical and perfect. I just found my punk, let's see, what was it? No, my Tourist Moriarty jacket. My punk jacket was a few weeks ago, but my Tourist Moriarty jacket, I had one I didn't really like, and I think 2 weeks ago I went there, wasn't even looking for it, and just found like a perfect version of it. Because usually I'll go to thrift stores and buy something that I can then alter, if it's something like a suit jacket. So for my Punk Moriarty, I can't make blazers, and so I went there, looked for something close to what I wanted, and it was a little too big, but I know enough about sewing that I could take it in a little bit. So I think that's actually one thing I would suggest for cosplayers learning how to sew is learn how to alter things first, because sometimes that's kind of a good way to start just getting things from the thrift store and being able to like change it a little bit into what you need.
So like when you alter, are there certain things that you look for? Like generally, obviously, it needs to be bigger rather than smaller because it's much more difficult to add. fabric than it is to cut down on it.
Yeah, what I usually look for is if it is bigger, just to make sure the shoulders don't look too big on stuff, because that's kind of one thing that can make it look a little off, and that's a lot harder to fix. So usually it's just like slimming it down, or if it's pants or something, just being able to hem them, or I sometimes look at stuff that's not necessarily the right color, but would be able to be bleached if I needed it to be a different color. Also at thrift stores, I'll look for fabric that I could use. Like for my Idris cosplay, at the bottom there are like taffeta ruffles, and at the store it's like $30 a yard for this fabric I needed. But I found, like last year sometime, I found this shirt that was like the perfect fabric, and it was $2 or something like that at the store. So sometimes I'll look for like pieces I could use or combine together with other things.
Very cool. So if you go to thrift stores a lot, so when you look for pieces, are there any other places besides thrift stores that you tend to go to for parts? Maybe fabric stores are a little too expensive, but
I always go, if I'm making something from scratch or need to make a part of it, I always go to Joann's first and just see what's on the clearance rack. Usually I start looking for fabric really, really early in the process, just because I like to see if I can wait for something to be on the clearance rack. And then if it's like a piece I'm buying, I'll usually check Walmart, just because it's also cheap. And then usually just clearance racks at places, because there's always some sort of cheap thing there. I'm all about not spending money, so that's kind of how my cosplays go.
That's really good though, because like cosplay can get really expensive. It's not exactly a cheap hobby for most people, so I'm sure those tips are very much appreciated.
Your stores are the best, and
Eating is a lifesaver. That's my go-to.
Sorry, say that again.
Make sure you know the deals in your area, because I know some Goodwills you can get like a student discount. At Joann's you can get a student discount, and I know I'm getting a bunch of fabric this month because the student discount is an extra 10% off, so it's a total of 20% off. So it's just watch for deals everywhere you go. Like half price Wednesday is my favorite thing.
One tip that you guys might like is that if you go into a fabric store, do ask if they have any rolls that have less than 3 yards on them, or less than 1 yard, because usually you can get pretty good, you can get it for half off that way, because they can't sell an entire less than a yard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so what they call them remnants, right?
Yep.
Yeah, remnants are usually pretty small. It's usually what people used. They're really tiny scraps that
remnants are less than a yard.
Yeah, but if you do that, you can usually get them for pretty cheap.
Yeah, I know. Joann's is really the only fabric store I shop at, just because it's the only one really in this area I live. But I know at Joann's, the remnant section, it's always less than a yard. The clearance section, there's usually more than a yard of the fabric you need. And I like to work with upholstery fabric a lot, just because it's usually thicker and better quality than just regular fabric. And I know at Joann's, if the upholstery fabric is in the clearance section, it's less than 5 yards. So that's usually how you get deals on stuff. And I know some fabrics at Joann's, I always look for in the remnant section. For the corsets I make, I need duck cloth canvas. And for each corset, I only need about a yard. So usually I always find that in the remnant section. So if it's something you just need a little bit of, it's usually the first place I look, because they're usually under $5 for stuff.
That's really interesting. Do you so if you work with upholstery fabric, does that require a certain kind of sewing machine, or?
Not in my experience.
Okay, I know a cosplayer who's actually, it's kind of strange, but she's obsessed with making things out of vinyl, And she has like this heavy-duty surgery that she puts puts through its paces.
I know. At Fanime a few years ago, there was one woman who had her entire steampunk outfit made out of denim, and it looked really, really amazing, and she did such a good job. And she was talking about how she had to get like this heavy-duty needle and all this sort of stuff for her sewing machine just because it was so many layers. Like, the upholstery stuff I work with, it's usually only like 1 to 2 layers, and my machine is usually pretty good with it because for the Magical Girl vest thingy, I bought like a $3 black coat from Salvation Army, originally to use for a Sherlock cosplay, and just didn't end up using it. But it's actual wool, and at one point I was sewing through 8 layers of it with my machine, and it just worked fine. So I was surprised by that. I thought I was gonna have to hand sew it, and that I was so upset about that. But my little guy, he got through it. So.
That's pretty impressive at that point.
Yeah, I think it also depends on the machine, because my friend was saying that she has one of the computerized machines, and sometimes it won't let you do certain things because it thinks there's too much fabric or something. I know my mom's machine won't go through as much as mine does, even though hers is the expensive one. So luckily for me, my machines seem to work with upholstery fabric pretty well, because that's what I'm using for my Marjorie dress.
Well, I know a lot of like sewing machine picking is going to be based on personal preference and like what you're comfortable with. But the two of you who do a lot of sewing, Alex and Sabrina, do you guys have like recommendations for sewing machines for people who are maybe like looking to start?
Get something basic. You're not going to be able to use all of the functions on a machine that you may or may not pay like $500 for. My mother has a custom embroidery machine that she uses, but then again, she does, she does embroidery for t-shirts and hats and stuff like that for a living. So start out small.
Yeah, like my machine is a $90. It's not even a full-size machine, but it's great. And it's lasted, I've been like heavily sewing on it with all my cosplays and stuff for over 1.5 years now, and it's lasted, because I know some machines, they'll say like, oh, that's a good starter machine, but probably won't last over 1 year. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't go like the lowest end if it's something you think you actually will get into. I'd say like, but around $100 is probably where I'd suggest for someone starting off, because I know like Joann's, they sell like their cheapest one is around $60, I think, when it goes on sale, but they say it doesn't last very long. So if it's something you think you are going to stick with or occasionally do, I'd say like not middle range, but not the lowest of low.
Okay. Cool.
I'd suggest Brother sewing machines.
Yeah, they're good.
It's a company that's been around for around 80 years. It's one of the best quality machines you can get, and you can get them from around $60 up into the hundreds, but I have a Brother sewing machine that got from a Walmart dollars, and I've never had a problem with that thing. But also Singer is really good. It's a little bit more expensive, but Brother and Singer are your best bets.
Huh. Do sewing machines usually come with like warranties or something like that?
Yes. Or at least mine did when I first purchased it.
Yeah, I think they usually do.
Cool.
And if you have the option to purchase one when you buy it, get it.
Yeah, because getting stuff fixed is usually more expensive than the machine.
Yeah.
What kinds of things are like common problems that you encounter, like needles breaking or?
Yes.
I just broke a needle.
And bobbins.
I just broke a needle because it hit a piece of the boning in my corset.
Oh no.
It was kind of scary because it kind of flew at my face.
Oh my god.
I know with some machines, I know people sew like, straight over their pins, like they don't take them out when they do it. But my machine, if I accidentally leave a pin in, I've actually bent pins like in half, and it's kind of scary how strong my machine is. The main problem with mine is I think my tensioner broke, but it's still holding out, so we're not going to worry about that yet. It's So occasionally
Hope that warranty's still good.
It's not. Unfortunately. Occasionally the thread gets all tangled up, and it's a joy to untangle that knot. But overall, it's okay.
I remember once last year the entire centerpiece in my machine that holds the bobbin in just came out. I don't know how. It just literally just fell out, and I thought, oh, this sucks. I'm going to have to get a new machine. I left it there for like 3 months, but I had to do a project, so I thought, oh, I'll try it. It went right back in. I still have no idea how it fell out, but it did a little vomit, and then it went right back in.
The piece that generally holds the bobbin in can be taken out. I have mine out right now, mainly because I have a giant jam in my machine. So it can be taken out. It's mainly if you like get a bunch of thread caught up in the machine. But yeah, it can come out. So it's normal.
I wasn't really expecting it. Thought it was broken, and it wasn't necessarily the bobbin holder itself. It was the thing that holds the bobbin that holds the bobbin, and I was so frustrated. Didn't even finish it, but the thing went back in. No idea how.
Magic.
So for sorry?
What cosplays are you guys working on right now? Oh, go ahead, Joni.
Oh, no. That's a great question.
I was just curious to see what cosplays people were working on right now.
Wow.
I am literally at the moment painting a Rubik's Cube for my brother's N cosplay. He's cosplaying N from Black and White Pokemon. So I'm doing his own cosplay stuff for him. And I have a bunch of stuff to finish before Comic-Con.
I'm in the process right now of painting a tiger for the back of my Punk Moran. I was like, I'm losing daylight though, so it's problematic.
Oh no.
I am not working on any actual cosplay. I'm working on a historical piece from around, if I remember correctly, 1876.
Goodness.
So it's a lot of pleats, it's a lot of rumbles, it's got a giant train, and then I have to make a corset for it. Fun. So yeah, that's what I'm working on.
Pleats are terrible. Those are my least favorite thing.
Thankfully, these are all like the really tiny pleats, which are really easy to like actually get straight and normal. It's the larger pleats I have issues with.
I had so much trouble doing my skirt for Magical Girl Sherlock because it's a circle skirt, but it's also pleated, and it's not a full circle skirt. It's like a full and a half circle skirt. It's a lot of fabric, and just figuring pleats out, I can never figure it out right. It took me 2 days to get it all sorted.
It took me a lot to actually figure out how to do pleats, and then when I finally figured out pleats, I'm just like, I don't want to do this again because it's all about measuring and making sure that they're even, and then you have to pin everything down and iron them, and it's
Measure twice, cut once.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well,
Santa Claus.
So for those of you who do sew a lot, are you, well, oh, never mind. I forgot what I was going to ask.
Hey, Birdie.
But yeah.
What?
See any good birds?
Yes, actually. I saw a really cute bird earlier today. I was like, that's a cute bird. I should cosplay a bird one day. Actually, no, my God. One of my favorite Halloween costume pictures from when I was younger was me in a Scarlet Macaw costume. I've always been such a nerdy bird.
I feel like you need to share this photo.
Oh God, no!
Like you can put it on right now.
I'm gonna put it on my
I have it on my computer, but you know, maybe I'll show it to you guys. It doesn't need to be on the internet for everyone to see. You guys maybe will see it when I see you guys again. There's SherlockCon. Hey guys who are listening, another another reason for you to come to Bay Area Sherlock Con. You can see a picture of me looking ridiculous in a store-bought parrot costume. So that was good.
There's nothing wrong with store-bought costumes. No. I think store-bought costumes, like a lot of
Definitely nothing wrong with store-bought costumes. That's basically how.
A lot of times people get a lot of flack for store-bought costumes because they're usually like lower quality, and it's just the whole idea of, oh, you just bought your costume, you didn't like spend time on it. But you know, it's time or money, and there's nothing wrong with using a store-bought costume.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because basically all of my costumes are pieced together from stores, basically anyway. So I obviously have no beef against anyone who uses a store-bought cosplay. Because hey, if you have a costume, I think you're cosplaying, and you look awesome. So props to you.
I don't understand the people who are like judgmental about that. Like, oh, you bought your costume from a store. Like, I don't get it. Like, good for them. Like, everyone's in costume and happy. Why do you have a problem with that?
It's like, why is that one nerd getting mad at that other nerd for not being nerdy enough? It's like, shut up, you're dressed as a fictional character, enjoy yourself.
As somebody who has been in the costume community for at least 10 years now, I'm old, I can tell you that some of the misplaced anger came from a lot of like the older people that have been working and sewing on their costumes for a long time, or at least the ones that I knew. They were angry about people getting store-bought costumes because they themselves put so much time and effort into their costumes, and then to see somebody who paid maybe $50, $60 on their costume, it made them feel kind of inadequate, or at least that was all of the people that I knew. That was their issue with the store-bought costumes. I didn't have much of an issue with it because I felt the more people that actually enjoyed doing cosplay and that enjoyed dressing up, the better, because at the time that I was in the costuming community, cosplay, in anime cosplay specifically, in and of itself, was kind of exclusive. It was, yeah, very exclusive. Like, there was maybe like 70 people that I knew, and they were all really popular during that time.
It's interesting how, like, maybe not completely mainstream, although I saw something today, I'm going to say that in a second, but cosplay has definitely become, like, it's come more into the public eye, and it's interesting to see that, and, like, I'm wondering what ramifications that'll have in the future. But I was going to say, before I forget, I was driving somewhere today, I was eating lunch, and I saw a billboard on the freeway that said, cosplay all year long, and I did a double take. I'm like, did that actually say cosplay? But apparently Yandy.com, which I think they sell a bunch of Halloween costumes, had some billboard set up, and it said cosplay all year long. And it was just such a weird thing to me, because like, I still feel like cosplay is not like mainstream enough where people who don't know about conventions wouldn't even know what the word cosplay is. But it was just really weird.
They've got reality shows now.
Yeah. True. I think part of it is, like, I think I sort of noticed it a little around when they started doing face-off, just sort of people kind of noticed that sort of like costumey stuff a bit more. And then with Heroes of Cosplay, I know a lot of people like just hear about it from that and are kind of curious, like, oh, what's this cosplay thing? And then it getting mentioned on TV shows like Big Bang Theory and stuff, like they mention it. So I don't know if it's more general interest in doing it or just people knowing more about that it's a thing to do.
Nerd culture is like the in thing now.
Definitely.
Popular. So.
I was a nerd before it was cool.
So, like, I remember what my previous question was for the people who sew. Do you guys use, like, are there go-to places that you have either, like, internet resources or, like, book resources that you go to for patterns or, like, costume references or things like that?
There are several. This is more for my historical side, but it also helps with some of the more modern costumes that I do. There are a lot of really good books out there on draping and how to form patterns that I've used. I can't quite remember what they're actually called, but I used a lot of them when I was younger, and it just helped a lot. Let's see. No. Hairdressing.
Because I know like there's a lot of stuff out there on the internet now, and a lot of cosplayers will do tutorials on YouTube or whatever. And then there's also just like sites that for people who are into making their own clothes that offer like you can buy patterns and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you guys use any of those?
I usually go to, like, if I'm not using a pattern for something, I usually go to, well, even if I am using a pattern, usually I'll start by seeing if there's a pattern similar to what I want. So usually Simplicity patterns from Joann's, because I can usually alter a pattern into what I need. So I'll start off with looking for patterns, like paper patterns, and then usually I'll go to cosplaytutorial.com, and they have like a whole master list of all their tutorials they have. So they have different types of sewing stuff, different types of props. So usually there's something I can find there. That's where I usually find like stuff for specific styles of skirts, or maybe how to take care of wigs or something like that. And then I'll usually look on YouTube for things, or there are a few other cosplay blogs I follow. And I know just on Tumblr I see a lot of tutorials, so I'll always reblog those to my cosplay blog and then kind of put a word of what it's about so I can hopefully find it again later. Usually if it's something more specific that I have, like I make corsets frequently, so I have more specific sites I always go to for that. Like the YouTube, most of the stuff I use is from this one YouTuber that has I think 14 videos step by step on how to make a corset. So I'll usually go there just to see the different steps on how to do it correctly so it's going to last. And so YouTube is generally where I found the most helpful stuff, because you can see someone actually doing it.
The YouTube DIY community used to be so big back in like 2008 with big kind of mega channels like Threadbanger. It's a little bit quieter than it used to be, but a lot of the resources there are still good.
I remember Threadbanger.
It.
They had a really cool steampunk tutorial thing that I actually really liked.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one actually.
They have a current series going out. It's kind of replaced most of their content, called Man vs. Pin, and it's where their hosts, they pick pins from Pinterest and try and see if they can actually do them. And the rate of being able to do it and being unable to do it is actually very low. Like half of the pins on Pinterest are completely inaccurate.
Yes, they are. I just did a recipe the other day that didn't work out, and I was very upset.
Does that happen often? Like, do you usually are there like what's the ratio for a tutorial that actually works versus a tutorial that makes no sense?
It
for me,
depends.
Sorry.
There you go.
Oh, most of the tutorials that I've done, if they're like sewing tutorials or knitting tutorials, they're pretty accurate. It's the more complex ones that require some kind of like chemical change to something, or have some kind of thing that requires so much hand-eye coordination that it's your ability that hinders the outcome. But basic sewing things or even complex sewing things are pretty standard.
Okay, cool. So earlier, Alex, you mentioned like bleaching things. Do do you or does any other cosplayer here, do you guys like bleach or dye a lot of things? How does how do you have any tips for that? Like I know a lot of people dye things with like Sharpie ink or
I don't actually dye fabric, but I do dye wigs a lot. And I found for the wigs that I have, actually fabric dye works the best.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
I use a lot of Arta wigs because they're the
Art
ones.
is wonderful.
Yes. They're also the
greatest.
only ones, besides from Epic Cosplay Wigs, that have wigs that fit my extremely large head and all of the hair I have. But no, so yeah, fabric dye works really great. The only issue I have is if I need to have a curly wig dyed, and I do fabric dye, I will lose all of my curls, and I have to recurl everything.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Fabric dye is actually you put it basically the ones I use. It's boiling water, the fabric dye, and then you dip your wig in.
True.
And so you lose everything, and it's just sort of like, The first time I did that, I didn't realize this because I had been working on this cosplay, and I hadn't been thinking. I'm just like, I have this wig, I'm going to dye it tonight, I have everything ready, and so I did it. I put it up to dry, I checked on it the next morning, and I'm like, what happened to all my curls? I need curls.
Oh. Well, at that point, again, you're changing the chemical complexity of the wig and the that's not the fabric, but the content. So most likely when you did that, you either washed off the product that made it curl, or you changed the way the compounds of the actual hair curl.
Mm-hmm.
That's I don't know. Wigs are always tricky. Like for Arta wigs, do you know what kind of like hair they use? I know because
it's not. I'm not actually sure. I just know that they have the wig head the sizes for wigs that I need.
I just know that
I'm assuming if it's
they're the Hyperlon ones, right?
Oh yeah.
The Hyperlon fibers are really good. Yeah.
Because you can still
yeah, they're all heat
all that.
resistant, so.
Okay. Yeah, because I know like some wigs, like lower quality wigs, obviously if you're gonna try and like style them with heat or something like that, they don't hold up very well. But good to know. So are there any other like weird things that have happened with styling wigs or changing them in some way that were unexpected but like good things to know?
I haven't done much with wigs yet. With mine, it's mostly I have learned that the fabric softener trick is amazing. For getting shine out, and just my wig smells amazing now. And other than that, the main thing I just have like trouble with is I always end up tangling my wigs and then have to untangle. All my wigs are super long. That's why I like Arta wigs the best, because I don't have as much trouble with Arta wigs. Mm-hmm. The only problem I have is like Arta is my favorite place to get wigs and stuff, but they don't really have a selection of the specific things I seem to need. Like they have a lot, but for some reason everything I need, it just hasn't been working out recently. So I haven't really styled many wigs until I have to style like 3 of them within the next month, so that should be an adventure.
Do you guys use, do you, like, when you style wigs, is it usually like loads of Aquanet, or like do you use, I don't know, hair gel, or how do you style
I borrowed my brother's Got to Be Glued or whatever it is, the name of
That stuff's amazing.
so well. Like I just used it the other day. I was styling my Mikasa wig, and it worked perfectly to get that like perfect point on the end, like that like strand of hair that goes in front of her face. It was like, oh, this is so wonderful. I love this stuff. And my brother uses it just actually like every day. So yeah, it's good stuff. If you want to use Got to Be Glued to style wigs, that's...
Yeah, I've heard Got to Be works best, like in general, all their products work best for wigs, because a lot of my friends from school are from Hawaii, and for some reason they don't sell Got to Be there. And
Really?
so, yeah, I don't know why, because the first thing her sister said when she came to visit was, I can buy hairspray here. Like, because I don't know why they don't sell it there, and it's expensive to get it there. I don't know. It's really weird.
What else we use for... What cosplayers use a lot for wigs? I mean, I have a really nice wig head that is amazing, and I love it so much.
I have the styrofoam kind from Joann's. I have a styrofoam kind, and I put it on a wood clamp to hold it up. It's such a MacGyvered process.
No, you think that's bad. I used my brother's like music sheet like stand. You know, like he plays trombone, so he has like one of those stands, and I just like popped it over the top of that, and that's what I've been using to style wigs lately.
So my new favorite, if the wig is wet, I just use the bleach bottle and just like stick a red on there.
Yes.
Or just a bottle of hairspray.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Way to be creative.
Way too many wigs and not enough wig heads.
Cosplaying is all about being creative, though.
For sure. So, like, if you guys, like, okay, so we're talking about wig heads. What about, like, body forms? Do you guys use those? Have you done, like, the whole duct tape thing? That's, like...
I don't use the duct tape thing, mainly because the last time I did that, it actually ruined the fabric. It was a really hot summer about 2 or 3 years ago up in Idaho, and I used it, and the duct tape actually melted.
Oh.
So it ruined about 5 yards of Dupont silk.
Oh no.
That there went $100 some odd.
Oh
my god. So I no longer use the duct tape. What I do is, if I do have to do the duct tape version, I put a t-shirt over it and pin it down. So that way I have something to protect my fabric, and at the same time, you know, I don't have to worry about the duct tape residue getting on it. I've also found that if I do the duct tape form, my pins, if I have to pin anything to the form, will get really sticky.
Yeah, that's what I've worried about.
Well, luckily, I mean, at least here in California, well, maybe it's harder down in SoCal when it's hotter, but here in the Bay Area, it's always nice weather, so I don't have to worry about melting.
Oh, go ahead. I actually feel like it's more, I feel like it's more temperate down here.
Depends on where you are.
Yeah, so it's not really like an issue of it being too hot. I think it stays around like 75, 78, maybe between that temperature.
Well, not where I was. Huh.
Oh.
Riverside.
Oh,
it's
wow.
hot.
I mean, down here in San Diego, it's great. It really
San Diego's
depends
great.
when in SoCal you're talking about. Like, San Diego might even be better than NorCal weather from what I've experienced. I love NorCal. The weather's great, but San Diego it's hard to beat.
Well, let's go ahead and wrap up our cosplay talk here.
Thank you guys so much for being on here, and we're gonna return back for sorry, I have to get the schedule up. Gotta kill some times. No. Alright, hopefully this will work. Start off with... Um,
Yay!
Of course, it's lagging. What's wrong with what did I say?
oh no.
I feel so bad for being so late.
Ha. No, don't worry about it. We had one guest who unfortunately couldn't make it, but we replaced her entire hour with just we were interviewing a cat at one point.
Sometimes I'm not sure if this is a Sherlock thing or a supernatural thing.
Everything. Just DashCon's this week, man. It's everything.
Yo, crap.
You know, let's just bring some Doctor Who into this as well. Just Super Who lock it.
Complete the trifecta.
Forgive my crappy internet. I live in a farming town, so the internet here sucks. And my tablet's not working. Woo!
Oh no.
Dodge. Arya. Come here, Bubba. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come up here.
Is it a cat or a dog?
It's a
Or a puppy cat? Oh my goodness, that is a big.
Arya, look. Come here.
Bird! Bird!
That.
Bird!
No.
Bird, yes.
Get up, Bird.
Bird! Hi, Bird!
Big dog.
She's escaping.
Look.
Oh my god, dog! Oh my god! Oh my god, dog! Oh my god, he's so cute.
And tonight on Sherlockian Pets, we have.
Pets. Arya, look.
Oh my god, dog! Oh my god, dog!
Okay, there you go, Arya. She's not allowed to be inside. No!
Okay.
No, bear. No, bear. There you go. Say hello to the camera, Arya. Say hi. Say Sherlock.
Hi, dog! Hi, dog! Dog!
He's an outside dog.
Dog!
I'm allowed inside. I'm home alone, so.
Aww.
Dun dun dun.
Oh, she's going to the couch. Automatic going. Hey,
Try that for a second.
drop it. Drop it.
That dog's adorable.
I saw that earlier when Elsa was doing her live stream portion that she drew Redbeard. That was super cute.
Yeah! That was adorable. She even went over like the structures and everything.
I can't even like do anything with my tablet. It's on like that slow fritz. Like,
oh no.
and it's like, hello. I'll take like 5 seconds to go to the other side.
Aw. Aw. Well, thank you so much for being on anyway, though. I'm sorry that your tablet's not working. That's always so frustrating. Like, the one thing that...
I can reset my computer. That's all I just gotta do. Reset my computer, and I'll be good.
Sounds like a plan.
Do you? Can start with your interview and general question to get started off. How do you get started doing your artwork?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. The internet really sucks. So.
I'll type it in the chat.
All right. Sorry. All right. How did I get started in artwork? Well, it all, I was bored as a kid all the time. And to be honest, I really didn't do much and couldn't really do much. I was raised in a farming town in NorCal, so there, it's either, go to FFA and play sports or just find your own thing to do. So I always did art. I was always into animation. My cousin was an animator for Disney, so I really, really looked up to her and wanted to be her. So I guess art started basically maybe elementary, 6th grade is when I started to take it seriously. And then junior high is when I was formed into the weeboo stage of anime and drawing everything with big eyes and small heads and no noses. So I'm still pretty much an amateur in my case, I think, right now, but I'm still pushing on, learning new things. I'm gonna start going to California College of the Arts very soon, next 2 semesters from now. So I'm excited for that. Get to move out of a crappy cow town and move to the city. I am going to SF, actually. CCA's in Oakland. Super duper excited, smited for that.
I have to pop back on just to say I live really, really close to there, like 10 minutes away from CCOA. So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I know what the neighborhood's like. Nice.
I'm trying to find a place to stay for CCA, and it's really hard because it's like, do I live in the ghetto or do I live in the dorms and pay like $12,000 a year just to live in a place with a kitchen and 5 other people?
It's a hard choice. It is a nice area, though.
Yeah.
And it's always funny because if you ever see children, well, not children because that's my age, but people walking around, you're like, and that's an art student. Everyone is just very obvious. So there's all kinds of crazy outfits and crazy hair, and it's like, all right, there they go. Yeah, no, but it's cool.
Clearly, whatever you decide to do as for rooming, you will have to start hanging out with us Bay Area Sherlockians once you make the move.
It's a requirement.
Yes. I will accept that requirement. And then I will give my country bumpkin feels and influences to you probably, or just completely ditch them and think I'm a cool kid who lives in the city now.
There you go. Yeah.
Ooh, another question. What kind of persons have influenced your style? Well, growing up in the age of DeviantArt, I really saw that Jubilations and a lot of people with more of an American art style started to influence me. I forget their names. Jubilations and Bencho Kid. Oh God. They all changed their names now, and they're all gone to Tumblr. So it's really hard because DeviantArt has done that username change. So if you go look them up right now, their usernames are completely different. But I've had a lot of DeviantArt people and people around me as well Just recently, since Tumblr came out, I've had a lot more influences as well, just popping up on my dashboard, just like, hey, look at that random picture. I really like that. Let's follow that. And all according to, I have over 360 art blogs that I follow now. So really helps and really makes me feel insecure at times. But hey, it's just, I guess I gotta keep on pushing. But it's just really amazing how young people are starting to get into art and how amazing they are at a young age. Like, I look on Tumblr, I'm like, oh, I really love their art. And I look at their age, I'm like, you're 13. I'm 21. Well, I know what I'm doing with my life. Not really. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing with my life. But there's a lot of influences that I see, especially doing Artist Alley. For a lot of conventions, I like to look around and see what other people have, and so it's every time is a learning experience. But my style, I don't know, it's still kind of in a tweaking process. I'm still trying to call it my own and kind of finding it hard to do that. So.
For another question, do you have any I guess I'd call it more traditional art kind of interest if you're going to actual art school, or is it really focused into fandom, cartoonish styles?
No. I really want to go into concept and character design.
Cool.
So mostly animation. So I want to be like the people that when you open up a concept Disney book, you'll see the characters and, hey, this is how Wreck-It Ralph looked before Wreck-It Ralph was, or hey, here's some scenery porn or something like that. So I really want to do things like that. It just, ever since I was a kid, I'm like, I want to do that because that's what my cousin did. So
have you processed through any character design so far?
For myself, for my own, personal reasons, I have. I have a sketchbook just filled with random characters. I mean, tell me, sit me down, and I will not have one character that's alike, I think. When I get really bored, I just start doodling random people and be like, oh, hey, let me draw them a different version. Oh, here we go.
Do you have sort of a systematic way you'll build a character if you really want to go forward with someone, or do you just kind of work on them a bit and then move on to the next one?
It really depends on the situation. One time I've actually worked on some character designs from the schools for community college's mascot. It was a pirate, so basically they're just like, hey, give us 5 pirate designs, and I did, and they didn't like them, and from there on out I would just create more. It's basically for me, they wanted 5, I just gave them around 20, 30, just random sketches, and it's just whatever comes into my mind, I just jot down, doodle down, because my cousin always told me, he's like, don't worry about how it looks, how clean it looks, especially for an animator. Just jot down ideas. As long as you get the idea down and you get your picture down, they'll say yes or no, and you keep on striving, because in the animation, supposedly in the animation industry, it's you only have a few hours to come up with a few characters, if so. So she's like, the faster and more characters you come up with, the better chance you have of your character actually making it to the next round. So I don't know. I haven't even gone to an art school yet. I'm still in community college trying to get my general education. P.S. If you guys live in the Central Valley, don't go to Modesto JC. You'll rot in hell. I'm already there for 3.5 years, and I should be out of there. So. But my favorite medium to work with traditionally is markers, Prisma markers, and Copics, and gel pens. I haven't really touched it in a while. Because of work and classes. Life has been chaotic as hell. But I also do digital. My tablet here right now that's not really wanting to function unless I restart my laptop. But Otherwise, I'm trying to force myself to like gouache. I hate it. I hate gouache. Almost every single artist hates gouache. So, but it's a fundamental paint that you have to use, and I like the way it looks, and I follow a lot of artists who use it and are amazing with it. So my goal as a concept artist is like, hey, learn gouache because it's big bold colors and versus acrylic, so it's expensive as hell.
Why hate on gouache, man? It's so much fun to use. It flows so nicely.
Well, how much water do you put in it? Because the professors that tell me, they're like, hey, you know what? Your gouache is supposed to be drier than toothpaste.
That's intense.
So I'm just like, and then like, especially in color and design, I'm just like, okay, let's make like this, let's make a color wheel. Oh crap, I messed up. Oh well, it looks like I have to do the whole damn thing over. And again. And again. And again. Oh, you said I used too much yellow? How? It looks red. Oh, if you hold it to the sun, it's a completely different color? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I used too much water? Oh, I'm sorry. It can't be fixed. Like acrylic. Why did someone make a paint like this? So we can rot in hell? It's devil's paint. Okay, I see. It's devil's paint. Okay. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. I'm glad you like it too. Oh, you have a bumper sticker on your car that says I love gouache? I went into my coloring design class, and literally the first thing our professor does is like, come into the parking lot. And we all go into the parking lot, and he has a bumper sticker that says I love gouache. He's like, at the end of the semester, you're all going to get this bumper sticker. I give it to all my students. I will not put that thing on my car.
Throw it away after?
I burned it. I burned it. Only 2 other students of a class of 75 kept that bumper sticker and put it on their cars. Because they loved gouache.
Oh my god, that is beautiful.
I
love color and design.
I do too. But I hated gouache.
I love color and design teachers because usually they're always a hit or a miss. I had one, she flat out told a student like day 3 of class that the kid was colorblind. She just said like, I think you might be colorblind. Of all things to say to an art student, like.
No, but my professor's really cool. He's really sarcastic, and he's like this. He's like, yeah, man, like, I like your concepts, everything, but you're not gonna get that shit done. What do you mean? Okay, you go to community college. Most of these people are taking it to like, get things over with, right? You're an artist. You think like over and beyond. You're not gonna get the shit done. Just watch. You're gonna like do it, and then you're gonna get like that random like tweak in your wrist that makes you screw up the whole thing. And sure enough, he was right. Every single thing, my wrist, like at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm like, I'm almost done. I just need to put this dark, shady brown color right there, and whoop. Hit and miss. Done. Didn't put enough paint tape down to like clean it up, but then I have to restart it. Come by with like the crappy one and be like, hey professor, I messed up. Can you give me some more time? I don't know, Demetria. You should have stayed up another 5 hours. I hate gouache. Just long hours. I'll be right back. I'll show you how much gouache I have from that class from taking it 2 times.
Dude, I'm right there with you, Joni. Like, it flows very nicely. It's easy to blend. It's like it is proof paint.
It really is. That's what like I can't work with. So I went to the Academy of Art for a year and a half, and I have this huge issue with like permanency. So like calligraphy was hell for me. Everything was India ink, and you can't change, like you can't fix anything. So like when I had a class that used gouache, I was like, oh my god, yes, look, I made a mistake. It dried, but I can still fix it.
No, our professor loved it when you used light colors. He's like, use the lightest color possible, and don't overlay any black or darker colors over it or try to fix it, because I'll know and I'll fail you.
Oh, that teacher sounds horrible.
I feel like that's a huge problem with a lot of art teachers is like their inherent bias and not being able to get away from that.
Yeah. Tuba White, $25.
Oh.
Gone in half a semester.
Oh.
Crappy Reeves. I was told to throw this away because this paint sucks. My fourth tuba black. My first tuba black.
Dude, art school especially is just not made for poor people. It's really terrible.
No.
Like, art supplies are so stupid expensive. It's ridiculous.
I've gotten to the point where I'll buy like the really shitty tubes of white paint from Daiso because it actually works pretty well with gouache.
It does? I would have never thought. I'd been like, my professor's like, I'm like, hey, I found $1.50 gouache. And he's like, he just stared at me, he's like, Daiso, isn't it? I'm like, no. It's not. You got it in San Francisco, didn't you? Maybe. That stuff is shit. I want you to burn it. And I'm like, no, but it costs me money. He takes it out of my bag and throws it in the trash can. And he's like, this stuff is shit. You're not going to use it.
What a jerk.
That paint is perfect. It's very nice.
No, we have to use. Let me see. We need to use Winsor Newton. Designer gouache. Which this tube is only $25.99, and this one is $17.99.
Ugh.
I would rather blend with whiteout.
I literally just like here. Let me see if I can get it like in my hand. Just, I can't even hold all the squash. I have so much of it. I want to get rid of it. I have told myself I need to finish it. Hi, Doug. You're not giving me attention. No.
Oh man.
This is not even all of it.
Oh my god. It's like unhappy traveler's toothpaste.
If only paint was that cheap.
I know.
Oh.
I went to Disneyland and I went into a gallery and I look around and I see these little trinkets and first thing I see is like something that looks like a tube of gouache. And the first thing I shouted like, who in God's name would sell a tube of gouache in the happiest place on the planet? Why do you bring the devil's paint to the happiest place on the planet? And then the guy just looks at me, he's like, yeah, you're not the only one who says that. And he's like, but they're all gold. And he pulls it out and he takes off the cap and it's a pen. And I'm just like, I know what I'm getting from my professor. Okay, you're getting a dog bone.
Now I'm just imagining like a troll prank where she just replaces all of his tubes of blush with pens.
Oh my god, that would be perfect. I would put in $50 for that. That is a prank I would invest in.
I had a conversation recently with someone about like industry standards in the art world and like in like the professional, just like professional arts related careers, and how expensive and ridiculous everything is because everyone uses, they're like, oh, you know, we have all these industry standards now, so you have to use Adobe products, which are always expensive, and you have to use like certain kinds of like you were talking about Winsor Newton, you know, paints, because those are like the best, and it's just ridiculous. Like there's so many monopolies there that it's just like a really weird thing.
In Crayola.
Yeah.
All right, children. Now, I know your parents are probably, really broke, and that's why you're going to public school. But, children, you need to purchase Crayola. Can I just go to the dollar store and go get the stuff? No, it doesn't work the same, Billy. You need to get Crayola. Or else you're going to fail this class.
What if it's rose art?
Again.
Basically. Does Rose Art make crayons? I think they only do color pencils.
No, they do crayons.
Oh,
no,
I
they
see.
make crayons. They're awful.
I grew up on like the dollar store crayons. Like it had a Mexican name. I forgot what it was called, but we'd go to the Mexican store. My mom's like, it's 50 cents for like a pack of 30. You're getting those. Like, but Mom, I like Crayola. It's so much nicer. No, you're getting the 50-cent 30 ones from the Mexican store. Okay, Mom.
Did you guys ever do like the like weird things with crayons, like melting them down and then using them like using the wax for like weird things, like body paint or something?
I've used it for lipstick. Lipstick. Cosplay. Homestuck, basically. I'm over that phase.
I've seen your Homestuck cosplays, though. They're really nice.
No, I don't. The Homestucks are done. Ever since that. No, I'm done with the Homestucks. I love it. I love the story, but as soon as it got to the newer kids, I'm like, okay, I'm done. I like my old kids better.
So what are your current favorite things or fandoms or just subjects to art on?
I do a lot of, if you've heard of a website called iScribble, I actually do a lot of drawing on iScribble now. It's basically a collaborative like chatting based / like online thing where you can draw with a whole bunch of people. And
it's like oikaki blogs?
Kinda, but here, let me see if I can screen share it. Scribble. The FIFA tomorrow. I can't wait to Argentina gets to ask me. Let me just log in and try screen share.
Yep. It's the little little screen with the green background and the arrow.
Green screen.
Yes. I'm doing it. Faster. So it's basically like a drawing site. So I'm just gonna be like, alright, let's go on to some. Which one do you guys want to go on to? Random one. So,
drawing game.
Drawing game! Where's that one? Right there! I probably can't draw, they're all probably full.
Oh.
But there's a lot of weebs in here. Like, hello, I'm 11 years old and I'm here to like... So, this is not a good example. I'm gonna go to a better one.
Oh my goodness. Was that like the little triangle dude? Was that a representation of that one stupid chip pun? The drunken... Oh, never mind. I don't know.
Or was someone did the wife's joke?
Yeah.
I'm gonna roleplay blog. I don't know. Mama has some good art. Mama on the chain. But it's basically like an interactive thing where like a whole bunch of people can come in and like roleplay or draw with each other, and
that's pretty cool. There's like a whole timeline thing.
Yeah. And eventually they'll like kick you out because they're like, or try to erase the board, the mods, and be like, it's too much, reset your blog. But I've been doing this a lot lately. To be honest, fandom-wise, I haven't really been doing much. Besides crappy doodles like this.
I love your doodles.
No, they didn't suck. Recently I've been doing a lot of artist alley stuff, so it's fandoms I'm really into lately. It's, to be honest, not a lot of fandoms have piqued my interest as much. But like I like Kill la Kill, I like Sailor Moon, Hitalia, Sherlock, but I haven't really drawn from it that much. It's I feel bad being a fandom artist because when I look at a lot of the artists on Tumblr who are just like gain all their followers, it's because of the fandom stuff that they draw. And when I look at their original art, I see like practically little to no notes whatsoever on their original art. But when it comes to their fandom art, it just like blows up. So
that's a difficult thing. Because like everyone already knows the characters in like fandom art, but then introducing them to like OC's original stories, original works, always takes a bit more effort.
It does, and the one thing is I'm trying to get away from it because I recently went to a portfolio overview, and the people who overviewed my portfolio are like, you have great work. It's different, it's gestural, it has a lot of movement and expression. Get away from the fan art, because I can clearly tell this piece is Attack on Titan, and this piece is Sherlock, and this piece is that, and start achieving your own art. So, but otherwise, I draw a lot of artist alley things. Due to work, I work over 35 hours a week, so I don't really have time to sit down and draw as much as I used to in the school semester.
Do you have any like personal projects that you're working on that you're really excited about? Like for if you're making that change to more of your original stuff and exploring that?
I have been collaborating with my friend. We're working on this comic, or trying to. It's going to be like a, kind of funny, weird comic, and it's basically based on Purgatory is filling up, and Heaven and Hell is filling up, so this one character dies, and they're basically like, oh, hey, we don't have room for you in Purgatory, and neither do we want you in Purgatory, and Heaven and Hell can't really decide where you belong, so we're going to send you to the Bermuda Triangle. And so he's like, oh, okay. What's in the Bermuda Triangle? And basically, everybody, like ancient gods that were forgotten, people who, historical figures that passed away mysteriously, like Amelia Earhart or other people, are sent to the Bermuda Triangle, and they just live a normal life. So how you get to the Bermuda Triangle when you're dead is you get on a plane, and the plane is ran by Amelia Earhart Airlines, and it's like, hey guys, I'm Amelia Earhart, I'm going to take you on this wonderful journey to the Bermuda Triangle. And so, like, all these Greek gods and Egyptian gods, they're rivals against each other. So Anubis and Hades are CEOs of these two big companies. And basically, they're just, like, hate each other and bicker with each other. Zeus would be this, like, giant, like, sports figure with all the drink commercials. Like, hey, buy my drink, because it makes me awesome. And just King Tut would be the guy's next door neighbor who always parties.
So like there's like this whole other like mini economy in this little pocket.
Basically. I kind of based it, I got the idea from Clone High in a way. But I'm working on that currently. I have a few other ideas, but they're more video game theme-ish. So I'm going to probably collaborate with a few of my friends who are graduating in video game design and be like, hey guys.
Super awesome. Yeah, that's like, I don't know. I feel like the video game industry could always use more new ideas. I work in video game marketing, so.
Yeah, I'm working on one where it's based in this little town, and it's revolved around the clock tower. So back in the industrial age, this beautiful clock tower was attached to this thriving industry factory where a lot of metal workers and everything would work there. But this factory would employ underage children into the factory when one part of the factory blew up and basically killed the children and killed a lot of people in the factory. So basically it shut down, and the manager or the head of the factory basically went down with it and quote-unquote committed suicide in the clock tower. So from there on out, 100 years later, everyone's like, oh, the clock tower is haunted, and if you go at this time at 12 o'clock, you'll never come back out. So these teenagers basically go in, they're like, hey, or these group of people like, hey, we're going to go in and check out this clock tower at 12 o'clock, and we're going to prove everyone this is phony and horrible, like, that they're all, you know, thinking too much. Basically, they go in the clock tower, and they see that the spirit of the clock tower is playing these games on them. So each floor represents an hour on the clock, and they must get through each floor and whatever's behind it in an hour, or else something bad will happen or they'll die. So each hour they have to go to one floor, to another, to the other until they reach the 12th floor. But little do they know that there's a 13th hour, and
dun dun dun. Oh, giving away game secrets.
But that was a stupid idea. It was a dream. I'm just like, oh, this be a good game. Half of them have to die though.
I think a lot of games start out that way. They're like, oh, I had this really weird thought. We should make it a thing. I'm sure that happened for what was that? Catherine? That's got to be someone's crazy, weird ass nightmare.
Dream nightmare. Yeah.
Yes. But that sounds super exciting.
So yeah, I don't know. I have so many ideas in my mind, but it's just putting them down. And I don't know how to put them down, to be honest. Life gets in the way.
That old thing.
So
Life.
we're about at time, and we're gonna go right on into Molly's reading of A Study in Emerald. So I want to thank you, Lava Alley, for being on, because this is probably my favorite thing of the entire day. Like, this is my favorite interview, I have to say.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No problem.
So,
I'm all flustered. I'm sorry.
Aww. You're more than welcome to stay on, as we're going to have our guest artist Taco on at about 9:30 for another interview, and you're welcome to stick around for that. And we're going to have Molly on next to do a Neil Gaiman reading, and it's going to mute our microphones and our cameras. And thank you again so much for being on. That was a lot of rambling for me.
I've never used it.
I'm really excited about this reading, Molly. I'm really happy.
Yay! I just realized I didn't look through it before, so I'm gonna read it. Yeah, I did it again. The other thing is, am I still reading a canon one as well, or is that?
Oh, I don't think we have time for that in the next hour, but we might have a little bit of time. I'm gonna.
No, I don't have to. I'm just confused. I had my book already. I was prepared, and now I wasn't prepared anymore. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm sorry about that. Shadow was reading earlier, and I did not realize how long it took to read 13 pages.
It's a while. Depending on the content. Where'd it go?
I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself, and you can get started whenever you're comfortable.
Okay. Let's do this. So this is a story called A Study in Emerald. It's written by Neil Gaiman. If you are listening, humans, it's actually a very interesting thing to just see. So if you Google it, it's very pretty, and it has like ads on the side that I won't be reading, and I'll just be reading the basic story. So I would totally suggest just A Study in Emerald written by Neil Gaiman, and just look at how it's I could screen share. Did you hear the quiver of fear in my voice? Okay. Did that do a thing? Oh, it did do a thing. So that, does it look pretty clear? You're so funny, Jim. Lovely. All right. Well, then you guys can read along if you want to. Or not. Whatever would make your lives better. God, I don't know what I'm saying. Okay. A Study in Emerald written by Neil Gaiman. 1. The New Friend. It is immensity, I believe. The hugeness of things below, the darkness of dreams. But I am wool gathering. Forgive me, I am not a literary man. I had been in need of lodgings. That was how I met him. I wanted someone to share the cost of rooms with me. We were introduced by a mutual acquaintance in the chemical laboratories of St. Bart's. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. That was what he said to me, and my mouth fell open and my eyes opened very wide. Astonishing, I said. Not really, said the stranger in the white lab coat who was to become my friend. From the way you hold your arm, I see you have been wounded, and in a particular way. You have a deep tan. You also have a military bearing, and there are few enough places in the empire that a military man can be both tan and, given the nature of the injury to your shoulder and the traditions of the Afghan cave folk, tortured. Put like that, of course, it was absurdly simple. But then it always was. I had been tanned nut brown, and I had indeed, as he had observed, been tortured. The gods and men of Afghanistan were savages, and willing to be ruled from Whitehall or from Berlin or even from Moscow, and unprepared to see reason. I had been sent into those hills, attached to the blank, if there's just no number there, regiment. As long as the fighting remained in the hills and mountains, we fought on an equal footing. When the skirmishes descended into the caves and darkness, then we found ourselves, as it were, out of our depth and in over our heads. I shall not forget the mirrored surface of the underground lake, nor the thing that emerged from the lake, its eyes opening and closing, and the singing whispers that accompanied it as it rose, wreathing their way about it, like the buzzing of flies bigger than worlds. That I survived was a miracle, but survived I did, and returned to England with my nerves in shreds and tatters. The place that leech-like mouth had touched me was tattooed forever, frog-white into the skin of my now withered shoulder. I had once been a crack shot. Now I had nothing, save a fear of the world beneath the world, akin to panic, which meant that I would gladly pay 6 pence of my army pension for a hansom cab rather than a penny to travel underground. Still, the fogs and darknesses of London comforted me, took me in. I had lost my first lodgings because I screamed in the night. I had been in Afghanistan. I was there no longer. I scream in the night, I told him. I have been told that I snore, he said. Also, I keep irregular hours, and I often use the mantelpiece for target practice. I will need the sitting room to meet clients. I am selfish, private, and easily bored. Will this be a problem? I smiled, and I shook my head and extended my hand. We shook on it. The rooms he had found us in Baker Street were more than adequate for 2 bachelors. I bore in mind all my friend had said about his desire for privacy, and I forbore from asking what it was he did for a living. Still, there was much to pique my curiosity. Visitors would arrive at all hours, and when they did, I would leave the sitting room and repair to my bedroom, pondering what they could have in common with my friend, the pale woman with one eye bone white, the small man who looked like a commercial traveler, the portly dandy in his velvet jacket, and the rest. Some were frequent visitors, many others came only once, spoke to him and left, looking troubled or looking satisfied. He was a mystery to me. We were partaking of one of our landlady's magnificent breakfasts one morning when my friend rang the bell to summon the good lady. There will be a gentleman joining us. In about 4 minutes, he said. We will need another place to the table. Very good. Sorry. Very good, she said. I'll put more sausages under the grill. My friend returned to pursuing his morning paper. I waited for an explanation with growing impatience. Finally, I could stand it no longer. I don't understand. How could you know that in 4 minutes we would be receiving a visitor? There was no telegram, no message of any kind. He smiled thinly. You did not hear the clatter of a brougham several minutes ago? It slowed and it passed us, obviously as the driver identified our door that it sped up and went past, up into the Marylebone Road. There is a crush of carriages and taxicabs letting off passengers at the railway station and at the waxworks, and it is in that crush that anyone wishing to alight without being observed will go. The walk from here to there is but 4 minutes. He glanced at his pocket watch, and as he did so, I heard a tread on the stairs outside. Come in, Lestrade, he called the door ajar, and your sausage... The door is ajar, and your sausages are just coming out from under the grill. A man I took to be Lestrade opened the door, then closed it carefully behind him. I should not, he said, but truth to tell, I have not had a chance to break my fast this morning, and I could certainly do justice to a few of those sausages. He was the small man I had observed on several occasions previously, whose demeanor was that of a traveler in rubber novelties. Sorry. My friend waited until our landlady had left the room before he said, obviously, I take it this is a matter of national importance. My stars, said Lestrade, and he paled. Surely the word cannot be out already. Tell me it is not. He began to pile his plate high with sausages, kipper, fillets, kid, degree, and toast, but his hand shook a little. Of course not, said my friend. I know the squeak of your brougham wheels, though after all this time, an isolating G sharp above IC. And if Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard cannot publicly be seen to come into the parlour of London's only consulting detective, yet comes anyway, and without having had his breakfast, and then I know that it is not a routine case. Ergo, it involves those above us, and is a matter of national importance. Lestrade dabbed egg yolk from his chin with his napkin. I stared at him. He did not look like my idea of a police inspector, but then my friend looked little enough like my idea of a consulting detective, whatever that might be. Perhaps we should discuss the matter privately, Lestrade said, glancing at me. My friend began to smile impishly, and his head moved on his shoulders as it did when he was enjoying a private joke. Nonsense, he said. 2 heads are better than 1, and what is said to one of us is said to both of us. If I am intruding, I said gruffly, but he motioned me to silence. Lestrade shrugged. It's all the same to me, he said after a moment. If you solve a case, then I have my job. If you don't, then I have no job. You use your methods, that's what I say. It can make things any worse. If there's one thing that a study of history has taught us, it is that things can always get worse, said my friend. Where do we go to Shoreditch? Lestrade dropped his fork. This is too bad, he explained. Here you were making sport of me when you know all about the matter. You should be ashamed. No one has told me anything of the matter. When a police inspector walks into my room with fresh splashes of mud of that particular mustard yellow hue on his boots and trouser legs, I can surely be forgiven for presuming that he has recently walked past the diggings of Hobbs Lane in Shoreditch, which is the only place in London that particular mustard-colored clay seems to be found. Inspector Lestrade looked embarrassed. Now you put it like that, he said. It seems so obvious. My friend pushed his plate away from him. Of course it does, he said, slightly testily. We rode to the East End in a cab. Inspector Lestrade had walked up to the Mailbourne Road to find his brougham and left us alone. So you are truly a consulting detective, I said. The only one in London, or perhaps the world, said my friend. I do not take cases. Instead, I consult. Others bring their insoluble problems. They describe them, and sometimes I solve them. Then those people who come to you are in the main police officers or are detectives themselves, yes. It was a fine morning, but we are now jolting about the edges of the rockery of St. Giles, the warren of thieves, and cutthroats which sits on London like a cancer on the face of a pretty flower seller, and the only light to enter the cab is dim and faint. Are you sure that you wish me along with you? In reply, my friend stared at me without blinking. Sherlock's so creepy. In reply, my friend stared at me without blinking. I have a feeling, he said. I have a feeling that we were meant to be together, that we have fought the good fight side by side in the past or in the future. I do not know. I am a rational man, but I have learned the value of a good companion, and from the moment I clapped eyes on you, I knew I trust you as well as I do myself. Yes, I want you with me. Wants a lot more than that. I blushed or said something meaningless. For the first time since Afghanistan, I felt that I had worth in the world. 2. The room. Stop being dumb. It was a cheap rooming house in Shoreditch. There was a policeman at the front door. Lestrade greeted him by name and made to usher us in, and I was ready to enter, but my friend squatted on the doorstep and pulled a magnifying glass from his coat pocket. He examined the mud on wrought iron boot scraper, prodding at it with his forefinger. Only when he was satisfied would he let us go inside. We walked upstairs. The room in which the crime had been committed was obvious. It was flanked of 2 burly constables. Lestrade nodded to the men, and they stood aside. We walked in. I am not, as I said, a writer by profession, and I hesitate to describe that place, knowing that my words cannot do it justice. Still, I have begun this narrative, and I fear I must continue. A murder has been committed in that little bedsit. The body, what was left of it, was still there on the floor. I saw it, but at first somehow I did not see it. What I saw instead was what had sprayed and gushed from the throat and chest of the victim. In color, it ranged from bile green to grass green. It had soaked into the threadbare carpet and spattered the wallpaper. I imagined it for one moment the work of some hellish artist who had decided to create a study in emerald. After what seemed like 100 years, I looked down at the body, open like a rabbit on a butcher's slab, and tried to make sense of what I saw. I removed my hat, and my friend did the same. He knelt and inspected the body, inspecting the cuts and gashes. Then he pulled out his magnifying glass and walked over to the wall, examining the gouts of drying ichor. "We've already done that," said Inspector Lestrade. "Indeed?" said my friend. "Then what did you make of this, then? I do believe it is a word." Lestrade walked to the place my friend was standing and looked up. There was a word written in capitals in green blood on the faded yellow wallpaper some little way above Lestrade's head. "Rache?" said Lestrade, spelling it out. Obviously he was going to write Rachel, but he was interrupted, so we must look for a woman. My friend said nothing. He walked back to the corpse and picked up its hands one after the other. The fingertips were clean of ichor. I think we have established that the word was not written by His Royal Highness. What the devil makes you say, my dear Lestrade? Please give me some credit for having a brain. The corpse is obviously not that of a man. The color of his blood, the number of limbs, the eyes, the position of the face, all these things bespeak the blood royal. While I cannot say which royal line, I would hazard that he is an heir, perhaps no, second to the throne in one of the German principalities. That is amazing. Lestrade hesitated, then he said, "This is Prince Franz Drago of Bohemia. He was here in an Albion as a guest of Her Majesty Victoria, here for a holiday and a change of air. For the theaters, the whores, and the gaming tables, you mean?" "If you say so," Lestrade looked put out. "Anyway, you've given us a fine line with this Rachel woman, although I don't doubt we would have found her on our own." "Doubtless," said my friend. He inspected the room further, commenting acidly several times that the police, with their boots, had obscured footprints and moved things that might have been of use to anyone attempting to reconstruct the events of the previous night. Still, he seemed interested in a small patch of mud he found behind the door. Beside the fireplace he found what appeared to be some ash or dirt. "Did you see this?" he asked Lestrade. "Her Majesty's police," replied Lestrade, "tend not to be excited by ash in a fireplace. It's where ash tends to be found." And he chuckled at that. My friend took a pinch of the ash and rubbed between the fingers, then sniffed to the remains. Finally he scooped up what was left of the material and tipped it into a glass vial, which he stoppered and placed in an inner pocket of his coat. He stood up. "And the body, Lestrade?" Lestrade said, "The palace will send their own people." My friend nodded to me, and together we walked to the door. My friend sighed. "Inspector, your quest for Miss Rachel may prove fruitless. Among other things, Rache is a German word. It means revenge. Check your dictionary. There are other meanings." We reached the bottom of the stair and walked out onto the street. "You have never seen royalty before this morning, have you?" he asked, and I shook my head. "Well, the sight can be unnerving if you're unprepared. Why, my good fellow, you are trembling." "Forgive me, I shall be fine in moments." "Would it do you good for a walk?" he asked. And I assented, certain that if I did not walk, then I would begin to scream. "West, then," said my friend, pointing to the dark tower of the palace, and we commenced to walk. "So," said my friend after some time, "you have never had any personal encounters with any of the crowned heads of Europe?" "No," I said. "I believe I can confidently state that you shall," he told me, "and not with a corpse this time. Very soon." "My dear fellow, whatever makes you believe?" In reply, he pointed to a carriage, black painted, that had pulled up 50 yards ahead of us. A man in a black top hat and a great coat stood by the door, holding it open, waiting silently. A coat of arms familiar to every child in Albion was painted in gold upon the carriage door. "There are invitations one does not refuse," said my friend. He doffed his own hat to the footman, and I do believe that he was smiling as he climbed into the box-like space and relaxed back into the soft leathery cushions. When I attempted to speak with him during the journey to the palace, he placed his finger over his lips. Then he closed his eyes and seemed sunk deep in thought. I, for my part, tried to remember what I knew of German royalty. But apart from the Queen's consort, Prince Albert, being German, I knew little enough. I put a hand in my pocket, pulled out a handful of coins, brown and silver, black and copper green. I stared at the portraits stamped on each of them of our Queen, and felt both patriotic pride and stark dread. I told myself I had only been a military man and a stranger to fear, and I can remember the time when this had been the plain truth. For a moment I remembered a time where I had been a crack shot, even, I like to think, something of a marksman, but my right hand shook as if it were palsied, and the coins jingled and chinked, and I only felt regret. 3. The Palace. The Queen's consort, Prince Albert, was a big man with an impressive handlebar mustache and a receding hairline, and he was undeniably and entirely human. He met us in the corridor, nodded to my friend and to me, did not ask us for our names or offer to shake hands. The Queen is most upset, he said. He had an accent. He pronounced his S's and Z's, most upset. Franz was one of her favorites. She has so many nephews. But he made her laugh so. You will find the ones who did this to him. I will do my best, said my friend. I have read your monograph, said Prince Albert. It was I who told them that you should be consulted. I hope I did right. As do I, said my friend. And then the great door was opened, and we were ushered into the darkness in the presence of the Queen. She was called Victoria because she had beaten us in battle several hundred years ago before, and she was called Gloriana because she was glorious. And she was called the Queen because the human mouth was not shaped to say her true name. She was huge, huger than I had imagined possible, and she squatted in the shadows, staring down at us without moving. This must be solved. The words came from the shadows. Indeed, ma'am, said my friend. A limb squirmed and pointed at me. Step forward. I wanted to walk. My legs would not move. My friend came to my rescue then. He took me by the elbow and walked me towards the mastery. Is not to be afraid, is to be worthy, is to be a companion. That was what she said to me. Her voice was a very sweet contralto with a distant buzz. Okay. Then the limb uncoiled and extended, and she touched her. There was a moment, but only a moment, of a pain deeper and more profound than anything I had ever experienced, and then it was replaced by a pervasive sense of well-being. I could feel the muscles in my shoulder relax. And for the first time since Afghanistan, I was free from pain. Then my friend walked forward. Victoria spoke to him, yet I could not hear her words. I wondered if they went somehow directly from her mind to his. This was the Queen's Council I had read about in the histories. He replied aloud. Certainly, ma'am. I can tell you that there were 2 other men with your nephew in that room in Shoreditch. The night that footprints were, although obscured, unmistakable. Yes, I understand. I believe so. Yes. He was quiet when we left the palace and said nothing to me as we rode back to Baker Street. What? Oh. It was dark already. I wondered how long we had spent in the palace. Fingers of sooty fog twined across the road and the sky. Upon our return to Baker Street in the looking glass of my room, I observed that the frog's white skin across my shoulder had taken on a pinkish tinge. I hoped that I was not imagining it, that I was not merely the moonlight through the window. 4. The performance. That my friend was a master of disguise should have come as no surprise to me, yet surprise me it did. Over the next 10 days, a strange assortment of characters came through our door at Baker Street. An elderly Chinese man, a young roux, a fat, red-haired woman of whose former profession there could be little doubt, and a venerable old buffer, his foot swollen and bandaged from gout. Each of them would walk into my friend's room, and with a speed that would have done justice to the music hall quick change artist, my friend would walk out. He would not talk about what he had been doing on these occasions, preferring to relax, staring off into space, occasionally making notations on any scrap of paper to hand, notations I found frankly incomprehensible. He seemed entirely preoccupied, so much so that I found myself worrying about his well-being. And then, late one afternoon, he came home dressed in his own clothes, with an easy grin upon his face, and he asked if I was interested in the theater. As much as the next man, I told him. Then fetch your opera glasses, he told me. We are off to Drury Lane. I had expected a light opera or something of the kind, but instead I found myself in what must have been the worst theatre in Drury Lane, for all that had named itself after the Royal Court, and to be honest, it was barely in Drury Lane at all, because being situated at the Shaftesbury Avenue end of the road, where the avenue approaches the rookery of St. Giles. On my friend's advice, I concealed my wallet, and following his example, I carried a stout stick. Once we were seated in the stalls, I had bought a threepenny orange from one of the lovely young women who sold them to the members of the audience, and I sucked it as we waited. My friend said quietly, "You should only count yourself lucky that you did not need to accompany me to the gambling dens or the brothels, or the madhouse is another place that Prince fans delighted in visiting, as I have learned. There was nowhere he went to more than once, nowhere but the orchestra struck up and the curtain was raised." My friend was silent. It was a fine enough show in its way. 3 one-act plays were performed. Comic songs were sung between the acts. The leading man was tall, languid, and had a fine singing voice. The leading lady was elegant, and her voice carried through all the theatre. The comedian had a fine touch for patter songs. The first play was a broad comedy of mistaken identities. The leading man played a pair of identical twins who had never met, but had managed by a set of comical misadventures, each to find himself engaged to be married to the same young lady, who, amusingly, thought herself engaged to only one man. Doors swung open and closed. The actor changed from identity to identity. The second play was a heart-breaking tale of an orphan girl who starved in the snow, selling hothouse violets. Her grandmother recognized her at the last and swore that she was the baby stolen 10 years back by bandits, and it was too late. But that frozen little angel breathed her last. I must confess, I found myself wiping my eyes with my linen handkerchief more than once. The performance finished with a rousing historical narrative. The entire company played the men and women of a village on the shore of the ocean several hundred years before our modern times. They saw shapes rising from the sea in the distance. The hero joyously proclaimed to the villagers that these were the old ones, whose coming was foretold, returning to us from Rillick and from dim Carcosa and from the plains of Lang, where they had slept or waited or passed out the time of their death. The comedian opened that the other villagers had all been eating too many pies and drinking too much ale, and they were imagining the shapes. A portly gentleman playing a priest to the Roman god tells the villagers and the shapes in the sea were monsters and demons and must be destroyed. At the climax, the hero beat the priest to death with his own crucifer and prepared to welcome them as they came. The heroine sang a haunting aria, whilst in an astonishing display of magic lantern trickery, it seemed as if we saw their shadows cross the sky at the back of the stage. The Queen of Albion herself and the Black One of Egypt, in shape almost like a man, followed by the ancient goat, parent to 1,000, emperor of all China, and the Tsar unanswerable, and he who presides over the New World, and the White Lady of the Antarctic fastness, and the others. And as each shadow crossed the stage, or appeared to, from out of every throat in the gallery came unbidden a mighty huzzah, until the air itself seemed to vibrate. The moon rose in the painted sky, and then at its height, in one final moment of theatrical magic, it turned from a pallid yellow, as if it was in the old tales, to the comforting crimson of the moon that shines down upon us all day. The members of the cast took their bows and their curtain calls to cheers and laughter. The curtain fell for the last time, and the show was done. "There," said my friend, "what did you think?" "Jolly, jolly good," I told him, my hands sore from applauding. "Stout fellow," he said with a smile. "Let us go backstage." We walked outside and into an alley beside the theater to the stage door, where a thin woman with a wen on her cheek knitted busily. My friend showed her a visiting card. And she directed us into the building and up some steps to a small communal dressing room. Oil lamps and candles guttered in front of smeared-looking glasses, and men and women were taking off their makeup and costumes with no regard to the properties of gender. I averted my eyes. My friend seemed unperturbed. "Might I talk to Mr. Burnett?" he asked loudly. A young woman who had played the heroine's best friend in the first play and the saucy innkeeper's daughter in the last pointed us to the inner room. Sherry! Sherry Burnett! She called. The young man who stood up in response was lean, less conveniently handsome than he had seemed from the other side of the footlights. He peered at us quizzically. I do not believe I have had the pleasure. My name is... Sorry, the lights just flickered. Like, I'm not even kidding. That was really creepy. Okay. Okay. Cool. Don't even say that. It's not spooky. Nothing happened. Alright, well. Too spooky. Very true. Okay. Oh, and you guys didn't even see it because it was on the thing. Man. I'm seriously gonna... No more screen share. You're all seeing me now. Tell me if someone comes up behind me, alright? You guys have to have my back. In case that happens again. Because that was... Can't believe it. Okay. My name is Henry Camberley, said my friend, drawing his speech somewhat. You may have heard of me. I must confess that I have not had that privilege, said Burnett. My friend presented the actor with an engraved card. The man looked at the card with unfeigned interest. A theatrical promoter from the New World? My, and this is, he looked at me. This is a friend of mine, Mr. Sebastian. He is not of the profession. I muttered something about having enjoyed the performance enormously and shook hands with the actor. My friend said, have you ever visited the New World? I have not yet had that honor, admitted Burnett, although it has always been my dearest wish. Well, my good man, said my friend with the easy informality of a New Worlder. Maybe you'll get your wish. The last play, I've never seen anything like it. Did you write it? Alas, no. The playwright is a good friend of mine, although I devised the mechanism of the Magic Lantern Shadow Show. You'll not see finer on the stage today. Would you give me the playwright's name? Perhaps I should speak to him directly, this friend of yours. Burnett shook his head. That will not be possible, I'm afraid. He is a professional man and does not wish his connection with the stage publicly to be known. I see. My friend pulled a pipe from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Then he patted his pockets. I am sorry, he began. I have forgotten to bring my tobacco pouch. I smoke a strong black shag, said the actor. But if you have no objection, none, said my friend heartily. Why, I smoke a strong shag myself, and he filled his pipe with the actor's tobacco, and the two men puffed away. Well, my friend described a vision he had for a play that could tour the cities of the New World from Manhattan Island all the way to the furthest tip of the continent in the distant south. The first act would be the last play we had seen. The rest of the play might perhaps tell of the dominion of the old ones over humanity and its gods, perhaps telling what might have happened if people had no royal families to look up to, a world of barbarism and darkness. But your mysterious professional man would be the play's author, and what occurs would be his alone to decide, interjected my friend. Our drama would be his, and I can guarantee your audience beyond your imaginings and a significant share of the takings at the door. Let us say 50%. This is most exciting, said Burnett. I hope it will not turn out to have been a pipe dream. No, sure it shall not, said my friend, puffing on his own pipe, chuckling at the man's joke. Come to my rooms in Baker Street tomorrow morning after breakfast time. Say at 10 in company with our author friend, and I shall have the contracts drawn up and waiting. With that, the actor clambered up onto his chair and clapped his hand for silence. Ladies and gentlemen in the company, I have an announcement to make, he said, his resonant voice filling the room. The gentleman is Henry Camberley, the theatrical promoter, and he is proposing to take us across the Atlantic Ocean and on to fame and fortune. There were several cheers, and the comedian said, well, it'll make a change from herrings and pickled cabbage, and the company laughed. And it was to the smiles of all of them that we walked out of the theater and out onto the fog-wreathed streets. My dear fellow, I said, whatever was, not another word, said my friend. There are many ears in the city. And not another word was spoken until we had hailed a cab and clambered inside and were rattling up the Charing Cross Road. And even then, before he had said anything, my friend took his pipe from his mouth and emptied the half-smoked contents of the bowl into a small tin. He pressed the lid onto the tin and placed it into his pocket. There, he said, that's the tall man found, or I'm a Dutchman. Now we just have to hope the cupidity and the curiosity of the limping doctor proves enough to bring him to us tomorrow morning. The limping doctor? My friend snorted. That is what I've been calling him. It was obvious from footprints and much else besides when we saw the prince's body that 2 men had been in that room that night. A tall man who, unless I missed my guess, we have just encountered, and a smaller man with a limp who eviscerated the prince with a professional skill that portrays a medical man. A doctor? Indeed, I hate to say this, but it is my experience that when a doctor goes to the bad, he's a fouler and darker creature than the worst cutthroat. There was Huston, the acid bath man, and Campbell, who brought the Procrustean bed to Ealing, and he carried on in a similar vein for the rest of our journey. The cab pulled up beside the curb. That'll be 1 and 10 pence, said the cabby. My friend tossed him a florin, which he caught and tipped to the ragged tall bat. Much obliged to you both, he called out as the horse clopped out into the fog. We walked to our front door. As I unlocked the door, my friend said, odd, our cabby just ignored the fellow on the corner. They do that of me on the ship, I pointed out. Indeed they do, said my friend. I dreamed of shadows that night, vast shadows that blotted out the sun. I called out to them in my desperation, but they did not listen. Number 5, the skin in the pit. Inspector Lestrade was the first to arrive. You have posted your men in the street? Asked my friend. I have, Lestrade said, with strict orders to let anyone in who comes, but to arrest anyone trying to leave. But you have handcuffs with you? In reply, Lestrade put his hands in his pockets and jangled 2 pair of cuffs grimly. Now, sir, he said, while we wait, why do you not tell me what we are waiting for? My friend pulled his pipe out of his pocket. He did not put it into his mouth and placed it on the table in front of him. Then he took the tin from the night before and a glass vial I recognized as one he had had in the room in Shoreditch. There, he said, the coffin nail, as I trust it shall prove, for our master Vernet. He paused. Then he took out his pocket watch, laid it carefully on the table. We have several minutes before they arrive. He turned to me. What do you know of the Restorationists? Not a blessed thing, I told him. Lestrade coughed. If you're talking about what I think you're talking about, he said, perhaps we should leave it there. Enough's enough. Too late for that, said my friend, for there are those who do not believe that the coming of the old ones was the fine thing we all know it to be. Anarchists to a man, they would see the old ways restored, mankind in control of its own destiny, if you will. I will not hear this sedition spoken, said Lestrade. I must warn you. I must warn you not to be such a fathead, said my Sorry. I must warn you not to be such a fathead, said my friend, because it was the Restorationists that killed Prince Franz Drago. They murder, they kill in a vain effort to force our masters to leave us alone in the darkness. The prince was killed by a rache, in an old term of a hunting dog, Inspector. As you would know if you had looked in a dictionary, it also means revenge, and the hunter left his signature on the wallpaper in the mortar room, just as an artist might sign a canvas, but he was not the one who killed the prince. The limping doctor, I exclaimed. Very good. There was a tall man there that night. I could tell his height, for the word was written at eye level. He smoked a pipe. The ash and the dottle sat unburnt in the fireplace, and he had tapped out his pipe with ease on the mantel, something a smaller man would not have done. The tobacco was an unusual blend of shag. The footprints in the room had, for the most part, been almost obliterated by your men, but there were several clear prints behind the door and by the window. Someone had waited there, a smaller man from astride, who put his weight on his right leg. On the path outside, I have several clear prints in the different colors of clay on the brute scrappers outside, giving more information. A tall man who had accompanied the prince into this room and had later walked out. Waiting for them to arrive was the man who had sliced up the prince so impressively. Lestrade made an uncomfortable noise that did not quite become a word. I had spent many days retracting the movements of His Highness. I went from gambling hell to brothel to dining den to madhouse looking for our pipe-smoking man and his friend. I made no progress until I thought to check the newspapers of Bohemia, searching for a clue to the prince's recent activities there, and in them I learned that an English theatrical troupe had been in Prague last month and had performed before Prince Franz Drago. Good Lord, I said, so that Sherry Burnett fellow is a restorationist, exactly. I was shaking my head in wonder at my friend's intelligence and skills of observation when there was a knock on the door. This will be our quarry, said my friend. Careful now. Lestrade put his hand deep in his pockets where I had no doubt he kept a pistol. He swallowed nervously. My friend called out, please come in. The door opened. It was not Burnett, nor was it a limping doctor. It was one of the young street Arabs who earn a crust running errands, and the employee of Messrs. Street and Walker, as we used to say when I was young. Please, sirs, he said, is there a Mr. Henry Camberley here? I was asked by a gentleman to deliver a note. I'm he, said my friend, and for 6 pence, what can you tell me about the gentleman who gave you the note? The young lad who volunteered about his name was Wiggins, bit the 6 pence before making it vanish, and then told us that the cheery cove who gave him the note was on the tall side with dark hair, and he added he had a smoking pipe. I have the note here, and I have the liberty of transcribing it. My dear sir, I do not address you as Henry Camberley, for it is a name to which you have no claim. I am surprised that you did not announce yourself under your own name, for it is a fine one, and one that does you credit. I have read a number of your papers when I have been able to obtain them. Indeed, I corresponded with you quite profitably 2 years ago among certain theoretical anomalies in your paper on the dynamics of an asteroid. I am amused to meet you yesterday evening. A few tips which might save your bother in times to come in the profession you currently follow. Firstly, a pipe-smoking man might possibly have a brand-new unused pipe in his pocket and no tobacco. But it's exceedingly unlikely, at least as unlikely as a theatrical promoter with no idea of the usual customs of a recomps on a tour, who is accompanied by a taciturn ex-army officer, Afghanistan, unless I miss my guess. Incidentally, while you are correct that the streets of London have ears, it might also behoove you in future not to take the first cab that come along. Cab drivers have ears too, if they choose to use them. You are certainly correct in one of your assumptions. It was indeed I who lured the half-blood creature back to the room in Shoreditch. If it is any comfort to you, having learned a little of his recreational predilections, I had told him I had procured for him a girl abducted from a convent in Cornwall where she had never seen a man, and that it would only take his touch and the sight of his face to tip her over into perfect madness. Had she existed, he would have feasted on her madness while he took her, like a man sucking the flesh from a ripe peach, leaving nothing behind but the skin and the pit. I have seen them do this. I have seen them do far worse. And it is not the prince we pay for peace and prosperity. It is a great price for that. The good doctor, who believes as I do, and who did indeed write our little performance, for he has some crowd-pleasing skills, was waiting for us with his knives. I send this note not as a catch-me-if-you-can taunt, for we are gone, the estimable doctor and I, and you shall not find us, but to tell you it was good to feel that, if only for a moment, I had a worthy adversary, worthier by far than the inhuman creatures from beyond the pit. I fear the Strand players will need to find themselves a new living man. I will not sign myself Burnett, and until the hunt is done and the world restored, I beg you to think of me simply as Rache. Inspector Lestrade ran from the room, calling to his men. They made young Wiggins take them to the place where the man had given him the note, for all the world as if Burnett the actor would be waiting there for them, a smoking of his pipe. From the window we watched them run, my friend and I, and we shook our heads. They will stop and search all the trains leaving London, all the ships leaving Albion for Europe or the New World, said my friend, looking for a tall man and his companion, a smaller, thick-set medical man with a slight lamp. They will close the ports. Every way out of the country will be blocked. Do you think they will catch them then? My friend shook his head. I may be wrong, he said, but I would wager that he and his friend are even now only a mile or so away in the rookery of St. Giles, where the police will not go except by the dozen. And they will hide up there until the hue and cry have died away. And then they will be about their business. What makes you say that? Because, said my friend, if our positions were reversed, it is what I should do. You should bring the note. You should burn the note, by the way, I found, but surely it's evidence. It's seditionary nonsense, said my friend. And I should have burned it. Indeed, I told Lestrade I had burned it when he returned. He congratulated me on my good sense. Lestrade kept his job, and Prince Albert wrote a note to my friend congratulating him on his deductions while regretting that the perpetrator was still at large. They had not yet caught Sherry Burnett, or whatever his name really is, nor was any trace of his murderous accomplice tentatively identified as a former military surgeon named John, perhaps James Watson. Curiously, it was revealed that he had also been in Afghanistan. I wonder if we ever met. My shoulder, touched by the Queen, continues to improve. The flesh fills and heals, and soon I shall be a dead shot once more. One night when he was alone, several months ago, I asked my friend if he remembered the correspondence referred to in the letter from the man signed himself Rache. My friend said that he remembered it well, and Sigerson, for so the actor had called himself, then claiming to be an Icelander, had been inspired by an equation of my friend's to suggest some wild theories furthering the relation between mass energy and the hypothetical speed of light. Nonsense, of course, said my friend without smiling, but inspired and dangerous nonetheless. Nonsense nonetheless. The palace eventually sent word that the Queen was pleased with my friend's accomplishments in the case, and the matters had been rested. I doubt my friend will leave it alone, though. It will not be over until one of them has killed the other. I kept that note. I had said things in this retelling of events that are not to be said. If I were a sensible man, I would burn all these pages, but then, as my friend taught me, even ashes can give up their secrets. Instead, I shall place these papers in a strong box at my bank with instructions that the box may not be opened until long after anyone now living is dead. Although in the light of recent events in Russia, I fear that day may be closer than any of us would care to think. And that's it. Yay. Oh my good Lord.
Oh, thank you so much, Molly.
Yay! It took a little. I can't believe you guys didn't see it though. Like, the lights just seriously flickered, like full-on horror movie status. And I can't believe no one else witnessed it.
It's the old
That's so
one.
frustrating.
Old ones.
But wait, people have read this story before, right?
Yes.
So,
I have.
is it supposed to be like Sherlock Holmes and John Watson are the killers?
Yeah.
That's
just at the end.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's also generally how Lovecraftian works.
Yeah.
It's Lovecraft.
It's like if you go back and read it again, there are like all sorts of little clues, but it's like not really noticeable the first time around.
Cool. Yeah, but has anyone read like a fanfiction story of like the opposite side of Sherlock and John going around like killing people? Because that I would so read.
I think I have.
Right. Totally not though. No, but that was.
There was at one point what was it, when Martin Freeman did that other movie where he was a villain.
Mm-hmm.
Where he looked like a Bond villain. I don't remember what it was.
With the teeth? Was it with the really, really white teeth?
Maybe. He was in like a turtleneck.
Oh.
Like a black turtleneck. But like for a while on Tumblr that was really popular, and then people started making gift sets of like evil John and evil Sherlock, or like the whole Moriarty was really John all along thing.
That would be cool. No, this is good. I'm gonna be right back because my cat is screaming at the door. So.
Okay.
And it's just about, well, it's 9:40. And if Taco is online, we are ready to start your interview. Oh, I should put my headphones
Okay,
back in.
cool. Let me turn on the video. Alright, here I am.
Taco!
I've never used Google Hangout, so I hope this is working okay.
No, you're fine.
Okay, cool.
He's really concerned about those lights.
did just
Poor
read
Molly.
a horror story.
Yeah, I heard the end of it. I think, is that from like an anthology of books? Because I'm pretty sure I have that.
I'm not sure where it was published originally, but all I know is it's up on Neil Gaiman's website for free.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think, is it like A Study in Emerald? Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I have the anthology book with that story.
Oh, which book is that?
I think let me go get it. I think it might be called like the Probable Tales of Sherlock Holmes. It's pretty neat. I'm gonna go get it. I will advertise it.
Hey, Molly.
Hi.
Did the lights flicker all over your house?
Yeah, I just checked. So it wasn't just me. Yay! I might sleep tonight. I know it's stupid, but that's never happened before because it just. And I was like,
Yes, it is this book. And it has like a bunch of different stories.
Oh, cool. I haven't seen that.
Adventures. Yeah. Stephen King also wrote a story for it.
Whoa, really?
But yeah.
Pretty cool.
He did. Yeah, there's like some really neat stuff. There's like a time travel one and one with like Jack the Ripper and aliens. They all have Sherlock Holmes.
Before we move on to the next segment with Taco, I actually also want to just say, hey, so the reason that these live streams are happening is because we're getting ready to close up pre-registration soon. So if you haven't yet and you want to come to Bay Area SherlockCon, you should totally go register before prices go up, since at-the-door costs are more expensive, and nobody wants that. So go ahead and check out our website. All the links are on there. We've got posts up on all of our social media pages as well. So if you're watching and you've been waiting to get your registration done, you should do that now.
yeah. It will also make the process of coming into the con like a million times easier.
Oh yeah, you can even we'll be posting about it more in the next couple weeks, but you'll be able to pick up your badge like before the actual con on Friday, which is pretty cool. And then you won't have to worry about registration at all when you come on the weekend. So yeah, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Right.
So, first question up for you, Taco. How did you get started doing your artwork?
Well, in terms of like fandom stuff, I honestly think I started as like an anime artist. That happens. This was like more than 10 years ago. But since then, I think maybe I started drawing Sherlock stuff. I'm gonna say like 5-6 years ago. I kind of started with the because of the Jude Law and Robert Downey Jr. movies, and then I just sort of exploded and moved into like all kinds of other like Sherlock books, and I've got like the anthology of all the stories, and so I'm just like way into all of it. Yeah.
Nice. What are some kind of mediums that you like to work with?
I really like digital media just because it's easy to clean up and stuff, but I also enjoy using Copic markers and, just traditional ink and pencils too.
Do you have
Also,
any... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, and I'm also learning how to cross-stitch, so I might have some, like, Sherlock sort of things to, bring to the convention, too.
You wouldn't lie to a girl, would you?
What? No! I have a cross-stitch that I'm starting right now. It's not a Sherlock thing, but I swear.
Oh, cute!
It's like pixel art, with threads. Cool.
Do you have any backgrounds for any of the sort of artistic things you do, or are you mainly self-taught?
I'm mainly self-taught. I mean, I took art classes. I actually went to college for animation, but I'm not currently doing animation right now. And I don't know, it seemed like, especially in college, like a lot of the classes were pretty much just you do your own thing. Like they don't really teach you a whole lot. Like it's just, you improve at your own pace. That's kind of how I do things.
It's kind of funny that you mentioned animation or going into it specifically for that when you're going into school. Every artist that I've had on today that we've interviewed have all said that they wanted to go into animation.
Oh yeah. Like Animator, right? Like, I mean, that's her screen name. So. I'm pretty sure she's doing animation, right?
She's currently getting her like general ed stuff out of the way, and then she's gonna come to San Francisco for some like specific like art schooling.
Oh, cool. Pretty cool.
Kind of playing back on the schooling that you had, what kind of made you decide to go into any kind of animation study?
I was actually the first graduating class as an undergrad at my school. Like, there used to be only an animation graduate class, but we were sort of like the guinea pigs in our program. And so unfortunately, they kind of like rushed us through a little bit. We kind of got like an overview of all kinds of animation. Like I took a 3D class, I took a bunch of 2D animation classes. But I wish we'd had more time to do it. But I mean, I'm glad I learned the skills that I did. Like it's a pretty cool thing to be able to do.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any sort of like artists that either on Tumblr or professional or even like a past sort of classic artists that you sort of look up to or kind of use in your style?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I think just being friends with a lot of artists, like we kind of all like play off each other and learn from each other. Like I can definitely tell like when I'm friends with a certain artist for a certain time, then I might start like get an influence here and there. It's just kind of like all a mix sort of. And like I said, I used to do anime style, but thankfully I've like kind of moved away from that and tried to like get to my own style. I don't know. I'm so bad at like naming specific people because there's just like so many influences. It's sort of like I've just like what is the word? I just like consumed like so much media, like because I love animated movies and shows. I still watch anime because I'm a big nerd, but I just kind of get inspiration anywhere I can. Hopefully that's okay.
There's nothing wrong with watching anime.
Right.
I'm in the bicycle anime right now.
I was gonna ask. Your Yoga Pita stuff. It makes me so happy for that.
No camera for me.
I hope
I actually draw Sherlock and John on bicycles sometime.
Crossovers are pretty great.
I know a lot of. With most of the artwork that I've seen from you, a lot of it is sort of on the comedic side rather than anything.
Yeah.
Because in Sherlock stuff, you see a lot of like really, really serious artwork, and it's kind of refreshing to see some comedy every once in a while. Do you specifically feel more comfortable doing comedy, or do you specifically seek out doing it?
I think I feel more comfortable doing comedy. I really love drawing like goofy faces and all that stuff. I guess I could do serious stuff if I wanted to. It's just I'm more drawn to comedic stuff. Like I love comedy, so why not draw it too? Oh, speaking of crossovers, I'm also like into Sailor Moon right now, and so I definitely just drew John Sherlock as Tuxedo Mask in Sailor Moon. If you can.
Oh my god.
Yep. I'm gonna turn that into a print for the convention.
Please do.
I don't know if you had tuned in earlier, but we also have a cosplayer a few cosplayers doing a group of magical girl Sherlock, and John and Irene.
I'm so glad for this. I didn't actually get to tune in, but that sounds amazing. Sorry, no, I'm drinking two different drinks. I have water in this color-changing cup and tea in this Sherlock cup.
I have a bucket of cucumbers.
Wonton soup for life! Woo! Take it!
Oh, I'm jealous.
Tea.
Sort of mentioning, you kind of said a lot of your sort of your beginnings as an artist came from a lot of sort of anime style stuff. Are there any like particular classic shows that you still kind of draw influence from?
See, not really anymore, but you know, I don't know. I feel like there's just certain things in like drawing like anime style that still kind of carry over. Like sometimes I'll still draw like eyebrows showing through the hair, and that's something I've really only seen in like anime drawing. So maybe there's that, but not so much anymore necessarily.
Are you looking forward to any of the artists that we have this year at the convention? We've got most of the ones coming back are new ones.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that question.
Oh, sorry. Of our new artists that we've, just our guest artists, are you looking forward to meeting any of them?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of the art on the Bay Area Sherlock Tumblr, and there's some really talented people out there. Like, I'm super impressed with you guys. But I'm also looking forward to, you know, seeing the people I met last year, too. So that'll be fun.
You say that like you aren't super talented, which you are.
Oh, you. Thank you.
If I could be the weeboo right now, it's just like, senpai. Oh.
Miss me.
I'll notice all of you. It's a small enough con.
Do you know? Sorry, I don't know if you know some of the like panels and such things that are going on at the convention this year. But are you looking forward to any of them?
You know, I actually don't know what's going on. I may have missed the schedule, but I'm sure there's some cool stuff.
We haven't gotten the
If I have
schedule.
time to check Okay.
Planning the stream, I've come to the conclusion that schedules are not final until you pry them from the person's cold dead hands, because they're constantly changing.
Life can be a bitch. That's all I'm going to say. Especially when you work with children.
Aww.
Welcome to Laser Tag. How can I help you? Oh, your laser didn't work? Oh, let me just... Oh, you're complaining. You want a free game because your laser didn't work for 2 seconds. Okay, let me get you that free game with a big smile on my face.
Oh my
Yes, customer service.
Oh boy. I'm glad I work an office job sometimes. It's
Oh, I
really
miss working
pretty.
office jobs.
So, for all of your, well, I know you go to a lot of cons. Have you had any, like, particularly, because usually I feel like artists are just kind of stuck in AAs. Do you ever go to cons, like, not to sell? Or do you get to get away from that? Like, I know for our con, I definitely want you to be able to experience the con, or at least part of it.
Well, I've been to Comic-Con several times, and, you know, I never sell there because it's, like, so impossible to get on the wait list there, but, and I think that's, like, really one of the main ones that I go to where I'm not selling, but, I've been to WonderCon, too, and I haven't sold there. Pretty much, if I'm going to a con where I'm not selling, I'd like to see some panels or, like, you know, see some cool celebrities or, like, previews of upcoming shows. So that's really, oh, and also, of course, I love seeing Artist Alley when I'm not selling, also when I'm selling. That's really my draw for cons, is either, like, you know, panels with celebrities or other artists.
But when you do not table, do you ever get that feeling where it's like, I need to be at my table where am I? I don't belong here. I have that empty feeling in my heart.
Yeah, I get that.
I felt like that at AX. I haven't been to a convention for fun for 3 years, so I'm just like, wait, where's my table? Oh, it's supposed to sell. Oh no, I'm here for fun. What's fun?
Yeah, I think just lately because, time restrictions, like, with my work schedule, like, yeah, I can pretty much only go to cons that I can sell at, but it is nice to have a break from that when I can, too.
Well, we will be. We'll have breaks scheduled in for lunch and dinner, and we'll still have some like programming stuff going on. Not a whole lot, but really casual stuff. So hopefully you'll get to at least experience that. But yeah, definitely, we're really excited to have you in our AA again.
Thank you so much. I'm so pleased
Are
that you invited me.
Are you like really excited about any particular like new pieces that you made?
That's a good question. Honestly, I kind of had like art block lately, and I like just started drawing again in like the past few weeks because I need to make more stuff for the con. But I'm sure like as the days go on, I'll like be posting stuff on Tumblr. So definitely check there for some art updates.
We will make sure to reblog all the things.
Yay! I mean, I'm sure I've had stuff since last year, but I can't remember right now.
Do you have like a favorite kind of merchandise you like to sell? Usually, we get a lot of prints, but it's always nice to see artists like going a little outside the box now. Like people are doing lots of bags and stickers and all sorts of fun little things.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I mentioned earlier, I'm gonna hope to have like a couple little cross-stitch things to maybe sell. Like maybe I can like do stuff at the con too. Like it's so fun. You just like bring thread and a needle and that cloth, and you can just do it on the fly. So hopefully that'll be like a new twist to my merchandise.
I feel like at the end of the day, if the Socal Sherlockians have their little Cards Against Humanity party room like they did last year, you might have like a tiny little group of people who are just demanding that you teach them how to cross stitch.
I will teach everybody. I got a kit at Joann for like $2, and it's great. Like it's a really good beginner thing, and I can just teach everybody how to do cross stitch. If you have pixel art, you can turn it into cross stitch. It's great.
I don't know what I would do in exchange to, like, a trade. Be like, hey, I'll teach you this if you teach me that, because I'm pretty much, like, a loser. But I'd so, like, want to learn how to do that.
Yeah. I still want to learn how to knit. I've been, like, taught times, and I forget. I'm an old lady, basically. I like doing stuff with my hands, like knitting or crocheting or, like, cross-stitch. So any of those things is good.
We should just grab a whole bunch of cats, and when we're in the circle of like crocheting, we can just be like, knitting, cats, and cross stitching. Oh yeah, old lady club.
Don't worry, you're fine until you do the what is that they have now, like where you knit with your cat's hair or something strange.
Oh yeah. No. I see books on those in knitting stores. Like, no. My favorite, though, is Knitting Cats, where it's just a book, and it shows you all the patterns for micro knitting to knit just cats, kinds of cats. It's like, it's taken a step too far, and that's also very hard.
To truly maximize your old cat ladiness.
We should just like.
And when you're done with them, the cats will attempt to eat them.
Certain like areas in like the convention center and call it like, hey, the bathroom. It's the litter box.
No.
Oh man.
To make that old ladiness go up.
I feel like if we had a theme like that, before we went to cats, I think it would have to be like Tuna Lock themed. So
I agree with
like
this.
the main entrance would be the ocean.
Yes! We can have the Kraken Pod hats!
Sorry, guys. Also, I don't know why I'm pink right now. Sorry.
How did you manage
It's like a
that?
magical gold aura.
Okay, it's
Oh.
better.
It's okay. You're getting
Transformation
started
sequence
early
over.
on that Sailor Moon transformation
I can't do
on Sherlock print.
prison power.
So we are talking about knitting. Did I ever show you guys my knitted octopus?
I love octopi.
It's fabulous.
I'm getting an octopus
Aw,
tattoo.
baby.
That's pretty cool.
I'm
Can you tell us about your tattoos?
I only have one tattoo, and it's Smaug. Yeah.
Oh,
look. I've had it for like 3 years. I really want to get a Sherlock Holmes tattoo, but like I don't know what to get. I really don't.
Just, if you don't know, worst comes to worst, just like get those temporary tattoos that you can print out yourself on a printer and just be like, today I feel like this.
That's true. Those are more easily, readily available nowadays.
And you can be like, people can be like, oh, that's an awesome tattoo. Thanks. I'm gonna have a new one tomorrow. It's based off fan fiction.
I'll admit this is totally off point, but I'm really curious to ask. Paco, how's roller derby going?
It's great. I have practice tomorrow. I have so many bruises, but it's awesome. Hit people and try not to be hit by people.
I have always wanted to join a roller derby league, but we have one in Modesto. So I'm kind of scared because I'm like literally bones and nothing more. So,
You get muscles. I have done so many squats the past 2 years. Like, my thighs are rock solid. It's kind of awesome. And believe me, I didn't know how to skate at all. I fell down on my butt all the time. And I mean, I still do sometimes, but at least I can do cool things like skate backwards and do jumps and stuff like that. So, everybody can learn.
for me, I feel like I'd be like that one, and there's the last Assyrian as she goes over in a skating incident. I'd probably be beat up to a pulp. I'm so scared.
It's kind of scary, but you know what? I'm really bad at exercising on my own, so it gives me a good reason to go and work out and do something fun.
This is my only exercise.
Yeah, I can do that too. My tablet pen.
See, my fingers can even do
Learn
squats.
how to do that in elementary school. The twirling pen thing. At least I did.
I don't even want to risk it. I have a giant bowl of soup here. So it's
Wonder sports.
The swimming anime! Woo!
It's really bad. It's every time something new comes up in the conversation, all I can think of now are weird Sherlock crossovers.
Sherlock roller derby.
That would be so cute.
Roller derby Sherlock.
I really like all the Greaser Lock stuff. So
God.
Punk Lock. So I mean,
there are
really fits right in.
men's too.
Yeah.
Why don't I imagine just them being like, step aside, ladies, we got this. Then they just have the cheesy short 80s shorts and the hair leg, and you just see the roller derby skates, and they're like, okay, we gotta do some stretches. One disguise. It'd be he's like one of many disguises. Sherlock's disguise is roller derby girl.
Oh my goodness. I bet John would make a great like roller derby.
John as a roller derby girl, where would he hide the gun would be my question. So process through that. That would go.
You know,
Or
now
can
they
he just
have
appear and no one explains it?
Did you guys hear about the bras where they can actually hold stuff on the side?
Oh,
It's like
yeah,
bra
yeah.
holsters.
Right here.
Right
It's
there,
brilliant.
right here. Like, that's where the gun would be. Just be like, hold on, I got this.
I can do this. Just shoot them awkwardly over here.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't have enough here to like, you know, some girls just like put stuff straight in and it stays. I'm like, I can't do that. So a little pocket would be helpful.
Go
I'm
to
with you
Renaissance
there.
fairs and like literally like people will like because of the corsets they'll literally put mugs on their breasts and they'll just
that's
walk and
awesome.
they'll just stay there and I'm just like okay, I feel
this as a
secure with my
picture.
life now. Thank you.
I could never do that.
I couldn't either.
No.
Not everybody is blessed with their own shelf. Wow, started the conversation off with, like boobs.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
It's the
I
internet.
mean, when you get 5 girls only.
It's true. But yeah. So what like have you been trying out any other than well, actually, what are your plans for your Sherlockian themed oh my god, my brain is not working. Cross stitch.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know. I have to think about it. There's so many ideas. Oh, I just gotta like start building some little pixels and figure it out.
Is that how you do? Is that how like you work out what your designs are? You just do it in pixel art?
Yeah, I mean, well, at least I haven't actually like made my own designs yet, but like I understand how to do it now. Like I've gotten some grid paper, and you know, you can just pretty much block things out and then transfer and use math. You have to count like how many little squares each thing is on your fabric. I haven't taken math since high school, so at least I can do addition.
All I know is like my community college that I go to is like, you're an artist. Oh, okay. Let's take this math class for you, and it's pre-algebra, and I'm just like, I'm not that stupid. Oh, but you have to take it as an artist. So I'm like, okay. The whole time I was in that class, the teacher kept on making fun of artists and how like they're useless to society, and I'm just sitting there with my sketchbook, just kind of like.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
That's my experience with math in college. Woo!
They just didn't even bother with me. You're like, oh, you're in the art program? Okay, no math for you. That's fine.
I wish.
I didn't have to take science though. But science is cool.
Handle science. Science is fun. But when it comes to math, just don't put letters in my math. I'm sorry.
I can
Not where letters belong.
So if you, it sounds like you don't usually use grid paper or anything. I really like grid paper, but I'm kind of a weirdo. So, like, what do you usually sketch on, or do you like? Is it usually marker or pencil?
No, just plain white paper. I mean, I can understand like how grids would be helpful, especially when you're like copying an image. Like I've learned how to draw like that. Like you draw a grid on like the photo that you wanted to copy, and then use the grid in order to measure things. But it's not really a necessity for me right now. But it's helpful for cross stitch, so I'm fine with it.
I think like once you've established that self-taught thing, you kind of like know the proportions and how to scale your image so much to the point where it's like you don't need the graph paper at times. So I've noticed that I've taken some beginning drawing classes and the professor's like, okay, sketch out your horizon line and do all this and just all this unneeded stuff, and here I am just like,
No, I gotta say, it would be helpful for like backgrounds because perspective can be kind of annoying, and that's when grids become handy because then you can measure your straight lines because straight lines can be hard and you might mess up if you're just drawing on like a blank white page.
Yeah. Perspective. Let's just look at early.
It can be helpful.
Renaissance has beautiful perspective. Totally.
So,
really.
what's like the most difficult part, just like for you as far as when you're doing art? Is it like backgrounds then, or?
Yeah, it sucks because like I like to draw the stuff I like to draw. I'll draw it more. Like I like drawing faces, so I'll probably draw faces more often than anything. But sometimes you do need to do a background and like make everything fit together. And it's like I'd rather draw people than buildings, but I'm sure there's people out there who feel the opposite, like architects. Like they're like, I'd rather draw a building than draw some people. I guess it really depends on your preference.
For sure. I think you're really good at like expressions and stuff. It's which like I think is a pretty difficult thing to do. So yeah, everyone's got their strengths.
I make expressions while I'm drawing them, so I'm sure like if I'm making a weird face, I don't know. It's pretty funny.
I really like going to your blog. I'm sorry. I really like going to your blog for like expressions. I notice you do those very well. So like, I go to your blog. I'm like, oh, okay, that's how I should do it. Or like, oh, that's a really good example. So I thought I'd say that, like, since you brought it up. So.
Taco's a master of faces.
I guess I can always just like stare at a mirror and make weird faces and copy those. Like I've done that before. I think that's like how you start, and then you just start like pushing it more and more. Like that's what we were taught in animation class. Like push something like 2 times as much, or like I don't know. It was like push something and then like push it like 2 times more than that, and like it makes it like really pop more, especially with something involving motion. Like you want things to be exaggerated, and I guess I kind of take that on when I draw faces too. Like they're all like, it's all like too weird and unrealistic, but I don't mind it as long as it works,
Gets the point across.
Exactly.
So last year, I know you did a sketchbook because I got one and it is amazing and adorable. I should have brought it with me, but it's super cute. Are you possibly planning on doing another one soon?
Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, I don't think I have enough Sherlock art to put in it. Like, that was like, a collection of Sherlock art that I'd done over like a span of a couple years. And yeah, unfortunately, I just don't have enough. But, maybe by next year.
Do you still have any more copies? Are you still selling that?
Oh yeah, I've got plenty of copies. I've got quite a few. I have a few more of my Star Trek sketchbook too, but since it's a Sherlock convention, I'm obviously like focusing more on those. So, but I have both in case people want the other one too.
Yeah. So anyone listening, you guys should totally stop by her table and check those out because they are super, super cute.
Oh, thank you.
You probably have more Sherlock than I do because I've like got into the fandom around like little than half a year ago, like a year and a half ago. So I'm just like, I feel so new, but I love it. So
yeah, it's not too late to get into something. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, never too late. And God knows Sherlock fandom is still going strong.
Oh yeah. For sure. Sorry, I'm petting my cat up here, not just like reaching into the sky.
There's a cat? Is there a
Oh
cat?
yeah. Do you want me to... Yeah, his name is Stormy. We're Stormageddon.
Oh, this is the second cat.
A giant baby.
Oh.
That's. Too bad I can't bring him to the con.
Oh. Well.
I should have put him in my crop because he likes to eat a lot.
I believe that hotel does allow pets.
Aw, well, it's fine. I'll have cat sitters.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Oh no. Oh, but
I had to take him to the vet yesterday, so I don't want to make him too grumpy.
Mhm. Well, with a cat to end our interview, want to thank you so much for being on, Taco. It was so good having you on. I've been looking forward to this.
Thank you so much. It's really fun to talk to all you guys.
Mm-hmm. We're going to continue on with Molly's last story as she reads from Arthur Conan Doyle's original canon. And if everyone, you guys are all welcome to stay on the stream. If you can just mute your mics and cameras, and then we'll let Molly get started. You can go ahead and start whenever you feel comfortable, Molly.
Okay, really quickly, who is the blog that suggested Silver Blaze? You know?
Oh no, it was just me. Oh, that blog. I don't remember what it's called.
Okay, well, this is for them, random Tumblr citizen. Because I couldn't choose one else, so I just went with Silver Blaze. Because why not? Alright, let's do this. Oh! Okay. Tell me if the lights flicker. Then I'll run away, scared. Okay. So I'm reading from a huge collection of the Sherlock Holmes original stories by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is the first story from the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes, and it's called Silver Blaze, Adventure 1. I'm afraid, Watson, that I shall have to go, said Holmes as we sat down together to our breakfast one morning. Go? Where to? To Dartmoor, to King Pyland. I was not surprised. Indeed, my only wonder was that he had not already been mixed up in this extraordinary case, which was the one topic of conversation through the length and breadth of England. For a whole day, my companion had rambled around the room with his chin upon his chest and his brows knitted, charging and recharging his pipe with the strongest black tobacco, and absolutely deaf to any of my questions or remarks. Fresh editions of every paper had been sent up by our newsagent, only to be glanced over and tossed down into a corner. Yet, silent as he was, I knew perfectly well what it was over which he was brooding. There was but one problem before the public which would challenge his power of analysis, and that was the singular disappearance of the favourite for the Wessex Cup and the tragic murder of its trainer. When, therefore, he suddenly announced his intention of setting out for the scene of the drama, it was only what I had both expected and hoped for. I should be most happy to go down with you, if I should not be in the way, said I. My dear Watson, you would confer a great favour upon me by coming, and I think that your time will be misspent, for there are points about the case which promise to make an absolutely unique one. We have, I think, just time to catch our train to Paddington, and I will go further into the matter upon our journey. You would oblige me by bringing with you your excellent field glass. And so it happened that an hour or so later I found myself in the corner of a first carriage flying along en route to Exeter, while Sherlock Holmes, with his sharp, eager face framed in his ear-flapping travelling cap, dipped rapidly into the bundle of fresh papers which he had procured at Paddington. We had left Reading far behind us before he thrust the last one of them under the seat and offered me his cigar case. "We are going well," said he, looking out the window and glancing at his watch. "Our rate at present is 53½ miles an hour." "I have not observed the quarter-mile posts," said I. "Nor have I, but the telegraph posts upon this line are 60 yards apart, and the calculation is a simple one. I presume that you have looked into this matter of the murder of John Straker and the disappearance of Silver Blaze. I have seen what the Telegraph and the Chronicle have to say. It is one of those cases where the art of the reasoner should be used rather for the sifting of details than for the acquiring of fresh evidence. The tragedy has been so uncommon, so complete, and of such personal importance to so many people that we are suffering from a plethora of surmise, conjecture, and hypothesis. The difficulty is to detach the framework of fact, of absolute undeniable fact, from the embellishments of theorists and reporters. Then, having established ourselves upon this sound basis, it is our duty to see what inferences may be drawn and what are special points upon which the whole mystery turns. On Tuesday evening I received telegrams from both Colonel Ross, the owner of the horse, and from Inspector Gregory, who was looking after the case, inviting my cooperation. "Tuesday evening!" I exclaimed. "And this is Thursday morning. Why didn't you go down yesterday?" "Because I made a blunder, my dear Watson, which is, I am afraid, a more common occurrence than anyone would think who only knew me from your memoirs. The fact is that I could not believe it possible that the most remarkable horse in England could long remain concealed, especially in so sparsely inhabited a place as the north of Dartmoor. From hour to hour yesterday I expected to hear that he had been found, and this abductor was the murderer of John Straker. When, however, another morning had come, and I found that beyond the arrest of young Fitzroy Simmons nothing had been done, I felt that it was time for me to take action. Yet in some ways I felt that yesterday had not been wasted." "You have formed a theory, then?" "At least I have got a grip of the essential facts of the case. I shall enumerate them to you, for nothing clears of a case so much as stating it to another person, and I can hardly expect your cooperation if I do not show you the position from which we start." I lay back against the cushions, puffing at my cigar, while Holmes, leaning forward with his long, thin forefinger checking off points upon the palm of his left hand, gave me a sketch of the events which had led to our journey. "Silver Blaze," said he, "is from the so many stock, and holds as brilliant a record as his famous ancestor. He is now in his 5th year, and has brought in turn each of the prizes of the turf to Colonel Ross, his fortunate owner. Up to the time of the catastrophe, he was the first favorite for the Wessex Cup, the betting between 3 to 1 on him. He has always, however, been a prime favorite with the racing public, and has never yet disappointed them, so that even at those odds, numerous sums of money have been laid upon him. It is obvious, therefore, that there are many people who have had the strongest interest in preventing Silver Blaze from being there at the fall of the flag next Tuesday. The fact was, of course, appreciated at King's Pyland, where the Colonel's training stable is situated. Every precaution was taken to guard the favourite. The trainer, John Straker, is a retired jockey who rode in Colonel Ross's colours before he became too heavy for the weighing chair. He has served the Colonel for 5 years as jockey and for 7 as trainer, and has always shown himself to be a zealous and honest servant. Under him were 3 lads, for the establishment was a small one, containing only 4 horses in all. One of these lads sat up each night in the stable, while the other slept in the loft. All 3 bore excellent characters. John Straker, who is a married man, lived in a small villa about 200 yards from the stables. He has no children, keeps 1 maid-servant, and is comfortably off. The country round is very lonely, but about half a mile to the north there is a small cluster of villas which have been built by a Tavistock contractor for the use of invalids and others who may wish to enjoy the pure Dartmoor air. Tavistock itself lies 2 miles to the west, while across the moor, also about 2 miles distant, is the larger trading establishment of Mapleton, which belongs to Lord Blackwater and is managed by Silas Brown. In every direction the moor is a complete wilderness, inhabited only by a few roaming gypsies. Such was the general situation last Monday night when the catastrophe occurred. On that evening the horses had been exercised and watered as usual, and the stables were locked up at 9 o'clock. 2 of the lads walked up to the trainer's house, where they had supper in the kitchen, while the third, Ned Hunter— sorry, my computer just told me it had very low battery. So now everything's fine. Two of the lads walked up to the trainer's house, where they had supper in the kitchen, while the third, Ned Hunter, remained on guard. At a few minutes after 9, the maid, Edith Baxter, carried down to the stables his supper, which consisted of a dish of cured mutton. She took no liquid, as there was a water tap in the stables, and it was the rule that the lad on duty should drink nothing else. The maid carried a lantern with her, as it was very dark, and the path ran across the open moor. Edith Baxter was within 30 yards of the stables when a man appeared out of the darkness and called to her to stop. As he stepped into the circle of yellow light thrown by the lantern, she saw that he was a person of gentlemanly bearing, dressed in a great suit of tweeds with a cloth cap. He wore gaiters and carried a heavy stick with a knob on it. She was most impressed, however, by the extreme pallor of his face and by the nervousness of his manner. His age, she thought, would be rather over 30 than under it. "Can you tell me where I am?" he asked. "I had almost made up my mind to sleep on the moor when I saw the light of your lantern." "You are close to the King's Pylands training stable," said she. "Oh, indeed, what a stroke of luck!" he cried. "I understand that a stable boy sleeps there alone every night. Perhaps that is supper which you are carrying to him. Now I am sure that you would not be too proud to earn the price of a new dress, would you?" He took a piece of white paper folded up out of his waistcoat pocket. "See that the boy has this tonight, and you shall have the prettiest frock that money can buy." She was frightened by the earnestness of his manner, and ran past him to the window through which she was accustomed to hand the meals. It was already open, and Hunter was seated at the small table inside. She had begun to tell him of what happened when the stranger came up again. "Good evening," said he, looking through the window. "I wanted to have a word with you." The girl had sworn that as he spoke she noted the corner of the little paper packet protruding from his closed hand. "What business have you here?" asked the lad. "It's business that may put something into your pocket," said the other. You've 2 horses in for the Wessex Cup, Silver Blaze and Bayard. Let me have the straight tip and you won't be a loser. It is a fact that at the weights Bayard could give the other 100 yards and 5 furlongs, and that the stable have put their money on him." "So you're one of those damn touts," cried the lad. "I'll show you how we serve them in King's Pyland." He sprang up and rushed across the stable to unloose the dogs. The girl fled away to the house, but as she ran she looked back and saw the stranger was leaning through the window. A minute later, however, when Hunter rushed out with the hound, he was gone, and though he ran all around the buildings he failed to find any trace of him. "One moment," I asked. "Did the stable boy, when he ran out with the dog, leave the door unlocked behind him?" "Excellent, Watson, excellent," murmured my companion. The importance of the point struck me so forcibly that I sent a special wire to Dartmoor yesterday to clear the matter up. The boy locked the door before he left it. The window, I may add, was not large enough for a man to get through. Hunter waited until his fellow grooms had returned, when he sent a message to the trainer and told him what had occurred. Straker was excited at hearing the account, although he does not seem to have quite realized its true significance. It left him, however, vaguely uneasy, and Miss Stacker, waking at 1 in the morning, found that he was dressing. In reply to her inquiries, he said that he could not sleep on the amount of anxiety about the horses, but he intended to walk down to the stables to see that all was well. She begged him to remain at home, as she could hear the rain pattering against the window, but in spite of her entreaties, he pulled on his large mackintosh and left the house. Miss Stacker awoke at 7 in the morning to find that her husband had not yet returned. She dressed herself hastily, called the maid, and set off for the stables. The door was open. Inside, huddled together upon a chair, Hunter was sunk in a state of absolute stupor. The favourite stall was empty, and there was no signs of his trainer. The 2 lads who slept in the chaff-cutting loft above the harness room were quickly aroused. They had heard nothing during the night, for they were both sound sleepers. Hunter was obviously under the influence of some powerful drug, and as no sense could be got out of him, he was left to sleep it off, while the 2 lads and the 2 women ran out in search of the absentees. They still had hopes that the trainer had for some reason taken out the horse for early exercise, but on ascending the knoll near the house, from which all the neighbouring moors were visible, they not only could see no signs of the missing favourite, but they perceived something which warned them that they were in the presence of a tragedy. About a quarter of a mile from the stable, John Straker's overcoat was flapping from a furze bush. Immediately beyond there was a bowl-shaped depression in the moor, and at the bottom of this was found the dead body of the unfortunate trainer. His head had been shattered by a savage blow from some heavy weapon, and he was wounded on the thigh, where there was a long, clean cut, inflicted evidently by some very sharp instrument. It was clear, however, that Straker had defended himself vigorously against his assailants. For his right hand he held a small knife, which was clotted with blood up to the handle, while on the left he clasped a red and black silk cravat, which was recognized by the maid as having been worn on preceding evening by a stranger who had visited the stables. Hunter, on recovering from his stupor, which was also quite positive as to the ownership of the cravat, he was equally certain the stranger had, while standing at the window, drugged his cured mutton, and so deprived the stables of their watchmen. As to the missing horse, there was abundant proofs in the mud which lay at the bottom of the fatal hollow that he had been there at the time of the struggle, but from the morning he had disappeared, and although a large reward had been offered, and all the gypsies of Dartmoor are on the alert, no news has come of him. Finally, an analysis has shown that the remains of the supper left by the stable lad contained an appreciable quantity of powdered opium, while the people of the house partook of the same dish on the same night without any ill effect. Those are the main facts of the case, stripped of all surmise, and stated as baldly as possible. I shall now recapitulate what the police have done in that matter. Jesus Christ. Inspector Gregory, to whom the case has been committed, is an extremely competent officer. Were he but gifted with imagination, he might rise to great heights in his profession. On his arrival, he promptly found the arrest of the man upon whom suspicion naturally rested. There was little difficulty in finding him, for he inhabited one of the villas which I have mentioned. His name, it appears, is Fitzroy Simpson. He was a man of excellent birth and education, who had squandered a fortune upon the turf, and who lived now by doing a little quiet and genteel bookmaking in sporting clubs of London. An examination of his betting books show that bets to the amount of £5,000 had been registered by him against the favourite. On being arrested, he volunteered that statement that he had come down to Dartmoor in the hope of getting some information about the King's pilot horses, but also about Desborough, the second favourite, which was in charge of Silas Brown at the Mapleton stables. He did not attempt to deny that he had acted as described upon the evening before, but declared that he had no sinister designs and had simply wished to obtain first-hand information. When confronted with the cravat, he turned very pale and was utterly unable to account for his presence in the hand of the murdered man. His wet clothing showed that he had been out in the storm of the night before, and his stick, which was Pengang lawyer weighted with lead, was just such a weapon as might, by repeated blows, have inflicted the terrible injuries to which the trainer had succumbed. On the other hand, there was no wound upon his person, while the state of Stryker's knife would show that one at least of his assailants must bear his mark upon him. There you have it all in a nutshell, Watson, and if you can give me any light, I shall be infinitely obliged to you. I had listened with the greatest interest to the statement which Holmes, with characteristic clearness, had laid before me. Though most of the facts were familiar to me, I had not sufficiently appreciated the relative importance nor their connection to each other. It is not possible, I suggested, that the incised wound upon Stryker may have been caused by his own knife and the convulsive struggles which follows a brain injury? It is more than possible, it is probable, said Holmes. In that case, one of the main points in favor of the accused disappears. And yet, said I, even now I fail to understand what the theory of the police can be. I am afraid that whatever theory we state, that very grave objections to it, returned my companion. The police imagine, I take it, that this Fitzroy Simpson, having drugged the lad and having in some way obtained a duplicate key, opened the stable door and took out the horse with the intention, apparently, of kidnapping him altogether. His bridle is missing, so Simpson must have put this on. Then, having left the door open behind him, he was leading the horse away to the moor, when he was either met or overtaken by the trainer. A row naturally ensued. Simpson beat out the trainer's brains with his heavy stick without receiving any injury from the small knife which Stryker used and self-bolted during in self-defense, and then the thief either led the horse on to some secret hiding place or else it may have bolted during the struggle, and now can be wandering out on the moors. That is the case as it appears to police, and improbable as it is, all the explanations are more improbable still. However, I shall be very quickly test the matter when I am once upon the spot, and until then I cannot really see how we can get much further than our present position. It was the evening before we reached the little town of Tavistock, which lies like the boss of a shield in the middle of the huge circle of Dartmoor. Two gentlemen were awaiting us in the station, the one a tall, fair man with lion-like hair and beard and curiously penetrating light blue eyes, the other a small, alert person, very neat and dapper, in a frock coat and gaiters, with trim little side whiskers and an eyeglass. The latter was Colonel Ross, the well-known sportsman, the other Inspector Gregory, a man who was rapidly making his name in the English detective service. "I am delighted that you have come down, Mr. Holmes," said the Colonel. "The Inspector here has done all that could possibly be suggested, and I wish to leave no stone unturned in trying to avenge poor Stryker and recovering my horse." "Have there been any fresh developments?" asked Holmes. "I am sorry to say that we have made very little progress," said the Inspector. "We have an open carriage outside, as you would no doubt like to see the place before the light falls. We might talk, if over, as we drive." A minute later we were all seated in a comfortable landau and were rattling through the quaint old Devonshire city. Inspector Gregory was full of his case and poured out a stream of remarks while Holmes threw an occasional question or interjection. Colonel Ross leaned back with his arms folded and his hat tilted over his eyes, while I listened with interest to the dialogue of the two detectives. Gregory was formulating his theory, which was almost exactly what Holmes had foretold in the train. "The net is drawn pretty close round Fitzroy-Simmons," he remarked, "and I believe myself that he is our man. At the same time I recognize that the evidence is purely circumstantial and that some new development may have set it. How about Stryker's knife?" "We have quite come to the conclusion that he wounded himself in his fall. My friend Dr. Watson made that suggestion to me as we came down. If so, it would tell against this man Simpson. Undoubtedly. He has neither a knife nor any sign of a wound. The evidence against him is certainly very strong. He had a great interest in the disappearance of the favourite. He lies under suspicion of having poisoned the stable by... He was undoubtedly out in the storm. He was armed with a heavy stick, and his cravat was found in the dead man's hand. I really think we have enough to go before a jury." Holmes shook his head. "A clever counsel would tear it all to rags," said he. "Why would he take the horse out of the stable? If he wished to injure it, why could he not do it there? Has a duplicate key been found in his possession? What chemist sold him the powdered opium? Above all, where could he, a stranger to the district, hide a horse in such a hoard as this? What is his own explanation as to the paper which he wished the maid to give to the stable boy?" "He said that it was a 10-pound note, one we found in his purse. But your other difficulties are not so formidable as they seem. He is not a stranger to the district. He has twice lodged at Tavistock in the summer. The opium was probably brought from London. The key, having served its purpose, would be hurled away. The horse may be at the bottom of one of the pits or old mines upon the moor. What does he say about the cravat? He acknowledges that it is his and declares that he has lost it, but a new element has been introduced into the case with many account for his leading the horse from the stable." Holmes pricked up his ears. "We have found traces which show that a party of gypsies encamped on Monday night within a mile of the spot where the murder took place. On Tuesday they were gone. Now, presuming that there was some understanding between Simpson and these gypsies, might he not have been leading the horse to them when he was overtaken, and may they not have him now? It is certainly possible. The moor is being scoured for these gypsies. I also examined every stable and outhouse in Tavistock for a radius of 10 miles. There is another training stable quite close, I understand." "Yes, and that is a factor which we must certainly not neglect. As Desborough, their horse, was second in the betting, they had an interest in the disappearance of their favourite. Silas Brown, the trainer, is known to have had large bets on the event, and he is no friend to poor Stryker. We have, however, examined the stables, and there is nothing to connect him with the affair. And nothing to connect the man Simpson with the interests of the Mapleton stables? Nothing at all. Holmes leaned back in the carriage, and the conversation ceased. A few minutes later, our driver pulled up at a neat little red brick villa with overhanging eaves which stood by the road. Some distance off across the paddock lay a long, gray, tiled-out building. In every other direction, the low curves of the moor, bronze-colored from the fading ferns, stretched away to the skyline, broken only by the steeples of Tavistock and by a cluster of houses away to the westward which marked the Mapleton stables. We all sprang out, with the exception of Holmes, who continued to lean back with his eyes fixed upon the sky in front of him, entirely absorbed in his own thoughts. It was only when I touched his arm that he roused himself with a violent start and stepped out of the carriage. "Excuse me," said he, turning to Colonel Ross, who had looked at him in some surprise. "I was daydreaming." There was a gleam in his eye and a suppressed excitement in his manner which convinced me, used as I was to his ways, that his hand was upon a clue that I could not imagine where he had found it. "Perhaps you would prefer at once to go to the scene of the crime, Mr. Holmes," said Gregory. "I think that I would prefer to stay here a little and go into one or two of the questions of the detail." Oh, Lord. Okay. "Straker was brought back here, I presume?" "Yes, he lies upstairs. The inquest is tomorrow. He has been in your service some years, Colonel Ross? I have always found him excellent service." "I presume that you made an inventory of what he had in his pockets at the time of his death, Inspector? I have the things themselves in the sitting room if you would care to see them. I should be very glad." "This is a very singular knife," said Holmes, lifting it up and examining it minutely. "I presume, as I see blood stains upon it, that it is the one which is found in the dead man's grasp. Watson, this knife is surely in your line?" "It is what we call a cataract knife," said I. "I thought so. A very delicate blade devised from very delicate work. A strange thing for a man to carry with him upon a rough expedition, especially as it would not shut in his pocket. The tip was guarded by a desk of cork when we found beside his body," said the inspector. "His wife tells us that the knife had lain upon the dressing table and that he picked it up as he left the room. It was a poor weapon, but perhaps the best he could lay his hands on at the moment." "Very possible. How about these papers?" "Three of them are receipted hay dealers' accounts. One of them is a letter of instructions from Colonel Ross. The other is a milliner's account for £37.15, made out to Madame Lucer of Bond Street, to William Derbyshire. Miss Stacker tells us that Derbyshire was a friend of her husband, and occasionally his letters were addressed here." "Madame Derbyshire had somewhat expensive taste," remarked Holmes, glancing down the account. 22 guineas is rather heavy for a single costume. However, there appears to be nothing more to learn, and we may now go down to the scene of the crime." As we emerged from the sitting room, a woman who had been waiting in the passage took a step forward and laid her hand upon the inspector's sleeve. Her face was haggard and thin and eager, stamped with the print of a recent horror. "Have you got them? Have you found them?" she panted. "No, Miss Stricker, but Mr. Holmes has come down from London to help us, and we shall do all that is possible." "Surely I met you in Plymouth at a garden party some long time ago, Miss Stricker," said Holmes. "No, sir, you are mistaken." "Dear me! Why, I could have sworn to it. You wore a costume of dove-colored silk with ostrich feather trimming." "I never had such a dress, sir," answered the lady. "Ah, that quite settles it," said Holmes, and with an apology followed the inspector outside. A short walk across the moor took us to the hollow in which the body had been found. At the brink of it was the furze bush upon which the coat had been hung. "There was no wind that night, I understand," said Mr. Holmes. "None, but very heavy rain." "In that case the overcoat was outblown against the furze bush, but placed there." "Yes, it was laid across the bush." "You fill me with interest. I perceive that the ground has been trampled up a good deal. No doubt many feet have been here since Monday night. A piece of matting has been laid here at the side, and we have all stood upon that." "Excellent." "In this bag I have one of the boots which Stacker wore, one of Fitzroy Simpson's shoes, and a cast horseshoe of silver blaze." "My dear Inspector, you surpass yourself." Holmes took the bag, and descending into the hollow, he pushed the matting into a more central position. Then stretching himself upon his face and leaning his chin upon his hand, he made a careful study of the trampled mud in front of him. "Hullo," said he, suddenly, "what's this?" It was a wax vesta half burned, which was so coated with mud that it looked at first like a chip of wood. I cannot think how I came to overtook it, said the inspector with an expression of annoyance. It was invisible, buried in the mud. I only saw it because I was looking for it. What? You expected to find it? I thought it not unlikely. He took the boots from the bag and compared the impressions of each of them with marks upon the ground. Then he clambered up to the rim of the hollow and crawled about among the ferns and bushes. I am afraid that there are no more tracks, said the inspector. I've examined the ground very carefully for 100 yards in each direction. Indeed, said Holmes, rising, I should not have the impertinence to do it again after what you say, but I should like to have a little walk over the moor before it grows dark, that I may know my ground tomorrow, and that I think I shall put his horseshoe into my pocket for luck. Colonel Ross, who had shown some signs of impatience on my companion's quiet and sympathetic method of work, glanced at his watch. I wish you would come back with me, Inspector, said he. There are several points on which I should like your advice, especially as to whether we do not owe it to the public to remove our horse's name from the entries of the cup. It is to the public to remove our horse's name from the... Certainly not, cried Holmes with decision. I should not let the name stand. The colonel bowed. I am very glad to have your opinion, sir, said he. You will find us at poor Stucker's house when you have finished your walk, and we can drive together in Tavistock. He turned back to the inspector while Holmes and I walked slowly across the moor. The sun was beginning to sink behind the stables of Mapleton, and the long, sloping plain in front of us was tinged with gold, deepening into rich, ruddy browns where the faded ferns and brambles caught the evening light. But the glories of landscape were all wasted upon my companion, who was sunk in the deepest thought. It's this way, Watson, said he at last. We may leave the question of who killed John Stryker for the instant and confine ourselves to find out what has become of the horse. Now, supposing that he broke away during or after the tragedy, where could he have gone to? The horse is a very gregarious creature. If left to himself, his instincts would have either returned to King Pylands or go over to Mapleton. Why would he run wild upon the moor? He would surely have been seen by now. And why should gypsies kidnap him? These people always clear out when they hear of trouble, for they do not wish to be pestered by the police. They could not help to sell such a horse. They would run a great risk and gain nothing by taking him. Surely that is clear. Where is he, then? I have already said that he must have gone to King Pylands or to Mapleton. He is not at King's Pyland, therefore he is at Mapleton. Let us take that as a working hypothesis and see what it leads us to. This part of the moor, as the inspector remarked, is very hard and dry. But it falls away towards Mapleton. You can see from here that it is a long hollow over yonder, which must have been very wet on Monday night. If our suspicion is correct, then the horse must have crossed that, and there is a point where we should look for his tracks. We had been walking briskly during this conversation. A few more minutes brought us to the hollow in question. At Holmes' request, I walked down the bank to the right and he to the left, but I had not taken 50 paces before I heard him give a shout and saw him waving his hand to me. The track of a horse was plainly outlined in the soft earth in front of him, and the shoe which he took from his pocket exactly fitted the impression. See the value of imagination, said Holmes. It is the one quality that Gregory lacks. We imagine that what might have happened, acted upon the supposition, and found ourselves justified. Let us proceed. He crossed the marshy bottom and passed over a quarter of a mile of dry, hard turf. Again the ground sloped, and again we came on the tracks, and we lost them for half a mile, but only to pick them up once more quite close to Mapleton. It was Holmes who saw them first, and he stood pointing with a look of triumph upon his face. The man's track was visible beside the horse's. The horse was alone before, I cried. Quite so, it was alone before. Hello, what is this? The double track turned sharp off and took the direction of King's Pylands. Holmes whistled, and we both followed long after it. His eyes were on the trail, but I happened to look a little to one side and saw to my surprise the same tracks coming back again in the opposite direction. One for you, Watson, said Holmes when I pointed it out. You have saved us a long walk, which would have brought us to our own traces. Let us follow the return track. We had not to go far. It ended at the paving of asphalt which led to the gates of the Mapleton stables. As we approached, a groom ran out from them. We don't have any loiterers around here, said he. I only wish to ask questions, said Holmes. There's quite a few more pages. Alright. Okay. Bless you, sir. If anyone is about, he will be, for he is always the first, sir. But here he is, sir, to answer your questions for himself. No, sir, no. It is as much as my place is worth to let him see me touch your money afterwards, if you like. As Sherlock Holmes replaced the half-crown which he had drawn from his pocket, the fierce-looking elderly man strode out from the gate with the hunting crop swinging in his hand. "What's this, Dawson?" he cried. "No gossiping. Go about your business. And you, what the devil do you want here?" "10 minutes' talk with you, my good sir," said Holmes in the sweetest of voices. "I've no time to talk to every gadabout. We want no strangers here. We offer you may find a dog at your heels." Holmes leaned forward and whispered something in the trainer's ear. He started violently and flushed to the temples. "It is a lie," he shouted, "an infernal lie." "Very good. Shall we agree about it in here in public, or talk about it over in your parlor?" "Oh, come in if you wish to." Holmes smiled. "I shall not keep you for more than a few minutes, Watson," said he. "Now, Mr. Brown, I am quite at your disposal." It was 20 minutes, and the reds had all faded into grays before Holmes and the trainer reappeared. Never have I seen such a change as he had brought upon Silas Brown in a short time. His face was ashy pale, beads of perspiration shone upon his brow, and his hand shook until the hunting crop wide like a branch in the wind. His bullying, overbearing manners was all gone too, and he cringed along my companion's side like a dog with his master. "Your instructions will be done. It shall all be done," said he. "There must be no mistake," said Holmes, looking round at him. The other winced as he read the menace in his eyes. "Oh, no, there shall be no mistake. It shall be there. Should I change it first or not?" Holmes thought a little and then burst out laughing. "No, don't," said he. "I shall write to you about it. No tricks now, or, oh, you can trust me. You can trust me." "Yes, I think I can. Well, you shall hear from me tomorrow." He turned upon his heel, disregarding the trembling hand which of the other held out to him, and we set off for King's Pyland. "A more compounded, the bully, coward, and sneak than Master Silas Brown I have seldom met with," remarked Holmes as we trudged along together. "He has the horse, then?" He tried to bluster out of it, but I described to him so exactly what his actions had been upon that morning that he was convinced that I was watching him. Of course he observed the peculiarly square toes in his impression, and that his own boots exactly corresponded to them. Again, of course, no subordinate would have dared to do such a thing. I described to him how, when according to his custom he was the first down, he perceived a strange horse wandering over the moor, how he went out to it in astonishment at recognizing from the white forehead which was given the favorite is named the chance had put in his power, the only horse which could beat the one upon which he had put his money. Then I described how his first impulse had been leading him back to King's Pyland, and how the devil had shown him how he could hide the horse until the race was over, and how he had led it back and concealed it in Mapleton. When I told him every detail, he gave it up and thought only of saving his own skin, but his stables had been searched. "Oh, an old horse faker like him has many a dodge." "But are you not afraid to leave the horse in his power, since he has every interest in injuring it?" "My dear fellow, he will guard it as the apple of his eye. He knows that his only hope of mercy is to produce it safe. Colonel Ross did not impress me as a man who would be likely to show how much mercy in any case. The matter does not rest with Colonel Ross. I follow my own methods and tell as much or as little as I choose. This is the advantage of being unofficial. I don't know whether you observed it, Watson, but the Colonel's manner has been a trifle cavalier to me. I am inclined now to have a little amusement at his expense. Say nothing to him about the horse." "Certainly not without your permission. And of course this is all quite a minor point compared to the question of who killed John Straker. And you will devote yourself to that? On the contrary, we both go back to London by the night train." I was thunderstruck by my friend's words. We had not only been a few hours in Devonshire, that he should give up an investigation which he had been so brilliantly doing was quite incomprehensible to me. Not a word more that I could draw from him until we were back at the trainer's house. The colonel and the inspector was awaiting us in the parlor. "My friend and I returned to town by the night express," said Holmes. "We had a charming little breath of your beautiful Dartmoor air." The inspector opened his eyes, and the colonel's lips curled in a sneer. "So you despair of arresting the murderer of poor Straker?" said he. Holmes shrugged his shoulders. "There are certainly grave difficulties in the way," said he. "I have every hope, however, that your horse will start upon Tuesday, and I beg that you will have your jockey in readiness. Might I ask for a photograph of Mr. John Straker?" The inspector took one from an envelope and handed it to him. "My dear Gregory, you anticipate all my wants. If I might ask you to wait here for an instant, I have a question which I should like to put on to the maid." "I must say that I'm rather disappointed in our London consultant," said Colonel Ross bluntly as my friend left the room. "I do not see that we are further than when he came. At least you have his assurance that your horse will run, said I. Yes, I have his assurance, said the colonel with a shrug of his shoulders. I should prefer to have the horse. I was about to make some reply in defense of my friend when he entered the room again. Now, gentlemen, said he, I am quite ready for Tavistock. As we stepped into the carriage, one of the stable lads held the door open for us. A sudden idea seemed to occur to Holmes, for he leaned forward and touched the lad upon the sleeve. You have a few sheep in the paddock, he said. Who attends them? I do, sir. Have you noticed anything amiss with them of late? Well, sir, not of much account, but 3 of them have gone lame, sir. I could see that Holmes was extremely pleased, for he chuckled and rubbed his hands together. A long shot, Watson, a very long shot, said he, pinching my arm. Gregory, let me recommend to your attention the singular epidemic among the sheep. Drive on, coachman. Colonel Ross still wore an expression which showed the poor opinion which had formed of my companion's ability, but I saw by the inspector's face that his attention had been keenly aroused. You consider that to be important, he asked. Exceedingly so. Is there any point to which you would wish to draw my attention? To the curious incident of the... Oh, my God! Sorry. To the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime. The dog did nothing in the nighttime. That was the curious incident, remarked Sherlock Holmes. 4 days later, Holmes and I were again in the train, bound for Winchester to see the race for the Wessex Cup. Colonel Ross met us by appointment outside the station, and we drove in his drag to a course beyond the town. His face was grave, and his manner was cold in the extreme. I have seen nothing of my horse, said he. I suppose that you would know him when you saw him, asked Holmes. The colonel was very angry. I have been on the turf for 20 years, and never was asked such a question as that before, said he. A child would know Silverblaze with his white forehead and his molted-off foreleg. How is the betting? Well, that is the curious part of it. You could have gotten 15 to 1 yesterday, but the price has been shorter and shorter until you can hardly get 3 to 1 now. Hum, said Holmes. Somebody knows something that is clear. As the drag drew up in the enclosure near the grandstand, I glanced at the card to see the entries. Wessex Plate, and ran 50 stoves, each 8 feet, with 1,000 stoves added for 4 and 5 reels. Second L 300, third L 200, new course. 1 mile and 5 furlongs. Mr. Heath Newton's the Negro. Red cap, cinnamon jacket. Colonel Wadlar's pugilist, pink cap, blue and black jacket. Lord Blackwater's desperado, black cap, red jacket. Duke of Balmond's iris, yellow and black stripes. Lord Singapore Rasper, purple cap, black sleeves. We scratched... We scratched our other one and put all hopes on your word, said the colonel. Why, what is that? Silverblaze favorite? 5 to 4 against Silverblaze, wore the ring. 5 to 4 against Silverblaze. 5 to 15 against Desborough. 5 to 4 on the field. These are the numbers up, I cried. They are all 6 there, all 6 there. Then my horse is running, cried the colonel in great agitation. But I don't see him. My colors have not passed. Only 5 have passed. This must be he. As I spoke, a powerful bay horse swept upon the weighing enclosure and cantered past us, bearing on his back the well-known black and red of the colonel. That's not my horse, cried the owner. The beast has a white hair upon his body. What is this that you've done, Mr. Holmes? Well, let us see how he gets on, said my friend imperatively. For a few minutes he gazed through my fields. Capital! An excellent start, he cried suddenly. Then there they are, coming around the curve. From our drag we had a superb view as they came up the straight. The 6 horses were so close together that a carpet could have covered them. But halfway up, the yellow of the Mapledon stable showed to the front. Before they reached us, however, Desborough, a bolt was shot, and the colonel's horse, coming away with a rush, passed the post a good 6 lengths before its rival, the Duke of Balmore's iris, making a bad third. It's my race, anyhow, gasped the colonel, passing his hand over his eyes. I confess that I can neither make head nor tail of it. Don't you think that you have kept up your mystery long enough, Mr. Holmes? Certainly, Colonel, you shall know everything. Let us go around and have a look at the horse together. Here he is, he continued, as we made our way into the weighing enclosure where only owners and their friends find admittance. You have only to wash his face and his legs in spirits of wine, and you will find that he is the same old Silverblaze as ever. You take my breath away. I found him in the hands of a faker and took the liberty of running him just as he was sent over. My dear sir, you have done wonders. The horse looks very fit and well. It never went better in its life. I owe you 1,000 apologies for having doubted your ability. You have done me a great service by recovering my horse. You would do a greater still if you could lay your hands on the murder of John Stacker. I have done so, said Holmes quietly. The colonel and I stared at him in amazement. You have got him? Where is he, then? He is here. Here? Where? In my company at the present moment. The colonel flushed angrily. I quite recognize that I am under obligations to you, Mr. Holmes, said he, but I must regard that you have said as either a very bad joke or an insult. Sherlock Holmes laughed. I assure you that... Oh my god, I keep reading the things that are coming up because it makes a noise. I assure you that I have not associated you with the crime, Colonel, said he. The real murderer is standing immediately behind you. He stepped past and laid his hand upon the glossy neck of the thoroughbred. The horse, cried both the Colonel and myself. Yes, the horse, and it may lessen his guilt if I say that it was done in self-defense, and that John Straker was a man who is entirely unworthy of your confidence. But here goes the bell, and I stand to win a little on this next race. I shall defer a lengthy explanation until a more fitting time. Okay, final stretch. We had the corner of a Pullman car to ourselves that evening as we whirled back to London, and I fancy that the journey was a short one to Colonel Ross as well as to myself as we listened to our champion's narrative of the events which had occurred as to the Dartmouth training stables upon the Monday night and that means by which he had unravelled them. I confess, said he, that any theories which I had formed from the newspaper reports were entirely erroneous, and yet here are the indications there. Had they not been overlaid by other details which concealed their true import, I went to Devonshire with the conviction that Fitzroy Simpson was the true culprit, although, of course, I saw that the evidence against him was by no means complete. It was while I was in the carriage, just as we reached the trainer's house, the immense significance of the cured mutton occurred to me. You may remember that I had straight and remained sitting over you had all alighted. I was marveling in my own mind how I could possibly have overlooked such an obvious clue. I confess, said the Colonel, that even now I cannot see how it helps us. It was the first link in my chain of reasoning. Powdered opium is by no means tasteless. The flavor is not disagreeable, but it is perceptible. Were it mixed with an ordinary dish, the eater would undoubtedly detect it and would probably eat no more. A curry was exactly the medium which would disguise this taste. By no possible supposition could the stranger Fitzroy Simmons have caused curry to be served in the trainer's family that night, and it is surely too monstrous a coincidence to suppose that he happened to come along with powdered opium upon the very night when the dish happened to be served which could disguise the flavor. That is unthinkable. Therefore, Simpson becomes eliminated from the case, and our attention centers upon Straker and his wife, the only two people who could have chosen cured mutton for supper that night. The opium was added after the dish was set aside for the tableware, for the others had the same for supper with no effects. Which of them then had access to the dish without the maid seeing them? Before deciding the question, I had grasped the significance of the silence of the dog, for one true inference invariably suggests others. The Simpson incident had shown me that the dog was kept in the stables, and yet, though someone had been in and fetched out the horse, he had not barked enough to arouse the two lads in the loft. Obviously, the midnight visitor was someone that the dog knew well. I was already convinced, or almost convinced, that John Straker went down onto the stable in the dead of the night and took out Silver Blaze. For what purpose? For a dishonest one, obviously, or why should he drug his own stable alive? And yet I was at a loss to know why. There have been cases before now where trainers have been made sure of such great sums of money by laying against their own horses through agents and then preventing them from winning by fraud. Sometimes it is a pulling jockey. Sometimes it is also sure on subtler means. What was it there? I hope that the contents of his pockets might help me to form a conclusion. And I did so. You cannot have forgotten that the singular knife which was found in the dead man's hand, a knife which certainly no sane man would choose for a weapon. It was, as Dr. Watson told us, a form of knife which is used for the most delicate operations done in surgery, and it was to be used for a delicate operation that night. You must know that your wide experience of turf matters, Colonel Ross. That it is possible to make a slight nick upon the tendons of a horse hand, to do it subcutaneously as to leave absolutely no trace. A horse so treated would develop a slight lameness which would be put down to a strain of exercise or a touch of rheumatism, and never to foul play. Villain, scoundrel, cried the Colonel. We have here the explanation of why John Straker wished to take the horse out to the moor. So sprinting a creature that would have certainly roused the silence of sleepers, which, if felt the prick of the knife, it was absolutely necessary to do it in the open air. "I have been blind," cried the colonel. "Of course that's why I needed the candle," and struck the match. "Undoubtedly, but in examining his belongings, I was fortunate to discover not only the method of the crime, but even its motives. As a man of the world, Colonel, you know the men do not carry other people's bills around in their pockets. We have most of us quite enough to do settle on our own. I at once concluded that Stricker was was leading a double life and keeping a second establishment. The nature of the bill showed that there was a lady in the case, and one had expensive taste. Liberal as you are with your servants, one can hardly expect that you can buy 20-guinea walking satisfied dressed for a lady. I questioned Mr. Stacker as to the dress without her knowing it, and have satisfied myself that it had never reached her. I made a note of the milliner's address, and felt that by calling them with the Stacker's photograph, I could easily dispose of the mythical Derbyshire. From that time on was plain. Stryker led out to the house to a hollow where his light would be invisible. Simpson in his fight had dropped his cravat, and Stryker had picked it up with some idea, perhaps, that he might use it to securing the horse's legs. Once in the hollow, he had got behind the horse and struck a light, and the creature, frightened at the sudden glare, and with the strange instinct animal's feelings that some mischief was intended, had lashed out, and the steel shoe had struck Straker full on the forehead and knee, and already, in spite of the rain, taken off his overcoat in order to do his delicate task, and so, as he fell, his knife gashed his thigh. Do I make it clear? "Wonderful!" cried the colonel. "Wonderful! You might have been there." My final shot was, I confess, a very long one. It struck me that so astute a man as Straker would not undertake this delicate tendon nicking without a little practice. What could he practice on? My eyes fell upon the sheet, and I asked a question which, rather to my surprise, showed that my surmise was correct. When I returned to London, I called upon the milliner, who had recognized Stricker as an excellent customer of the name of Derbyshire, who is a very dashing wife with a strongly partially for expensive dresses. I have no doubt that this woman had plunged him over head and ears in debt, and so led him into this miserable plot. "You have explained all but one thing," cried the colonel. "Where was the horse?" "Ah, it bolted and was cared for by one of the neighbors. We must have an amnesty in that direction, I think. That is Calham Junction, if I am not mistaken, and we shall be in Victoria in less than 10 minutes. If you care to smoke a cigar in our rooms, Colonel, I shall be happy to give you any other details which might interest you." Done. So that was just, the paragraphs were really thick. But it's not that many pages. But look at that. That's just pure words. I'm so sorry.
No, man, you did great. You did so great. Don't worry.
I just feel bad because I was like, all right, I'm going to start. It's like, oh, really fast. What is happening next?
I totally thought that would take you got that done in 40 minutes. I thought it would take an hour.
I got warm. I had to take a layer off and move around.
I'm so sorry. I didn't think it would be that long. I have no, understanding of how time passes.
It's only, 6 pages in this book, but, one of the pages was just wall-to-wall text. And so there was no, spaces. It was my fault. I should have thought about it more. But, it's okay.
No,
we did it.
Good.
I didn't know I could speed read that.
We're gonna have that was impressive.
Okay, sorry, Gemini.
Yeah, we're gonna have Gemini on. Sorry, we're gonna have Gemini on next to play a couple of sets until 12, and we can ask them questions as they come along. So put your questions in the chat box, and we'll talk to them in between songs. Lisa, do you
They're muted. Can you unmute them?
Lisa, Gina, you guys on?
Yes.
Hey!
Hey. Hold on, I'm gonna put the video on.
Go for it.
Are we good?
Hi.
Hey. Yo. Here, I'm gonna put the...
Good to have you guys on.
Say that again?
Oh, sorry. Good to have you guys on.
Yay, we're so excited. Yeah, we've never done a live stream before. Yeah, so this is totally exciting. Right?
Righteous. Would you guys like to just start with a couple questions, or would you like to go right into the music?
Ooh, I'm so indecisive, so we could start off with a few questions. Sure.
Righteous. Well, just a general question to start us off. How did you guys start your band?
Ooh. I think ever since we were 5, we always wanted to sing. We just didn't know how to go about doing that. We did musical theater in high school, and we had a producer in middle school, and we did hip hop and R&B, which is very strange because we are not hip hop nor R&B. But yeah, so then sometime in college, I was kind of miserable because I wasn't doing music, and I kind of had a midlife crisis when I was 20 years old. And I thought, okay, so I don't want to be miserable anymore. So how do I not be miserable? So long story short, I kind of forced her to be like, hey, we've been wanting to be recording artists together since we were 5 years old. We shouldn't stop this now. So it was crazy. I started taking piano classes and music theory classes, and I was awful in those classes. Like I'm not that good at playing piano at all. But yeah, so 4 years later, here we are in LA, and we wrote songs, and yeah, it's been a crazy
4 years.
Yeah, but I wouldn't trade them for anything. So yeah. Do you have anything to add to that?
No. It's just crazy. We've been wanting this since we were 5, and then finally, 20 years later, after that, we're starting to really start what we want to do. So it's nice. It's a nice feeling. Yeah.
Righteous. I did want to ask about the I Owe You a Fall song. How did you guys come up with that, or how did the development of that go?
So a year ago, we came upon this awesome show called Sherlock, and we literally watched the first 2 seasons within 2 days.
Yeah, and we don't do that. Like, we don't marathon shows, like, at all. Like, we watched Buffy, and I love that show, but it took us, like, a year, and not because I didn't want to keep watching it, but we just don't marathon shows at all. But after season 1, after Moriarty showed up, I was like, we have got to finish the rest of the show right now, because I can't like go on with the rest of my life until we see what happens.
And little did we know that season 2 would have probably one of the worst cliffhangers ever.
Right. Because if I knew that, I would have waited a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, after watching the Reichenbach Fall, I loved Moriarty, and I loved Sherlock, and I loved their relationship so much. They're great. There's something so tragic and strangely beautiful about it.
And poetic.
And poetic. I mean, it's very twisted and I don't know.
I mean, just so many things. So
yeah.
You have a tattoo.
Yeah, I have the. I'm such a geek. I have the apple with I owe you carved into it on my left leg. Yeah, because I was having a lot of stomach issues last year, and around the time that I was going to get an endoscopy, wow, this is getting super personal, around that time, that's when we watched Sherlock, and it helped me get through that. It was a really kind of difficult time, so I was like, I owe the show a tattoo on me, so so stupid. Anyway, so yeah, I really love Sherlock and Moriarty. You know, little did I know that season 3 would have all this awesome Sherlock and Moriarty in it, but yeah, I love that episode. We probably, this was the hardest song that we've ever written in terms of some of our other songs, like we have this Buffy song that took 15 minutes to write. A whole bunch of our other songs were
I mean, they were super quick. Like, we finished all these other songs in a day. Like, if we start writing a song, it's done in a day. But this song, for some reason, we knew we wanted to call it I Owe You a Fall, but we couldn't come up with a good melody to fit those words for some reason. Like, it literally took us like 3 months, at least, to write this song. It was crazy.
But we also wanted it to be good because we wanted you know, we love Sherlock and Moriarty's relationship so much that we wanted, you know, a song that we were proud of, that I wanted to present in front of people and perform sometime. So yeah, it was a really interesting process. Like, we had the verses for a long time, but we could not come up with a chorus at all. Like, at all. I even had dreams about coming up with a chorus of this song. Like, it haunted me. Like, I was like, oh man, I'm Sherlock and Moriarty's haunting. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, one time we were trying to write it, and then that melody in the chorus just came to me. And then we wrote the whole song in one night after months wondering about it.
Yeah. So yeah, I like it. It's different than I thought it was going to be, but I like it. I guess. I hope.
I know. We'll probably write a few songs about Sherlock and Moriarty's relationship, but this is just the first one. So
yeah, totally.
Nice. You guys mentioned the Buffy song that you did. Do you feel like you might want to expand more on some of the more like fandom or media related songs that you're capable of, or do you like sticking to original work too?
Ooh.
Or I mean, original, yeah.
Yeah, man, that's something that we're actually kind of struggling with a little bit, is trying to figure out if we want to be, I mean, we want to do original music, that's the whole goal, I think, but we've had a lot of success with a lot of just the more geek kind of songs, which is crazy because we never really thought that we would, because normally when bands do a lot of geeky songs, that's all they do, and that's why they have so much success, because they're awesome and they're talented and they do geeky stuff, which is great. Like, that, we're all about that. Mm-hmm. But it's just interesting because we started off doing original music, and then after we rewatched season 2 of Buffy, Gina and I went to the piano and we just started writing this song that took, like I said, like 15 minutes to write. And then I was like, man, this is so cool that we get to write a song about Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Like, I think that's so much fun. So I thought that that's all that we were going to do when it came to kind of geeky music, until around, I want to say 2 years ago, Gina came up with this idea for this YouTube parody video called Thor's Day. And Thor's Day is basically our YouTube video that is making fun of Rebecca Black's Friday. And I don't know, she just had such a good idea, like, because it just fits so perfectly. It just does. And I know, like, in the Marvel fandom, Thor's Day is what everyone said every Thursday to get excited about Thor the Dark World. They're like, hey guys, it's Thor's Day. And I was like, we've got to do it. Like, we don't do funny stuff. Like, I don't think we're funny. And we tend to like more dramatic stuff. So I was like, all right, I mean, I didn't want to do anything like geeky besides Buffy, but we have to do Thor's Day. Like, and if anyone has seen that video, it's basically us talking about going on Tumblr and looking up Tom Hiddleston and like, which site should we go on? Should we go to Tumblr, Instagram, Reddit? Like, it's just, that song is so ridiculous, and it's basically our life, because that's what we do, is go on Tumblr and geek out about stuff.
And it's cool because it has some Sherlock references as well.
Totally. Like, one of the very first shots of the video, it zooms into a picture of Benedict and Martin in the Hobbit set, when Martin's all in his Bilbo costume and like Benedict's touching his foot, which I think is hilarious. Like, that's one of the first shots of the video, is me waking up with Thor's hammer, and then like you turn and you see the picture like right next to my bed, and it's that picture, and like, I don't know. So there's a lot of Sherlock references in that music video. But yeah, anyway, so we did Thor's Day. That's kind of the biggest thing that we've done. It's not too big, like I wouldn't consider it a YouTube hit or anything like that, but it has over 13,000 views, which is like the biggest thing that we've done. And Tom Hiddleston has seen that video. there's this guy named Agent M on Twitter who has over 1 million followers that retweeted our video. He put our video as a part of YouTube's Geek Week, which was crazy, as a part of the Marvel channel, which was the biggest honor in the world. So yeah, and then after that, I was like, well, we've got to write a Sherlock song. Now we're like in this geek stuff. Like now I mean, how can we not write a Sherlock song? Like now I have 2 Sherlock tattoos. Like it's a part of me. Like we have to do it.
So we're probably gonna keep going on this vein, but we still want to write original music. Whereas if no one saw Sherlock, they would still hear "I Owe You a Fall" and think, oh, that's an interesting song. Like
like maybe they wouldn't get it. Because it's a really, like, "I Owe You a Fall" is such an interesting like, phrase. But yeah, it's one of those things, I don't know, I think we will try to do original music still, but kind of be inspired by shows. Like I kind of had this idea with her the other day that I kind of want to write an album with every single Sherlock episode as the inspiration, but unless you know that, you just think, oh, it's like an album, whatever. But if you know, you'd be like, oh, that's obviously about A Study in Pink. This is obviously about His Last Vow. I think I kind of want to do that just because Sherlock's my life right now and has been for the past year. So, I mean, what better way to, you know, I don't know, honor that show and commemorate it. That's an interesting word. Than to write, it is than to write an album. And we actually... Sorry, this is a really long answer. I ramble a lot, I'm sorry. We just wrote this John Locke song called "I've Just Got One." We just wrote it the other day, and we'll probably perform that too. It's super new, so everyone has to bear with us. But yeah. So anyway, yeah. So long story short, yeah. So we'll keep doing original music, but definitely, if you know what fandom we're referring to, you'll love it. But I still want like just the regular people, because geeky people are so much better than regular people. So I still want the regular people to be able to listen to it and understand, you know, and kind of be like, oh, that's a cool song. I know what that song's about, even if I've never seen Sherlock or Buffy or, I mean, everyone's seen the Avengers, but you know. I hope that answers your question.
Definitely. I did want to ask one thing. Have you guys ever heard of any of the sort of music genres that are in some communities, like how Harry Potter has wizard rock or Doctor Who has rock bands?
Huh. We have. I've heard of that. In some conventions, well, we performed at this one convention. It wasn't a convention. What is it?
It was a nerd rock music festival.
Yeah.
In Orlando, Florida, called Nerdapalooza.
Mm-hmm. And a whole bunch of kind of geeky bands performed there, and that was great. That was awesome. I don't really think we fit as much as other bands did because, like you said, there's a band dedicated to Harry Potter. There's bands dedicated to Doctor Who, and here we are like, well, I've got this one Sherlock song, like every other song's original, like, but yeah, I mean, I've heard of that. I think that's great. There's this new band that we just heard of called the Double Clicks.
And they're not new, but we just heard them for some reason.
We're slow to things, and that's awesome. Like I heard some of their songs and their lyrics are so cool. So like I love that. It's just so hard because I feel like we're right in the middle of that. It's like we could be that. I mean, I'm not saying like I could be like them because all of those people are awesome, but I'm just saying like our genre could be that, but it's so tough. It's like we're like, no, we're just artists that sing original songs, and then the other half of me is like, no, we totally do geek music, and we should just embrace that and just do that.
Or it's maybe tough. We could do both, like kind of meet in the middle.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. But yeah, if you know of any cool bands, because obviously we're super slow to this whole like geek music world, like let us know. I'd love to listen to more of that.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Awesome. Very good. We're fast approaching 11:30, so why don't you guys go ahead and start our first song?
Cool. Okay. Great. Do you want to do IOU?
Yeah.
Did I do something?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, so the first song we're going to do is called I Owe You a Fall. In case some people, probably some people don't know, we also did a YouTube music video for the song. So check it out on YouTube if you haven't.
I am the shadows on the wall. Can you feel me there? Feel me there. I am the grin against the wall, smiling while you stare. While you stare. I am the thoughts that plague your mind, screaming while you wait. While you wait. I am the whispers in your mind, feeding all your hate. All your hate. You think you can hide, you'll be just fine. You think you can run, that's no fun. Ooh, baby, will you look my way? Will you come out and play? Ooh, baby, will you just obey a spider and its prey? Now you've got some debts to pay. Don't think I can wait another day. Ooh, baby, will you take my call? 'Cause I owe you a fall. I owe you a fall. I owe you a fall. Bomb coming to our end, to our end. It's hard to know, it's hard to say. You're my only friend, only friend. To hell to them, I'll show this wretched town who's in charge, who's in charge. It's hard to catch the angel, the criminal at large, at large. You think you can fly, you'll be just fine. I think you can run. That's not all. Ooh, baby, will you look my way? Will you come out and play? Ooh, baby, will you just obey a spider and its prey? Now you've got some debts to pay. Don't think I can wait another day. Baby, will you take my call? 'Cause I owe you a fall. I owe you a fall. I owe you a fall. Are you an angel? Are you one of them? Can we solve the final problem? Will you forsake me as I lay you down? And honey, you should see me in a crowd. Baby, will you look my way? Will you come out and play? Baby, will you just obey a spider and its prey? Now you've got some debts to pay. Don't think I can wait another day. Ooh, baby, will you take my call? 'Cause I owe you a fall. I owe you a fall.
Oh, dark. I know. Okay. So, you guys are too nice. Okay, so, should we do our new song? Yeah. All right, so this is like the world premiere of this song right now.
No one's ever heard it.
No one's ever heard it, so we might mess up. So obviously we like Sherlock and Moriarty's relationship, but we are a multi-shipper people. So we also love Sherlock and John so much. Too much.
They're totally cute.
Don't even get me started with John Locke. So yeah, we decided to write a John Locke song. We'll hopefully make a music video for that soon. So we're super excited. But
Totally.
this next song is called "I've Just Got One," and it's the first time I played it. So
Yep.
here we go.
So bear with us.
Yeah.
I don't know how I found you, but you know how these things are. Our fate is in the stars. You're a man of science, and I was born from war. We don't know what we are for, at least until the day I met you. I took it as some sort of clue. You turned my whole life around. You catch me when I'm falling down. I don't have friends, I've just got one. You take my hand and run with me. You wake me up so I can see. I don't have friends, I've just got one. I've just got one. We go through this life together to solve our mysteries, to calm our misery. What would I do without you? You fill a part of me where I was once empty. At least until the day I met you. I took it as some sort of clue. You turn my whole life around. You catch me when I'm falling down. I don't have friends, I've just got one. You take my hand and run with me. You wake me up so I can see. I don't have friends, I've just got one. I've just got one. I don't know what I'd do if you weren't here. It feels like all my life would just disappear. You can't ever leave me, no, not again. Let's pick up where we left off so we can begin. You turn my whole life around. You catch me when I'm falling down. I don't have friends, I've just got one. You take my hand and run with me. You wake me up so I can see. I don't have friends, I've just got one. Just got one. I've just got one.
Yay, John Locke. Have to add some John Locke love in there.
Totally.
Totally. I love them so much. Yeah. I think, you guys are so nice. I think Benedict and Martin have such amazing chemistry. Like, I don't know. That's the foundation of the show to me. Yeah, I love it. Oh, we're also going to have a panel at the Bay Area Sherlock Con, and
we're probably going to start the panel by saying, so we ship everything, everyone can be comfortable.
Yeah, we don't, I mean, we're kind of biased, a little bit, because, Sherlock and Moriarty, but, but we can love all the ships.
This is a multi-love kind of game.
Yeah. Oh, man. Good times. Ooh, do you want to do fictional?
Sure. Do you guys want us to do another one? We don't have to.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So this song, it's not, I wouldn't say it's not based on Sherlock, but it's more of, if anyone knows how it's like to be desperately in love with a fictional character, I think you guys will be able to relate to this song.
And it's also even more about just a fictional character, even about being obsessed with an actor, which I'm sure all of us can relate to. Sure, we've been obsessed with a few actors. That's what this song is about. It's called Fictional, and hopefully we're going to release a music video about this soon. We kind of want to do half real life, half animation, so we're really excited about that. Hopefully later this year. But yeah, here's Fictional.
He smiles, my day brightens as I stare at the screen. I try not to think about what that could mean. He speaks, my breath quickens, my cheeks are turning red. I try not to overanalyze what he said. I tell all my friends on how we're meant to be. They just quietly whisper and stare at me. And they say that he's fictional. He doesn't belong in this world. Just a character in my head, trying to make it out alive. 'Cause I'm delusional, trying to hide a lonely heart, trying to make him feel the part. 'Cause all the world's a stage, and I was yours from the start. He jokes and I smile as I feel my heart swell. In the best kept secret that I'll never tell. It's a Shakespeare tragedy, how you entertain. You'll never see me through the riches and the fame. I tell all my friends on how we're meant to be. They just quietly whisper and stare at me. And they say that it's fictional. He doesn't belong in this world. Just a character in my head, trying to make it out alive. 'Cause I'm delusional, trying to hide a lonely heart, trying to make him feel the part. 'Cause all the world's a stage, and I was yours from the start. And I don't care if you're not real. You make me know what I don't want to feel. You've always been there for me when I don't want you to be. They may laugh at me and I'll cry, but I know you'll stay with me tonight, tonight. 'Cause you're fictional, you don't belong in this world. You're just a character in my head, trying to make it out alive. 'Cause I'm delusional, trying to hide a lonely heart, trying to make you feel the part. 'Cause all the world's a stage, and I was doomed from the start.
So that might have been written about Tom Hiddleston and Benedict Cumberbatch and Andrew Scott. But who's counting? Thank you. You guys are so nice. I know. They want us to do the Buffy song, but ooh, how can we set that up? I mean, you have your piano. What about the mic? What about the mic? It wouldn't sound as good. That's so cool that you guys know what Buffy is. It's weird. We saw Buffy like 3 years ago. Yeah, for the first time. Yeah. And then we became obsessed, and it's probably our favorite show of all time. Yeah. Yeah. Joss Whedon is the man. Yeah. Joss Whedon is the man. I know, yeah, it's true. Not enough people are fans of Buffy. And it's so hard because I was that person that when my friend Josh, he's back in Florida. He's not watching, but I love you, Josh. I'm such a loser. When he told me, hey, I know you guys don't watch TV, but you really need to watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And I was like, I'm sorry, it just sounds like a teen Twilight thing with Sarah Michelle Gellar. I've only seen her in Scooby-Doo. Come on, why are you gonna make me watch this show right now? And he's like, no, you don't understand. And I'm like, look, Josh, I only like TV that's dark and dramatic, and it has to have a life, life advice and whatever. And he's like, you need to sit down and watch this show right now. And I'm like, oh, okay. So the first season was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. It's exactly what you think it is, except there's still something about it that's still better than, obviously, I don't know, the whole teenage vampire thing. But then season 2 happened, and then it took over my soul. Now I was a vampire. Yeah, I love it. That show, it's every single episode taught me something about life, and I owe just a lot of... I told Joss Whedon when we met him at Comic-Con 2 years ago, I told him, and it was the truth, I was like, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have moved to LA, I wouldn't have tried to follow my dreams, and he just looks so, genuinely happy, which is great. He's such a genuine person, and I was, shaking, and oh my god. And we have to tell them at some point what happened when we met Stephen Moffat and Mark Gatiss, because she totally choked, and it was the funniest thing on earth.
We don't talk about that.
Yeah, we have to talk about it. So really quickly, before we do the Buffy song. So it was us and a few of our friends, and this was last year, so it was before Series 3 came out, obviously. So it was do you need help? Hold on. Are you okay? Okay. Sorry about that. She almost died. So yeah, last year we were super excited because there was a Sherlock panel. And that was crazy because that was the first Sherlock panel ever at San Diego Comic-Con. So naturally, us and a few of our friends all dressed up like different versions of Moriarty. So I was the IOU Moriarty. I had the gray suit and the tie, and it took me forever to find that cream tie. And she was Jim from IT, which was wonderful because we had to buy men's underwear and color it yellow.
It was like a yellow-green.
Yeah, it was like a yellow-green. But it was hilarious, and you put your shirt up and the pants down so people could see the underwear. But people that aren't in the fandom were so confused when she walked around because they're like, why is this chick walking around with her underwear? It didn't make any sense. But obviously Sherlock people were like, Jim from IT. It was great. And we had a Richard Brooke, and we had the Moriarty with near the pool scene. It was just us and our friends all dressed up like Moriarty. It was so much fun. So when we camped out for the Sherlock panel for 12 hours, all we did was talk about different theories of how Moriarty survived. It was a blast. But anyway,
well, so we didn't know after the panel we're going to get a chance to meet Stephen Moffat and Mark and Sue.
Yeah, we kind of freaked out. So we got in line, and our group of 5 of us, our 5, us 5 and our 3, us 2 and our 3 friends, we all bought these huge Sherlock posters. And no one else in line had these huge posters. They're huge. They took up, one poster almost took up the whole table, while everybody else just had, the little pamphlets that everyone else was just handing out. So our friend in, the Staying Alive Moriarty suit, he walks up to Mark Gatiss, and he's like, "You've got a whole line of Moriartys here," and it was so funny because like Mark and Steven looked at each other and they're like, "Oh, he's dead. They're in for such a rude awakening," and I was like, "Oh my God, what jerks! Like, we're just trying to have fun here, whatever." So whatever. So I go through when I meet Stephen Moffat, I'm like shaking. Like, what do I say to him? So I was just like, "Thank you so much for creating this show. It's like my favorite show." And he looks at me and he like looks at my outfit and he's like, "Thank you for dressing up." And I'm like, "What?" It was, and I couldn't say anything to Mark Gatiss. I was just like, I'm gonna go to London and see you in Coriolanus. And he's like, "I'll see you there." And I died internally. Like, I couldn't say anything else because it's Mycroft. I love Mycroft. But what she said to Stephen Moffat.
So I was shaking, and usually I'm prepared for these kind of things. Like if I know, like, oh, I'm gonna meet Tom Hiddleston or Joss Whedon today, I like mentally prepare for like 24 hours and rehearse what I'm gonna say. Since this, we didn't know until like an hour before that we're gonna meet them. So I honestly didn't practice. So I was like, Moffat, thank you so much for creating these characters. And he's like, I didn't. And I was like, I know, I meant adapting them in this way. And he's like, I know. And then he started laughing. But I was like mortified. I was like, the one thing I say to Stephen Moffat, and he thinks I'm an idiot.
I was laughing so hard. Like,
the highlight of that, though, was when I passed by Mark.
Yeah.
And since I was dressed as Jim from IT and he wrote that episode, I was like, oh, man, I hope he notices. So I'm like, hey, Mark, do you like my outfit? And he's like, oh, yeah, I really love your pants. And in my head, I was like, pants? Like...
Yeah, like because we had just kind of gotten to Sherlock at that point. So, like, we still didn't understand, like, British, like, you know, right, British terms. So she thought pants meant, like, actual, like, pants. And, like there wasn't anything special about her brown khakis other than they were Jim from IT. But still, like, it wasn't that big of a deal. But then our friend, who's, like, all up on British like terms, she's like, no, he meant underwear because pants means underwear.
And then I freaked out, and luckily I freaked out after I met Mark. Like, I didn't freak out when he said that. It was great.
But yeah, I mean, it was cool because Steven was cool about it. Like,
totally,
he wasn't like, oh, like you're an idiot. Like,
no.
His humor's so dry, and I feel like a lot of people in the fandom, sadly, sometimes kind of take what he says and like take it really personally. But like, even from interviews, not just having met him, like I always saw him like, no, he's kind of like Joss in the way of their humor is very dry. So like at first it could seem really mean, but then if you like take a step back and you're like, oh, they were totally joking.
Right.
Like, but it was still really funny, and I can't believe the one time you meet Stephen Moffat, you totally choke and say that, because that's like the worst. I don't think there's anything worse that you could have said.
Like, he probably thought I thought he created those characters.
Right.
Like, who's ACD? Like, Moffat, you created these.
And they're like the biggest Sherlock Holmes like fanboys
right.
in the world. So like, for you to say that to them, like,
it's probably like an insult.
Right.
Like, oh, Moffat, one day I shall meet you again.
No.
I'll get my revenge.
No, you will. But yeah, I think they want to hear the Buffy song. So we have a mic set up. You guys can't see it, but it's like right below my finger. So I'm going to step back. She actually doesn't know this song on guitar, so I'm going to step back and do it on piano, but I don't know how well it's going to sound. But hopefully,
just play softly.
Yeah, I'll play softly, and hopefully you guys can hear it. I'll try to move the piano closer, though. Oh, do you like my Get Sherlock shirt? Moriarty. Forever.
Jordan.
Okay.
Do you want to move the piano up, or do you want to sit?
I can sit.
Okay.
Okay, I'll try to move it closer though. I'll try to move it as close as possible. So I'll just have to sing loud.
Here, just put the piano down.
So if anyone wants to know what we wrote this song, Pink Ukulele. Yeah, she actually bought that in London.
Yeah.
We went to London in February and we went to like as much Sherlock filming locations as possible, and that's a whole other story I'm not gonna waste you guys' time with, but that was a blast. And she bought that. where we thought was somewhere called Camden Town, but it wasn't Camden Town. It was right next to it. But we're just gonna lie and say it's Camden Town because apparently that's a
I
huge
bought it in Camden Town.
music place. And I have a violin. I don't think you can see it. It's behind the pink ukulele. I don't know how to play it. I know how to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star,
but we use that violin in the
Sherlock video on YouTube that we have. I want to play though because I had that before I started watching Sherlock, and then after I watched Sherlock, I'm like, all right, I gotta learn how to play. Like, anyways.
Cool.
No,
So,
I wish the violin was pink. That'd be
I know,
amazing.
right?
There was a blue violin
In London.
in the same place she got her pink ukulele, and I'm like, oh, if I knew how to play, I would buy this in 0.2 seconds.
The problem is everything is in pounds, which is more expensive.
So I'm like, man, I can't justify it. Like, I got a Sherlock tattoo in London that was like $1 million. So I was like, I can't. Like, anyways.
All right, so Buffy time. This song is called "A Stake in My Heart." I know we've talked about a few music videos we want to do, but this one really is the next one that we're going to film.
We're gonna try to do. We're gonna try to go to the high school, like the Sunnydale High School that's in Torrance, California. We're gonna try to film there. We're gonna try to film in as many Buffy locations. The Angel Hotel is only a few miles away from us, so we're gonna try to do stuff there too. But anyway, even if you don't watch Buffy, I hope you guys can
like this song, and it's called "A Stake in My Heart."
And I gotcha, and that's more than you can say. And I want ya, but you need to learn to behave. How does it feel to not have a reflection? I need to know. I take a look at your pathetic perfection, and my fascination grows. One face comes around when the sun goes down. Come on and show me now. Will you stick around when the freaks come to town? Come on and show me how. Will you be a stake in my heart? 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 And I told ya, you're not allowed to come in. And I warned ya, but I'm starting to give in. How does it feel to not have a reflection? I need to know. I take a look at your pathetic perfection, and my fascination grows. What face comes around when the sun goes down? Come on and show me now. Will you stick around when the freaks come to town? Come on and show me how. Will you be a stake in my heart? 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 How does it feel to not have a reflection? I need to know. I take a look at your pathetic perfection, and my fascination grows. One face comes around when the sun goes down. Come on and show me now. Will you stick around when the freaks come to town? Come on and show me how. Will you be a stake in my heart? 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 Will you be a stake in my my heart? Will you be a stake in my heart?
And now our neighbors hate us. So I'm belting at midnight. LA apartments. It's true. The walls are so thin. Like when we're trying to watch Sherlock and like the theme song is like blaring through our walls. Like we got
one time we got a noise complaint because we were blasting Sign of Three, and like I love that episode. So like if I'm gonna hear it, like I need it in my face, like at all, like as much as possible. And like literally like these neighbors like knocked on our door. Granted, it was like midnight and I was like blaring it, but Sign of Three is not that loud of an episode. Whatever. I mean, the Stag Night, I guess, with like the dubstep. I don't know. But these customers, oh my god, these neighbors like came in and knocked, and like we were super scared because I mean, Sherlock's not scary, but like I'm like, is that a murder? Or like I don't know. My overactive imagination. But anyway, I don't know. So people were like knocking on our door, and I looked outside, and it was this couple, and they were mad. They had like their arms crossed, and they were like knocking, and I'm like, I'm not opening that. So
I was like, I'm gonna watch Sherlock as loud as I want.
So then they left, and yeah, it was kind of awkward. But anyway, thank you so much for listening. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, thanks for listening to our rants and rambling. Yeah. Or dorks. Totally. But we all are. It's a great thing.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you guys so much again for being on the stream.
No problem.
No problem. Thank you so much for having us. This was fun.
I know. First live stream.
Yay.
And then we can't wait to have you at the actual con. That's gonna be awesome.
Can't wait.
I'm so excited. We're so honored. Like, thank you guys so much. Like, this is gonna be so much fun. Like, I can't wait to see everybody's art and like see all the vendors, the cosplays, and the panels, and this is gonna be so much fun. I'm so excited.
Yeah, super excited. And it'll be our first time because we didn't go last year.
Yeah, we didn't know about it because we just moved to California, and then at San Diego Comic-Con, everyone was like, "Are you guys going to Bay Area Sherlock Con?" And I'm like, "What's that? What's that amazing place that I've never heard of?" And yeah, so this is gonna be awesome.
Cool.
Nice. We are at midnight, and thus are at the end of our stream.
Yay.
Thank you.
That's how we began the stream.
Raise the roof, push the wall.
That's really the first thing we did this morning.
You guys are awesome. Cool. Well, we'll see you guys soon. Yeah, it's coming up, man. Excited. Totally.
So close. Oh, there's not enough time.
Right? I'm like counting down the days. For real.
We actually are counting down the days on our social media platforms, and we're at day 20, I think?
20.
Yeah. 20
Yeah.
days of the convention.
Oh my god.
Which is like, yay, oh no, yay, oh no, no.
We can't wait to meet.
It'll be great.
Yeah, we can wait to meet you guys in person.
Yeah, you guys seem awesome.
Yeah. I have a feeling we'll get along. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for like reaching out and offering to perform, because that was super awesome. We were like, oh my god, this is perfect.
No, again, we're just so honored and happy that you guys are even having us. So
yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, seriously, we're just gonna keep saying that over
Yeah.
and over again. When we meet in real life, we're gonna say
just
that.
gonna be like, oh my god, thank you.
I'm sure on Saturday when you guys do your set, you will have so many people to deal with, and they will be like, oh, yeah. So we're really happy that you guys are able to come out, and that we're gonna be able to help you get your music to more people.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Seriously.
You rock.
You guys are the best. Cool. Well, we'll see you then. Yeah. Have a good night. Have a good countdown until the con. We'll do the same. Yeah.
Alright.
Have a good night.
Alright.
Gonna go ahead and stop the broadcast, and just, I don't know about you guys, but I'm dead tired. And Joni, I think you're still at work, aren't you?
What?
Every
Don't worry
time.
about it.
Can you just turn off the liveness
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
to say good nights? Like if you guys want to talk a little more, just so we're off.